Prologue.
Let's go on an adventure. Let's go on an adventure. Let's go on an adventure. Let's go on an adventure already. No way. No way. No way. It's raining today, so leave that business to some other day. Come on, learn from Aqua a little.
She's been in a carefree mood the entire day, even in this weather. I'd thought that Megu-tan had become more sensible and mature recently, but she's been throwing a tantrum since this morning. A rainy day seems to be a day of giving thanks for the Axis cultists. Plus, Aqua is always carefree. Aqua, who has been sitting by the window and humming a song to herself all this time, said, "Hey, don't make it sound like I'm some kind of airhead without a single care in the world. If I feel like it, I can turn Axel into a lakeside town, you know?
If you don't want this town to turn into a sanctuary of the Axis cult that's known to be the residence of the goddess. That actually doesn't sound too bad. I can take a nice nap in the lake when it gets hot in the summer.
If you actually do that, I'm going to scatter giant frog eggs all throughout the lake." Darkness, who was knitting something by the sofa, put what she was working on onto the table and said, "I know it's only natural to feel restless because of the frequent rains as of late, but it isn't too bad to spend some time lazing around at home every so often, right? I'll go with you on your daily routine later, Megu-tan, so just relax and take it easy until the rain ends." With that, she lifted up Konosuba, who had been pawing at the threads left on the table, up onto her lap. "Hey, Darkness, I won't let you badmouth the rain in front of me. And what are you messing around with over there?"
"If you want a rag, I'll whip one up in a snap, so hand it over."
"It's not a rag, I'm making a scarf, ah." Aqua snatched the half-knitted item off the table before Darkness could finish. "Ugh. Having the product of my efforts be seen as a rag hurts, but losing to Aqua in terms of feminine skills is even worse." Watching the mysterious item that she had been working on for the past few days be turned into a rag within moments by Aqua brought tears to Darkness's eyes.
Just then, Megu-tan slammed her palm against the table.
"Listen up, Kazuma.
We are adventurers, you know? What kind of adventurers are we to hole ourselves up inside just because of a little rain? Just a little rain? I can't let that slide.
How about I make it rain in the Crimson Demon village year-round?"
The Crimson Demons know magic that can influence the weather. Such threats won't work on me.
Aqua suddenly jumped in with a challenge and Megu-tan readily bit back with one of her own.
"What's with you? You are surprisingly worked up today. At least save it for after the rainy season is over. I'll go with you on an adventure or whatever once it's over."
"Really? The rainy season will be over in just a few more days, you know."
Towards a Megu-tan who stared me down with suspicious eyes, I could only. "When the rainy season is over next year. There's still plenty of this year left."
"Come on, I'll give you these discount coupons that I got from a restaurant if you come with me."
Growing exasperated, Megu-tan produced a pair of coupons from her thin wallet and dangled them in front of me.
Megu-tan is probably the only person in the entire world who would fall for such a bribe. "Hey, Megu-tan. Come join me and observe this mysterious mushroom that's growing by the window. It's the raining season, so this thing grows really quickly.
Plus, it will occasionally glow."
"Wait, hold on, what kind of mushroom is that?"
"What do you mean by it glows?"
My curiosity piqued by Aqua's words, I moved over to take a closer look at the mushroom, only for Megu-tan to snap it up.
"What is with this thing? I'll turn it into a side dish for dinner."
"Ah.
What are you doing?" It was shaking with joy whenever it got sprayed with water. And it was getting cuter every day. "No, that doesn't sound like a mushroom at all. If none of you are willing to go on an adventure, then I'll just have to head out on my own. Are you okay with that?"
"I won't care if you start getting jealous because you couldn't take part in the amazing adventure I'm about to have, all right? Yeah, go right ahead and get some great achievements under belt or whatever,"
I flippantly said, and a vein started popping on Megu-tan's forehead.
"It's fine to go out and play, but make sure you're back by dinner. If you're heading somewhere, please bring back some souvenirs."
"Ugh, you three. Fine, just wait. I'll show you all."
It's too late for any regrets. Our family's short-tempered mage left those words before heading out for her adventure.
Chapter 1, Rain Upon the Capital. Part 1. And that's the gist of it.
So, I'm here to search for more party members. Everyone is seriously working as adventurers here, so it'd be best to play pretend with your own friends.
The Adventurers Guild in Axel.
After confidently making my declaration to Kazuma, I made my way over to here and stumbled at the very first step.
I'm being serious here, so why are you saying that I'm playing around?
I'm sure you of all people are well aware of my capabilities. Sure, I can understand why I had some trouble finding myself a party back when I first started out, but now I'm a high-level archwizard with plenty of accomplishments under my belt.
And here I am, offering to tag along with newbie adventurers on their quests.
I think you perform best when you are part of Kazuma's party. I'll put up a recruitment notice, but don't expect too much, all right? If possible, I would like members with high levels or advanced jobs, as befitting of myself.
This is a town of newbie adventurers. Those expectations are way too high.
Ignoring my last request, the receptionist pinned a piece of paper up onto the notice board before returning to the counter.
3 hours later.
Excuse me, but there hasn't been a single person who has approached me after you put that notice up.
I think that's just to be expected, but...
After getting exasperated with the lack of applicants, I approached the receptionist at the counter to voice my complaints.
Is everyone afraid of the young magical girl who wields the strongest offensive spell?
I'll go ask them in person, so could you please recommend a few people to me? Recommend, huh? Well, there's Asher-san sitting over there whose face just turned green after hearing our conversation. And then there's Andy-san over there who's looking at me with a pleading expression.
And then?
The next person the receptionist's gaze fell on was the future chief of the Crimson Demons, who was fidgeting around while casting glances over in our direction.
Please just pretend she isn't here. Why would you say that? Towards Ionion, who screamed at me with teary eyes, I heaved an exaggerated sigh.
There can't be 2 archwizards in a single party, and, actually, I thought you would definitely form a party with a few other adventurers after coming back from the Crimson Demon Village, but you are still as much a loner as before. It wasn't too long ago that we went back to the Crimson Demon Village to brave the chieftain's trial. Back then, I told her that the adventurers of Axel were quite dependent on her, and that they probably wouldn't refuse to join up with her if she were to ask them.
Well, about that.
I tried to call out to them several times, but the timing just didn't seem to be right. Timing? I mean, the people who are in the guild bright and early in the morning to pick up quests would already have a party and have made all the preparations they need, right? It wouldn't do to make them throw all their plans out the window just because of me. And the people who came back to turn in a quest would be all tired out from work, so I can't call out to them either.
You're overthinking things again. Why do you always get caught up in the weirdest of considerations? I told you, just be forward about it.
Any party would be happy to accept you if you would but ask. Plus, if that's the case, couldn't you just take a look at the recruitment notices on the notice board? Mages and healers are not only rare, they are also a great boon to any party, so there's always plenty of demand for them. I really doubt there wouldn't be a single party looking for a mage. I did take a look, but all of them are asking for mages.
And I'm an archwizard, you know?
And archwizards are advanced mages, so it's fine. Seriously, this girl. I grabbed Ionion by the shoulder and pushed her into a more prominent position where everyone in the guild could see her. Does anyone need an archwizard?
This girl is looking for a party.
She can cast both intermediate and advanced magic, and is a high-level crimson demon. In response to my declaration, the guild erupted into mayhem. Seriously? Ionion-san is looking for a party. Oh, our party is one of the higher-leveled ones in this town, so I think we'd be a good fit for Ionion-san. Hey, you guys already have a mage in your party. We could really use one in ours. Our party is all girls, so I think you would fit in very well, Ionion-san. In the midst of all that ruckus, I puffed out my chest and shouted. And I, wielder of explosions, will be joining together with her.
Now, everyone who's interested, please gather up. And with that, silence once again returned to the guild. That cinches it. Now then, where was the guy who was really enthusiastic earlier? Hey,
what should we do? Ionion-san certainly is appealing, but the one who comes with her.
What should we do? I really want a sensible crimson demon. But, in exchange, we have to take on that.
The bonus is way too much of a liability. You know the troubles Kazuma goes through.
Megumin, what you said was true.
What should I do?
I'm a little nervous, but with this, I should be able to find a party that will take me.
Wait, what are you chanting?
See, I told you.
The bonus is going crazy again. Isn't there anyone here who can use bind?
Her level is high, so she's really hard to hold down. Hurry up and throw her out. Emergency quest. Emergency quest.
Someone please stop Megumin-san.
The reward is 3,000 Eris.
After getting thrown out of the guild, we took shelter from the rain at a small cafe in the shopping district and ordered a few meat skewers to pass the time.
We just had an unexpected windfall thanks to me.
Ionion, you should eat up too.
Now's not the time for that.
Why?
Why do you always mess things up for me? It's just the same as back during the chieftain's trial.
I told you not to use explosion, but you repeatedly used it anyways. Don't just start stuffing your cheeks. Having completely lost it, Ionion started pulling on my cheeks after I began chowing down on the skewers we ordered. Cuff it oof.
I have foof in my moof.
I can't juice spit it oof. After somehow managing to fend her off, I put some distance between me and the teary-eyed Ionion while I swallowed my food.
And things were going so well. Now I'm too embarrassed to ever speak to them again.
Hey, what should I do? I want some companions of my own too. If you want companions, here I am. What kind of tone are you taking after restraining that companion of yours to get a reward? Maybe I should start calling you 3,000 Erises from now on. Ow, cut it out. As I pressed my knuckles into Ionion's forehead in retaliation for her giving me a rude nickname, I realized something.
I'm way too well known in this town.
But, what would happen if we were to go to a town that hasn't yet heard of my reputation? By the way, why did you suddenly start recruiting members? What happened to Kazuma-san, eh?
What? What's wrong?
Having thought as much, I placed a hand on Ionion's shoulder, who only started asking about that now.
Part 2. And that's the gist of it. Do you get it? Yes, I understand very well just how much of an idiot you are.
Ionion, with eyes glowing bright red in agitation, shouted at me after hearing my explanation. Hey, isn't that a little harsh coming from someone who claims to be my friend? At times like this, you should go. Kazuma-san is really horrible, isn't he?
I understand how you feel. Let's go grab something delicious. It'll be my treat, of course. Or something like that. That's what friends should do.
Friends who would say something that's superficial aren't true friends at all. Plus, I know very well just what Kazuma is feeling.
After all.
Ionion motioned to her surroundings and screamed. After all, isn't this the royal palace?
Drink your tea and calm down.
Sorry, can I get another cup? Right now, we're at the royal palace, a fair distance away from Axel. We got here thanks to Ionion's teleport, after which we managed to gain entrance to the waiting room by virtue of our reputation.
I am calm. Sorry for shouting earlier. I'm really sorry.
I was tricked into coming here, so please don't execute me.
What are you saying all of a sudden? They are not going to take your head for just entering the palace.
Ionion downed the cup of tea that the old butler provided her in a single gulp, before fixing me with a doubtful look. It seems like she's become significantly less trustful of me after I led her all the way to the capital by just telling her to trust me. There's no need to worry, I'm just here to invite my underling to come with us on an adventure, that's all.
Underling? Say, Megumin, I have a really bad feeling all of a sudden.
As Ionion's face turned green, the old butler appeared next to her with a fresh cup of tea in his hands. Megumin-sama, here is your tea. Are the tea and snacks to your liking? I would like to bring back the leftover snacks as a gift to share with everyone else, so please wrap them up for me.
That's really impudent, you know? Sorry, I raised my voice again.
As Ionion seemingly shrunk out of embarrassment, The butler knocked twice on the large set of double doors in front of us.
And then he opened the door. Ah. I knew it.
Ionion mumbled in a depressed tone. Boss, Ionion-san, welcome to the royal palace. And, Ionion-san, allow me to introduce myself once again. The granddaughter of the owner of a Kiraman store and the underling of a thieving band, Alice, is actually an alias I've been using.
My real name is Iris. Belzerg stylish sword Iris, at your service.
Iris, standing at the far end of the hall, and flanked by her two bodyguards Claire and Rain, said with a bright smile.
And thus, I'm here to invite you on an adventure. I'm in.
After summarizing the events of the past few hours, Iris agreed to come with us without any hesitation.
She will not.
Iris-sama, please don't say stupid things.
Yes, Iris-sama, please keep your position in mind.
Megumin-san too, please stop inviting her to go with you on your games. The other two immediately started objecting, but Iris tightened her expression and went. Claire. I appreciate your loyalty and I understand how much you cherish me. Iris-sama? Claire was taken aback by the serious expression on Iris's face, and Iris took that chance to take her hands into hers. But I am a princess of Belzerg.
The first princess of this kingdom that's known for producing skilled warriors. Claire, believe in the one whom you serve.
After being under your wing for so long, I'm now a dragon slayer.
Indeed, it is now my turn to protect you. As the princess of Belzerg, I will protect this country from the evil monsters lurking around.
Iris-sama.
Overcome with emotion, Claire clung onto Iris's waist.
In all my years of serving you, I've never been this happy in my life. Very well, I won't say anything more. I'll put my trust in you and pray for your safe return, Iris-sama. She buried her face into Iris's chest and wept tears of joy.
Iris seemed somewhat troubled by that, but she still raised her fists in victory and softly went.
Yes.
No, it is not a good thing, Iris-sama.
Claire-sama, please don't be fooled so easily. Judging from what she said just now, there's no need for Iris-sama to brave the risks of an adventure. Huh? Oh, that's right. Iris-sama, the country is not in a crisis right now, so there's no need for you to personally head out to defeat some monsters.
Having been brought to her senses by Rain's words, Claire hurriedly stood back up and breathed out.
And Iris looked up at her two retainers with puppy dog eyes.
Will you two really not listen to my request? I'll listen to anything you say. Please do not do that, Claire-sama.
Iris-sama, since when did you pick up such underhanded tricks? I'm begging you, please don't trouble us like this. Really, I wonder who she picked up such tricks from. Seeing Iris pick away at her opponent's weak point in a way very reminiscent of a certain NEET I know, I can't help but think that the two of them really do come off as siblings, blood relation or no.
Claire has already fallen, but Rain was still stubbornly holding on. Iris inflated her cheeks and used her special move. I think I might end up hating you too. How could you say that, Iris-sama?
Actually, Claire-sama seems like she's about to have a heart attack, so please don't say such things. Supporting Claire, who suddenly collapsed, Rain begged in a voice that seemed almost on the verge of tears. Seeing that, Iris let out a sigh.
Oh, very well. If I can't persuade you with words, I'll have to find some other way to convince you.
Iris-sama, do you really think of this as persuasion? No matter what you do, I, Rain, will not be swayed. Not after my salary has been reduced this much after your frequent escapes. Rain, despite being wary of Iris's next move, adopted a determined posture that just seems to scream, bring on what you must.
The two of you, please meet me at the training hall.
Huh? After a moment of confusion, Rain's face slowly started to pale. I'll demonstrate to the two of you that I won't lose to any monsters even if I were to leave.
Have a safe trip, Iris-sama. Rain almost fell into a deep bow before Iris could finish her sentence. Part 3.
Do take care of your two bodyguards when you get back, all right? Otherwise, we would be turned away at the gates the next time we show up. Still, you've gotten pretty strong-willed since I last saw you.
I'll pick up some souvenirs for them. There are plenty of things in the outside world that would be of help to me. I'll treat this as an opportunity to learn more about the world.
After leaving the palace, and with an exuberant Iris in tow, we headed off towards the Adventurers Guild.
Still, the monsters around the capital tend to be on the stronger side.
No matter how powerful you are, it's still dangerous to let your guard down, Alice.
Well, if it comes to it, there's no need to worry too much. You have two of the world-renowned Crimson Demons with you, after all.
Yeah. I can't use very many offensive spells, so I'll be looking forward to seeing the various spells that you two can use. Well, the minor spells aren't really my style, so I'll probably only show off one spell today. If you really want to see a variety of spells, you should ask Ionion.
And, just as I said that, I noticed something. One of our party members had been awfully quiet for quite some time.
What's wrong, Ionion?
You've been awfully quiet today.
The moment I called out to her, Ionion knelt down and prostrated herself before Iris.
I might not have known, but please forgive me. Most of it is Megumin's fault. What are you doing all of a sudden? Stop apologizing for stuff I don't remember.
Iris seemed somewhat flustered by Ionion's actions, but she moved towards Ionion and said, Please raise your head, Ionion-san.
There's no need to do such a thing.
I always thought that you were someone important, but I never thought that you were a princess.
The other Crimson Demons have nothing to do with this, it's all Megumin's fault. And perhaps a little bit my fault as well.
So if you need someone to blame, please use Megumin. If that's not enough, I'll bear the rest, so please, spare the rest of the villagers.
What kind of things are you saying? Why are you treating me like some kind of criminal?
It seems like Ionion is apologizing for any offense she might have given Iris while she was unaware of her identity. Seemingly grasping the situation, Iris shook her head, even as she started to blush.
Please raise your head. My status doesn't bother me in the slightest, and it'd make me really happy if you would treat me like you usually do. Alice Char, no, Iris-sama.
There's no need for Sama either.
Please just treat me as your friend, like you have in the past.
Iris gave Ionion a bright smile as she slowly raised her head. For someone who once called Kazuma insolent back when he was grumbling, you sure have grown quite down to earth, haven't you?
Please forget about that. I'm quite conscious about that time too.
As Iris pressed her hands against her cheeks to hide her growing blush, Ionion, whose eyes were shining bright red for a completely different reason, shakily got back to her feet. Thank you, Iris-chan.
To think that you'll remain friends with someone like me. I'll do my best to learn the advanced transformation spell, Shape Change.
Then, if you ever get caught up in a conspiracy that would shake the nation, I'll become your body double and repay the life you graciously spared today.
Every single word you said is way too heavy. The capital's Adventurers Guild.
There was a clear difference in the quality of the adventurers who made their residence here compared to the ones staying in Axel.
Such was obvious from a glance.
The equipment they bore is high quality, and almost every single one of them radiated an aura of strength.
It was these adventurers that fixed us with a steely gaze when we entered the guild.
See, this is what a real adventurers guild is like, Iris.
Being just 3 young girls, I'm sure we will be set upon.
First, to make sure we aren't looked down upon, we'll wipe out those thug-like adventurers who come to hassle us in a single blow.
Once we've established our mettle, we'll be able to have our pick of the quests. Ah, that's like the ritual that Oni-sama taught me about.
Claire was with me back when I visited Axel, so no one wanted to participate, but it seems like I'll be able to complete that ritual here. As we whispered amongst ourselves, the other adventurers averted their gazes at once. Say, Megumin, did you do something at this guild too? Hey, stop saying things that'll make me look bad.
Judging from where the adventurers are looking.
The cause is definitely this girl. A young girl with such golden blonde hair and clear blue eyes appearing in the capital has got to be some kind of high-ranking noble.
At those words, Iris trembled in shock. But they are looking at you too.
Ionion said, staring right at me, but I have absolutely no idea. Boss, you once showed off your skills in front of a large crowd of adventurers at the capital before, right?
Could that be why?
Ah. I knew it was your fault after all. No, wait, sure, I did show off, but it's still strange for them to be this afraid of me. In that case, Ionion, you two were going wild at the fort near the front lines together with me, weren't you? Kazuma's skill allowed us to get close to the Demon King's army, my explosion blew them away, and then your teleport allowed us to escape.
Ah, that's.
I was just playing the role of support, there's no need to be this afraid. Yeah, even taking into account how we went up against a Demon King's general, it is still weird for everyone to be avoiding us like this.
We went up to a nearby adventurer to ask about what's going on. That's when it happened.
Ha, you're just as energetic as ever, young lady.
The reason why everyone's afraid of you is because of something else.
The person who suddenly called out to us was a large man sporting a scar across his nose. He was seated at a nearby table and seemed to have already been drinking even though it's still in the middle of the day. Seated next to him was a pretty but sharp-eyed woman, and a man who was shouldering a large axe. Both of them were giving me and Ionion a wide smile. Why are you acting so familiar? If you're looking for some girls to hit on, please go somewhere else.
X3.
The three of them squeaked out in surprise for some inexplicable reason after hearing my words.
Then, Ionion brightened up in an instant. Rex-san.
And Sophie-san and Terry-san too.
I see. So they are acquaintances of Ionion.
It sure is rare to run into adventurers that Ionion knows. I'm sure you have a lot to catch up on, so Iris and I will be taking our leave. Hey. Wait a minute, young lady, why are you acting so distant?
The man called Rex hurriedly raised his voice.
Were you one of the people who were blown away by the shockwaves of my spell when I was fighting a Demon King's general? I'm really sorry about that then, but it was in the middle of a battle.
It really wasn't something I could avoid. That's not it. Why are you acting like we just met for the first time? We were originally from Axel 2.
Remember, back when you first arrived and were looking for members? And we fought a devil that appeared close to town together, didn't we?
We even invited you to join our party after that.
Wanna come to the capital and make your name there?
Remember? Did such a thing happen?
I scratched my head in confusion, and Ionion surreptitiously elbowed me. Have you forgotten? There was that time when a devil called Hoost appeared near Axel, right? We fought alongside them, remember?
And we also went to capture a rookie killer together.
See Explosions 3, Chapter 4 for context. Oh, I remember now.
Yeah, I remember now.
Rex, you were the guy who was mocking me for being a mage who can do nothing but flap her gums, right? Us meeting here must be heaven's way of telling me to get revenge, so bring it on.
Why do you have to recall that of all things?
Besides, I already apologized about that back when we defeated the devil. We got along far better after that, so why did you forget about everything that came after?
It's slowly coming back to me.
Yeah, that was back before I joined up with Kazuma's party. If I recall, these people were powerful enough to be compared with the hero of the Magic Swords party.
Ah, so you were the Rex-san who was making a scene, begging me to join your party. It's been some time.
Did you manage to become a little more famous?
I didn't embarrass myself like that.
Well, leaving that aside, I did manage to make a bit of a name here.
Of course, I'm not as famous as you. Oh? Have you heard of my accomplishments too?
Well, it's even made it into the newspapers, so I suppose it's not surprising. So, what do they say about me here?
It's about why everyone's so afraid of you.
You and a young man named Kazuma picked a fight with a bunch of delinquents just because you didn't like their faces, right?
It's quite a persistent rumor, you know. Ah, now that he mentioned it.
Oh, yeah, I did end up fighting with a bunch of delinquents with Iris here. I see, it's really refreshing to finally know the reason why everyone's avoiding me.
I knew it.
It was your fault after all. There was this incident where Iris and Kazuma switched bodies thanks to a body-switching divine relic. Back then, Iris, in Kazuma's body, got into a fight with a bunch of delinquents. I see, so boss gained a bad reputation thanks to what I did back then. In that case, it's only proper for me to take responsibility.
Would it be best for me to apologize in person?
Seeing the troubled expression that Iris was making while muttering to herself, Rex spat out the beer he had in his mouth. Iris-sama?
I see.
This is the capital, after all.
I beckoned Iris to come closer. Iris, doesn't pretty much everyone in this city know your face?
So that means that they aren't just avoiding us because of me, but because they recognize you? Seeing us whisper to each other, Ionion softly said. The reason why I can't find a party isn't because of the company I keep, right? Leaving behind Rex and the others, who have started positively trembling in their boots after learning of Iris's identity, we approached the guild worker that was manning the counter.
Welcome. How may the guild help you today?
The man appeared to be quite nervous and is compensating for it by raising his voice.
We would like to take on a quest.
It'd be best if it features fighting a strong enemy, offers good rewards, and is within walking distance of the city. Wait, hold on, that kind of quest might be a little hard to find.
The man broke out into a cold sweat after hearing my request. You're causing trouble for the man.
As long as it's a quest in the nearby area, we're fine with it. And, After interjecting, Ionion glanced at Iris and said,
It's best if it's a quest that is as safe as possible, and doesn't require getting dirty. This is an adventurers guild, so a safe and clean job is a little. Iris went up to the counter and stared at the man with stars in her eyes.
Then, tell me the location of a Demon King's general.
We'll hop on over and take care of them for you. Please stop.
Even if there isn't a Demon King's general there, my head will roll for just sending you to such a location. Plus, finding one that Iris-sama would be able to take on is a problem in itself. It seems like the man recognizes who Iris is, just like the other adventurers. Still, considering her skills in combat, it certainly is possible for her to take care of a general in a jiffy. I understand why Kazuma keeps saying that they might as well just send her to defeat the Demon King. I'm terribly sorry, but I don't think this guild has a quest fit for Iris-sama. Just as the man started bowing repeatedly.
Why not?
This is the Adventurers Guild, right?
So why can't I put up a quest?
Like I said, we can't accept a quest with such ill-defined contents. I've never even heard of a monster known as a king toad. At the counter next to us, a bespectacled man that seems to be here to submit a request is having a loud argument with a lady behind the counter. The king toad does exist. The reason why there are so few reports about it is because almost all the parties that ran into it got completely wiped out. According to my research, it's a special humongous frog that appears during particularly strong rainy seasons, much like the one we have now. If you manage to exterminate it, it would benefit this kingdom greatly too. It seems like the man who just launched into a fervent speech had just had his request denied by the guild. Still, something about what he said really caught my interest.
In particular, the phrase King Toad.
With my long and storied history with toads, this isn't something I can ignore.
I drew closer to the bespectacled man, who was still in the middle of his rant, and said, I'm just a passing crimson demon, but it sounds like you're in a spot of trouble.
I don't know what kind of quest you are trying to put up, but would you mind telling me more details?
Part 4. My name is Barton. I'm a wildlife researcher. We decided to take a seat at a table at the corner in order to hear him out.
This Barton, who calls himself a wildlife researcher, seems to be pretty famous in the capital as a weirdo. I see, wildlife. So, basically, you study monsters in order to identify their weaknesses and the like, right?
That doesn't sound particularly strange.
In fact, the kingdom should be offering to support such efforts. I put to words my understanding of what he just told me, but Barton responded with a confused look.
No, I have no interest in the weaknesses of monsters. What I'm researching is something far more fundamental. For instance, why do cabbages fly? Why, out of all the fishes, do only mackerel grow in the fields? Those are the questions that I'm interested in answering, ones that everyone have always wondered about. No one would be wondering about such childish questions all the way till adulthood. I might be a little interested. Ionion,
who's always been a bit of a weirdo amongst the Crimson Demons, shakily raised her voice. And it seems like Iris thinks the same way too. So, why do cabbages fly?
How would I know?
Perhaps it's in their nature, or their fighting spirit, or magic, or perhaps it's just their desire to fly.
More importantly,
Barton dismissed the question with a bunch of nonsense-sounding reasons even though he was the one to bring it up in the first place, and continued on even as Iris started tearing up.
There are creatures known as snow sprites in this world. They are said to shorten the winter whenever one of them is killed. The monster I'm looking for, the king toad, is a similar creature that can bring an end to the rainy season when defeated.
Despite being treated so unreasonably, it seems like Iris is still drawn by her sense of curiosity. Barton-sama, what led you to this conclusion? Iris asked in a genuinely curious tone, but Barton returned with a moody frown.
If you wish to ask me a question, address me as Professor. Professor, how did you reach the conclusion that killing one would end the rain? How would I know? Those frogs always start croaking and groaning during this season, so I thought that they might be calling the rain or something. Stop, what do you think you are doing to your client?
Barton angrily protested as Iris suddenly started swiping at his glasses. Ionion, who has been listening in silence all this time, tilted her head questioningly. So, you wish to test your hypothesis by putting out a request for the extermination of a king toad then, Barton-san?
No, I just hate the rain.
I don't really care about my hypothesis, I just want the rain to be gone as soon as possible. There are people who can manipulate the weather in the Crimson Demon Village, so why don't you just go make a request there? In response to my facetious suggestion, Barton arrogantly pushed his glasses against the bridge of his nose.
How long do you think it would take to get to the Crimson Demon Village from here?
The truth is, there is a very particular reason why I specifically came down here to make a request today.
It would be very troublesome if it is still raining tomorrow.
Upon hearing that, Iris seemed to forget about the unreasonable way she has been treated up till now and asked.
You have such an important reason. Depending on the circumstances, it might not be too bad to accept this request.
This bartender that I've been chasing for quite some time, Barbara-chan, said that she would go out with me tomorrow if it's sunny out.
Hey, what is this child trying to do?
Barton angrily shouted as he jumped back to avoid Iris, who seems about ready to break those glasses in half. This man seems to be the only person in this entire guild who has yet to realize Iris's true identity. Our Axis cult priest made a teru something or the other earlier, so it'll probably be sunny tomorrow. TL note, teru bozu, children often put them up in Japan to hope for good weather so they can go out to play. What's with that fishy-sounding superstition? Aqua's normally pretty flaky, but for some reason, she's really accurate whenever it comes to the weather.
What you were saying before is even more fishy.
After hearing Iris's puffed-up words, Barton once again adjusted his glasses.
What's with this girl? This is why I hate kids.
Every time I try to explain a hypothesis, they'll always constantly ask why this and why that until it's completely full of holes. Why are you so sloppy and noncommittal? Please give me a proper reason as to why killing a king toad will lead to the end of the rain.
It's my gut feeling.
The same instincts that I've honed through my long years as a wildlife researcher.
Gut feeling is a pretty shaky foundation too.
After hearing that, Ionion pulled me aside and whispered. Say, Megumin, I have a really bad feeling about this.
I don't think this man is completely right in the head. We should go back to the counter and take a proper quest. Even if you say that, what do we do about her?
As I said that, I pointed towards.
Very well. Let's go find and kill a king toad. Then, if it is sunny tomorrow, I'll accept that you are right.
I don't really care about getting the acceptance of a child.
Just what is wrong with you?
Arg. Perhaps it's the first time Iris has been treated in such a way, but she ended up accepting the quest in a fit of indignation on her own.
Part 5.
Seems like Ionion's instincts aren't half bad. Behold, Megumin-kun. All rounds immobilize their prey like this in order to implant their seed onto their bodies before releasing them. This is how immobile plant-like monsters like them are able to expand their range to new locations. Wah. Barton-san.
She planted one on you. There's a seed on your back. Inside a forest a fair distance from the capital.
After being caught by an Alrauna, a monster that looked like the upper body of a young girl sprouting from the middle of a giant flower, Barton said. Now, there's no need to be hasty, Ionion-kun.
All rounds are not particularly dangerous monsters.
While it's implanting its seed in its prey, it would laugh like this in order to put them at ease.
Ah ha ha ha.
Ah ha ha ha.
That's not a calming laugh at all. It's way too scary. Even as he was still tangled up in the vines, he jovially launched into an explanation of the Alrauna's life cycle. The seed of an Alrauna would not bring any harm to the creature it's implanted on.
In fact, it would inject a highly nutritious sap into the creature in order to give it a burst of energy. The implanted seed would also not remain in the body of the creature indefinitely, but will eventually be naturally excreted by the creature. This is most likely done both to avoid being regarded as a threat and to aid in spreading its seeds as far as possible. Now, ladies, please put away those dangerously looking implements.
Ah ha 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 ha.
Ah ha ha ha. It's injecting something into you, Barton-san.
Boss, what should we do?
At this rate, Barton-sama will be. Ionion shouted as she started stabbing at the vines, holding Barton in place with her dagger, and Eris, sword in hand, frantically looked towards me for instruction. Barton-san seems pretty happy, so wouldn't it be fine to just leave him here like this? Our client is getting parasitized.
We can't just leave him here.
Barton-san, I've cut through the vines, so please come over here.
Quickly.
Despite being released, Barton, his face a bright red, began speaking rapidly. By the way, the famous Tranquility Girl is an offshoot of the Alrauna. Such plant-type monsters must take the form of young girls in order to trigger a sense of compassion from humans and attack them while their guard is down. Ah ha ha ha.
All rounds are the best. All rounds are the best. This old man is done for. Let's just wish him a happy life and be on our way. Stop saying stupid things and help me. All this happened mere moments after we set foot in the forest.
Not only Union, even I'm starting to get a bad feeling.
My premonition was spot on, and Barton's eccentricities continued. Just like that.
Eris-kun, stay just like that.
Now is not the time for that.
Eris-chan, don't listen to this man's words.
You can go ahead and exterminate it.
Right in front of us, Eris is facing off against a rookie killer. Apparently, rookie killers have a knack for determining the strength of their foe. This one in particular has been frozen in fear the moment it met Iris's gaze, and hasn't moved an inch since our encounter. But, Ionion-san, seeing it trembling in fear like this makes it really hard for me to kill it. Just a little while more, Eris-kun. Just a little while more and my sketch will be complete. Barton-san, do you really not know who Eris-chan is?
Megumin, hurry up and do.
Ionion, who was protecting Barton, turned towards me, and I replied. Rookie killers are really cool, aren't they?
I quite like them.
Barton-san, did you know that there are some herbivorous rookie killers that enjoy eating wolfberries? See short story, Crimsonite Rookie Killer.
Oh, that's interesting. You must tell me more about them later. Light of Saber.
Losing her temper, Ionion swung her spell at the rookie killer, causing it to immediately dart away. As we proceeded deeper into the forest, we came under attack from monster after monster.
Eris-kun, I've misjudged you.
I was under the impression that you were a rich young lady who has been waited on hand and foot for your entire life, but you are actually pretty skilled, aren't you? Would it be possible for me to keep you on a long-term retainer?
If you want, I can even hire you as a live-in assistant. Paying no heed to the fact that he was being protected by girls less than half his age, Barton said some ridiculous things. Thank you very much.
If I ever find myself thrown out onto the streets, I'll be sure to look you up. Swinging her ornate sword through the air, Eris said something even more inane as she cut down an elder trent, a large plant-type monster that resembled a rotting, moving tree. The only way this girl would be thrown out onto the streets is if the kingdom were to collapse first. Say, Megumin, if we take this man out here and made it look like an accident, do you think they'll pardon us if we told Claire-san what he just said? I think it's important for us friends to protect her from bad adults.
Please don't say such dangerous things with a straight face.
In the first place, he'd probably be executed on the spot if Claire ever hears about what happened here. As Eonion and I whispered to each other, Barton and Iris were chatting up a storm in front of the Trent's corpse.
I see.
Very well, as a candidate for my future assistant, allow me to pass on some knowledge.
The branches of an elder Trent make for great kindling.
If you boil them in hot water to make a tea out of it, it'll give you a mysterious high when you drink it.
I highly recommend you take a few back with you. I've learnt a lot today. I'll bring them back as souvenirs for Claire and Rain.
Upon hearing that, Eonion strode up to beat some sense into Barton.
And after finally making our way to the swamps that lay in the depths of the forest.
Eonion-kun, you should use ice magic on the Scholasaur. Ice magic?
Understood.
This is the first piece of proper advice you've given all day, but leave it to me.
Freeze gust.
At Eonion's shout, a cloud of white mist appeared from her wand and enveloped the Scholasaur, a large lizard with a torso the size of a cow.
And then?
Barton-san, it looks totally fine. After taking the spell head-on, the monster let out a vigorous screech and seemed even more energetic than before. Indeed, that's because Scholasaurs are immune to ice magic.
More importantly, behold.
Notice how the scales of the Scholasaur are turning blue after getting hit with an ice spell? That indicates that it's absorbing the magic from the spell and turning it into its own strength.
Such a vibrant blue.
Don't you think it looks pretty? It's amazing, Barton-sama.
I rarely see such a strong shade of blue in my life.
Are you an idiot, Barton-san?
Please don't get in the way.
Iris-chan, you shouldn't be praising him either. After being called an idiot, Barton carefully adjusted his glasses as he responded. Harumph. I'm most certain you are unaware, but if you kill a Scholasaur while its scales are in such a state, those scales will forever retain that vibrant shade of blue.
They will sell for almost double the price of a regular scale.
Professor Barton, do you have any other similar knowledge? I wouldn't mind calling you Oni-chan for the duration of this request. Wait, Megumin, what are you saying? You're no longer troubled by money problems, right? Immediately after saying that, Eonion started chanting another spell.
And, just then, Iris, who was protecting Barton, suddenly looked around.
Everyone, the monsters and creatures in the area have grown silent.
Something's coming.
Now that she mentioned it, it is true that the sounds of the creatures that normally permeate the forests have gone silent. Iris, who didn't even bat an eye when faced with the Scholasaur, showed me a serious expression for the first time today.
At that same instant, the Scholasaur standing in front of us disappeared with a small squeak. And not long after that, the very earth started rising from the swamp. We must have woken it up. There it is. That's the one we are looking for.
The reason why I originally thought that it was part of the earth was because it's covered in moss.
It probably cultivated that moss to allow it to better blend in with the environment.
This creature has been living in this swamp for who knows how long while covered in a thick layer of moss large enough to envelop its entire body. I didn't hear anything about this.
You said it was a more advanced version of a giant frog, not a creature that's on the same level as a high bounty target.
This is the king toad that the self-proclaimed wildlife researcher so aptly named. I'll go out in front, so please stand back and support me with magic. It was comparable in size to our mansion, and the tail of the Scholasaur that we were fighting was hanging out the corner of its mouth.
Such a creature is now looking down at Iris.
I didn't expect it to be this huge. TSK, as a wildlife researcher, I always thought it'd be nice to experience being swallowed at least once, but I'll definitely die if this creature swallowed me.
What a pity, but still.
We are in quite a pinch right now, so stop sounding like our crusader and hurry up and hide somewhere. Iris, take care not to be stepped on. Eonion, please cast some ice spells on it.
Frogs should be weak against the cold.
After pushing Barton that was getting excited for some reason behind me, I started giving out instructions to the two. Hey, is it really weak to ice? I just got tricked by Barton-san earlier, so will it really be alright? Oh, I wonder? The Scolosaur that was living in this very same swamp was strong against ice, so what about this king toad?
If you want a hint, call me Professor Barton.
Professor Barton, who claims to be a wildlife researcher, allow me to enlighten you about certain facts of crimson demons. On the whole, crimson demons have short tempers and are utterly merciless when riled. It's weak against ice. And it'll be slowed afterwards, so lightning spells would be very effective against it.
Just as Barton hastily spat out his hint in response to my threat, and Ionian started chanting.
Exterion. The king toad's tongue shot out towards Iris like an arrow, and Iris swung her sword to intercept it. The shockwave that emerged from Iris's blade sliced off the tongue and sent it flying, but the king toad has terrifyingly strong regenerative abilities. Small wounds like these will heal right away. This information is all in the book I released last year, Professor Barton's Monster Guide for Dummies, so I highly recommend all adventurers to pick it you.
Now is not the time for advertising.
Iris, can't you fire off something more impressive? You know, like the attack you used to take out that dragon?
Now's the time to unleash the seal.
I shouted towards Iris, but she gave me an apologetic look. I'm sorry, that skill is tied to the holy sword that has been passed down through the Belzerg royal family for generations, so I can't use it without that divine relic in hand.
Why didn't you bring it with you today? You should just keep it with you every time you go out. But
it's a sword that has been passed down for countless generations, so the hilt really stinks. Hey, this isn't the time to be arguing about Ta'a. Ionion's shout drew my attention back toward the giant frog, and the tongue that was cut off just moments ago has already been mostly regenerated. Ionion, we should retreat temporarily.
Cast your teleport.
That thing is way too big for us to deal with right now.
You understood.
Exterion. As Ionion started making preparations to cast teleport, Iris repeated unleashed her skill at the frog in order to buy time. The invisible blades of wind rendered large gashes in the king toad's flesh, but it didn't seem to faze the king toad at all. Perhaps because it can't feel pain, or perhaps because it's just far too large to feel such pinpricks, the king toad simply waved its mostly healed tongue in our direction in preparation for another strike.
Wait, hold on, if we retreat now, what about the quest I gave you today? This man. Now is not the time for that. If we stay here, we'll all end up as frog food.
But then, the promise I made with Barbara Chan. A waitress at a bar or your life, think about which is more important. Besides, I'm pretty sure that Barbara Chan of yours says the exact same thing to all the other customers. I don't really care if some strange man is getting tricked, but if this continues, there is a great possibility that something horrible will happen to Iris. I doubt she'll actually be killed by a frog, but after bringing out the princess like this, if she were to head back home covered head to toe in slime, I'll probably be executed. I'm not about to lose my life over such a stupid thing, so all I can do right now is wait for Ionion to finish her chant.
I see.
Well, even the guild rejected my request, so I'm really grateful to you all for bringing me this far. And the king toad was far larger than I expected. I guess I shouldn't expect it to be taken out so easily. That's a far cry from the Barton that has been acting so audaciously since we met him.
Is that person really that important to you?
Perhaps having her curiosity piqued by such a drastic change in his attitude, Iris asked, her sword still squarely focused on the king toad in front of her. Indeed, I've been chasing after her for a very long time now. I've known her since childhood, and she ended up taking over that debt-ridden bar from her parents, and even now, she works hard to keep things afloat.
Even though she has gone out with the other customers on countless dates, for some reason, she's always rejected my invitation. She's stubborn like that. Ah, damn it.
Of course, I know why she keeps refusing my advances.
Most likely, she can't see me as anything other than her younger brother from when we were kids.
That's why, when the rain starts falling non-stop around this time of year, she'll say I'll go out with you if it's sunny tomorrow. Even so, I've always held on to this small hope.
I can't possibly stand by and do nothing after hearing such a story.
Ionion, you're done with preparing your teleport, right?
Please stand by. Iris, come back to me.
I'm going to unleash my magic now, so please protect yourself. Wait, hold on, If you use explosion on that frog. Yes, there is a reason why I've refrained from using my explosion even after encountering such a large enemy.
Boss, I'll be fine.
The remains of the frog will most likely end up splattered everywhere, but I'll handle Claire somehow.
Iris said with a bright smile. She probably anticipated what is going to happen next. Very well, let's all end up covered in slime on our first adventure together.
Come to think of it, back when I first joined up with Kazuma, I ended up covered in frog slime too. I'll take down this guy in a jiffy and we'll all have a bath together afterwards. I don't really mind the bath, but don't get upset after comparing your bodies with ours. Ouch. Stop throwing stones around and start chanting already. Eon shouted at me.
Can you really bring the king toad down?
My reply to Barton's uncertain-sounding words came in the form of my chant. At that time, perhaps learning that its tongue will be cut off every time it attacks, the king toad retracted it and gathered its legs beneath it. After completing my chant, I gave Barton a bitter smile. I learned a lot about the ecology of monsters from you today, so in return, allow me to teach you something about the feelings of women. The reason Barbara-chan keeps turning you down is... Before I could finish, the king toad leapt into the air, seemingly intent on crushing us with the weight of its body. Explosion. Part 6.
I'm home. Oh, welcome back.
When I returned to the mansion, Kazuma, who was lazing about on the sofa, greeted me. Next to him, Aqua was repeatedly hitting Kazuma on the back as she wailed.
You were out pretty late today. What were you up to?
You weren't up to anything weird like Aqua was, were you? Apologize. Apologize to Teru Megumin. Hey. Hold on a minute, I just heard something I can't ignore.
And what do you mean by apologize? Megumin, listen to this.
This moldy neat gave the Teru Megumin I made to Konosuba to use as a chew toy. Thanks to that, the Terumin got torn to pieces. Stop calling me moldy neat, that makes it sound like I'm going to sprout mushrooms. Anyway, she made a Teru Bozu that looked a little like you, but it'd be problematic for me if it's sunny tomorrow, won't it?
This man.
Didn't you say you'd go out with me once it's sunny?
What kind of half-hearted promise is that? What?
Okay, fine, it's my fault. Anyway, didn't you head out on an adventure?
You kinda smell nice. Did you take a bath?
Aqua has moved on to Darkness, who was sitting on the far end of the sofa and is probably trying to fix the Terumin with her. I glanced at them out of the corner of my eye and said,
Yeah, it's an amazing adventure that's sure to make you jealous.
The bath is, well, I suppose you can call it destroying evidence.
Oh?
Well, we can't go out because of the rain anyways, so why don't you tell us all about it? Hey, Aqua, I'm sorry alright, so stop crying already. I'll bring out some wine, so let's listen to Megumin's story together, okay?
If you are talking about the bottle you kept hidden away behind the drawers, it's already gone. I found it yesterday and drank it all.
I moved away from the two of them as they started fighting again and approached Darkness, who appeared to have pricked her finger but is looking at her perfectly unblemished finger with a look of disappointment.
If you don't mind, I would really like to hear what adventures you went on today.
You've been heading out to the lake for your daily explosion trip recently, so did you go even further away this time? Darkness said, giving me a gentle smile as though she was enjoying the peaceful mood of a rainy day.
It'll be a long story, so let's wait till after dinner. We fought against a large variety of monsters, and at the very end of it, we helped a man who has been pining for his unrequited love. But before that, I would like to ask Aqua for a little favor.
The two of them temporarily ceased fighting after hearing my words, and I flashed them my most charming smile. Can you make a Teru Aqua, Teru Kazuma, and a Teru Darkness too?
I really want it to be sunny tomorrow.
Chapter 2, Lightning over Alcanretia Part 1.
Part 1.
The balcony of the most exquisite mansion in Axel. At this place that overlooked the main street of the city, a beautiful blonde-haired lady lounged lazily on a couch and said,
It must really be hard to be a commoner. Having to work hard from dawn till dusk. Indeed, my lady.
A blonde-haired young girl dressed in a maid's uniform enthusiastically agreed. The blonde lady picked up a newspaper from the table. Fufu, To think that he used to have trouble fighting against goblins, but now he's put his face on the front page.
He sure has grown a lot. Indeed, my lady.
After giving the paper a glance over, she threw it back onto the table and picked up a glass.
She brought it close to her nose, taking a moment to enjoy the smell of the expensive-looking wine inside it.
And, as the maid beside her fanned her with a large ornamental fan, she took a sip from the glass.
Cough. Cough.
Are you all right, my lady? Perhaps it's because she's not used to drinking wine. The lady broke into a coughing fit.
Actually.
One-san, what kind of game are you playing? Ah, Megumin-san. Hey, you want to try putting on a maid uniform too?
It'll definitely look really well on you. The lady with the wine glass in hand is a priest of the Axis cult, Cecily.
And? Good morning, boss. Lady Cecily said she wanted to pretend to be a rich lady, so she asked me to act as a maid.
The maid next to her, who is still fanning Cecily, is Iris.
Seeing this reminded me of the time the Neats back home started acting as though they were celebrities.
I wonder if there's something wrong with the company I keep.
One-sama, if someone important were to see her dressed like that right now, your head will physically roll. Authority is meaningless to us Axis cultists.
Still, Alice-chan, keep this a secret between us, all right? Indeed, my lady. It seems like waiting on someone else is quite an enjoyable change of pace for Iris, who has been waited upon all her life. Actually, what are you doing here?
One-san, you're in charge of the Axel branch of the Axis cult, right? Do you really have that much free time?
What are you saying, Megumin-san? Of course there's plenty of work for me to do.
I'm just pushing them off to hang out with some pretty girls instead.
That just makes it worse.
Despite it being the rainy season, the weather has been clear these past few days.
Hopefully, this is the result of the quest we went on the other day.
Did Barton-san manage to go on a memorable date with the girl he's pining over, I wonder?
It would at least make it feel like all my hard work was worth something.
Oh, yeah, boss, it might be a little strange coming from me, but what are you doing here today?
Are we heading out on another adventure?
Well, it's a rare clear day in this season, so I wanted to take on a quest together with Ionion, but it's one of those rare times when she isn't in the guild, so I thought that she might be here. More importantly, what are you doing here, Alice? You might be able to get here by using the teleport shops, but how did you get out of the castle?
There's a secret passage that only members of the royal family knows about. Right, I get it.
I get it, so please don't say anything more.
I feel like my head will roll if you say anything more.
As I hastily covered Iris's mouth, Cecily tilted her head and said, Castle and royal family piqued my interest, but for me personally, there's something else that sounds far more interesting. You said you wanted to go on an adventure. Yes. Does One-san want to come along too? The only ones here right now is me, an archwizard, and the all-purpose offensive tool Iris. If Cecily, a priest, were to join us, it'd make a pretty decent party, but… Megumin-san, you see, One-san has a request.
If you stop fidgeting around like that, I wouldn't mind hearing you out. Part 2.
Are there any good quests available? Ones that can be done with just a vanguard and a support?
Well, there is this one, but…
Megumin-san, please, don't abandon your One-chan. After making our way to the Adventurers Guild, Iris and I browsed around for any decent-looking quests on offer.
Alice, what about this one?
It calls for the extermination of the adamant snails that have dug into the fields. Adamant snails are resilient creatures capable of fending off most normal attacks, but that shouldn't be a problem for us. Apart from their hard shells, they are slow and have low offensive power, so it should be a fairly easy job. Why yes, but, boss. And here I lent you a little bit of my aid when you were gearing to fight that demon.
Oh, and this is yet another decent quest.
Excuse me, I would like to take on this quest to kill the blood-stink flying squirrels. One of those things peed on me in the past, so I have a score to settle. I understand.
Then, I'll leave this quest in you heartless fiend. You've been really annoying for a while now.
People are watching, so please shut up. Cecily clung onto my waist and wailed, so in the end, I had no choice but to hear her out once more.
On the whole, what Cecily asked of me isn't really that big of a deal. However, there is one small problem.
I want you to come with me to Alcanretia and blow up the mysterious slime. I would have agreed without a second thought if you weren't asking me to go to Alcanretia.
Indeed, the destination is the problem.
Boss, what kind of place is Alcanretia? It's a den of weirdos.
How could you say that? Even if it's Megu-san, I can't let that slide.
Cecily slammed her fist on the desk after hearing my brief explanation. Then, why don't you explain what kind of city Alcanretia is in your own words? Very well, then, allow this One-san to teach you about some of the wonderful things that exist in this world, Alice-san.
Why does she always have to be this grandiose? Alcanretia is the headquarters of the Axis cult.
The Axis cult is a religious organization that worships the goddess Aqua-sama.
It used to be known for its hot springs, but that is a thing of the past.
Now, Alcanretia is a holy land where holy water flows freely from the ground. Truly a city blessed by the goddess. A city where holy water flows freely?
That sounds amazing.
Then, the people who live there must be pure-hearted too, right?
Iris said with sparkling eyes, and Cecily averted her gaze. One-san, please continue. See, Alice is eagerly waiting. Why yeah, I get it.
The holy water that flows from the springs is not only extremely effective when used on the undead, it will also raise the quality of weapons when it's used as polish, and it will also ward off diseases when it's used to cook food.
It truly is a wonderful substance with all manner of uses.
Such a wonderful substance just springs forth from the ground?
That will surely be a help to a lot of people.
As expected of a city of priests. Someone less magnanimous would surely make use of that to earn themselves a fortune.
Cecily seemed like she was about to say something, but quickly silenced herself. Then she shot me a pleading gaze that just seemed to say please do something. As they say, seeing is believing.
Now then, why don't we personally go take a look at what kind of city Alcanretia really is? I'll look forward to it, boss. Ow ow ow, my stomach.
It suddenly started hurting. This must be the counterattack of the Tokorotten slime I ate yesterday.
I'm sorry, you too, it doesn't seem like we can do that today. Cecily suddenly clutched at her stomach and started rolling around on the floor in an obviously exaggerated manner.
Please wait for a while. I'll go home and fetch my archpriest, whose skill in curative magic is. No, wait, anything but that. Part 3. The next morning.
One-san, I'm begging you, please don't make a scene in the shop, okay? Megumin-san, just what kind of person do you think I am?
I'm still a priest, you know?
After meeting up with Iris and Cecily early in the morning, I led the two of them over to Wiz's magic item shop for the next leg of our journey.
Iris was enthusiastically looking this way and that as we made our way down the street. She must not have many opportunities to go shopping like this.
Come to think of it, I think recall Kazuma saying something about Aqua going wild and causing a big ruckus when he first brought her to this shop. Promise me, okay? That person is way out of your league, no matter what you do, there's no way you can beat her. So please don't drag me in, okay? Megumin-san, seriously, just what kind of organization do you think the Axis cult is? Apart from undead, devils, and heretics, there's no one we can't get along with. The entire problem stems from the store being manned by nothing but devils and undead. Iris, listening to our exchange from the side, curiously asked me. Boss, what kind of place is this shop? It's a den of weirdos. That is really strange coming from your mouth, the joke mage of a joke race. Suddenly, Varnir's voice came from behind me. Foo ha ha ha. Welcome, joke mage and my former young master, hey, what is with you? My mask is not a plaything. Cecily grabbed onto Varnir's mask, and the two of them started struggling against each other. Judging from Aqua's daily behavior, the priests of the Axis cult seem to have the ability to detect undead and devils. In other words, Cecily figured out what Varnir really is the moment she laid eyes on him. She's a bit of a failure as an adult, but however rotten she might be, she's still a priest of the Axis cult. Her eyes aren't just for show.
A handsome guy. I can detect the scent of a hunk coming from behind that mask.
Masked man, nice to meet you.
My name is Cecily.
My name is Varnir, nice to meet you, and goodbye. Grr, I have no business with you. This is why Axis cultists are.
No, I take that back.
Her eyes really are just for show after all. After prying Cecily's hand off him, Varnir took a moment to straighten his bearings. And then, he turned towards Iris, whose eyes lit up upon seeing him, and broke into a perfect bow. It has been some time, the granddaughter of the Kiraman store.
It seems like you've gotten stronger since we last met. Even Moi finds it hard to see through you now. Saying that, he broke out into a smile. Please don't hate Axis cultists that much. Come on, please show me your face. Just a glimpse, just a very brief glimpse would do. I'll just watch, I won't do anything.
Hachibe. Hachibe. Sorry for interrupting while you're busy, but is Wiz around?
I would like to request something of her.
Grr, don't just talk all at the same time, you annoying little girls. Iris immediately surged forward to hug Varnir, who has been getting quite worked up since we met him a short while ago. So Hachibe worked at this shop.
Ah ha ha ha, it's been a long time, Hachibe.
Hachibe.
Seems like these two have met sometime in the past.
Iris looked up at Varnir with a smile while clinging onto his waist. It's wonderful to see you well, granddaughter of a Kiraman store.
So, what brings you here today? We want to head to Alcanretia today, so we are hoping we can make use of Wiz's teleport.
I think I recall her saying that she set that city as a teleport point after the last time she's been there.
Indeed, we aren't here just to window shop.
If the princess were to go missing for several days while we made the journey to Alcanretia via carriage, it would definitely throw the capital into a panic.
Not that I have that kind of money in the first place. If you're looking for the shopkeeper, she's a charred husk in the back due to certain circumstances. She'll come back to life in a short while, so you should go find somewhere to kill time while you wait.
Seems like Wiz ordered something useless again.
Just then, I noticed that Cecily has been oddly quiet for the past few minutes. Turning to look at her, she had both hands on her cheeks and was breathing heavily.
He just called me a little girl.
What should I do?
I'm used to being treated as an One-san, but this is a first for me. Even as experienced as I am, I'm still a little girl compared to Varnir-san. It seems like Cecily has become overjoyed over being called a little girl. To a greater devil like Varnir, even a granny would be as young as a baby to him, but I think I'll keep that to myself for now.
Just then.
Welcome back, Varnir-sama. Oh, we already have customers? The front door opened, and a giant stuffed penguin came out with a broom and dustpan in its flippers.
Seems like he came out to do some spring cleaning.
Upon seeing the cute-looking former devil noble emerge from the store, Iris immediately threw herself onto him.
Zerishroot-sama. Zerishroot-sama.
Your Highness?
What are you doing in such a place?
As a princess and one of the nobles who served the royal family, it's a matter of course that they should know each other. Zerishroot-sama, right now, I'm but a simple daughter of a Kiraman store that you can find anywhere.
So, for now, please just address me as Alice.
And no, in the first place, what even is a Kiraman store, and is it really that common? In any case, as part of my station, I cannot simply refer to just anyone by name.
It's Alice, Zerishroot-sama.
Seemingly having taken a liking to the moniker of a daughter of a Kiraman store owner, Iris gazed up at Zerishroot with sparkling eyes. If I recall, devils don't refer to anyone by name unless they've acknowledged them. And no, Your Highness,
It's Alice.
Oh, yeah, if I recall, Zerishroot-sama will only call people who are strong, or those who proved their skill in some way by their names. Fufu, I'm not the same girl that you played with all those years ago.
Now, witness my growth with your own too. Alice-sama, you've grown to become a very strong and beautiful lady.
Zerishroot, is happy to see you grow this powerful. The penguin immediately conceded as Iris reached for her sword with a smile. After getting involved with the various weirdos of this town, it seems like Zerishrut is finally running low on lives. So the Kiraman store's daughter is familiar with Zerishrut.
In any case, do come in. We are friends, after all, so Moi shall allow you to purchase my wondrous goods at a special discount. Wow.
Thank you very much, Hachi-Bey. This is a magic item store, right?
I wonder what items are available.
Varnir, overjoyed with having some new customers, gracefully directed Iris to the door, and the Kiraman store's daughter didn't suspect a single thing as she followed him into the store. It would seem that this naive young lady still has need of an attendant.
Part 4. First off is this.
A certain harem brat created this, the mysterious lifeform Slinky Spring-kun. It looks just like a giant spring at first glance, but behold.
If you put it on top of a flight of stairs and give it a little push, it will jump down step by step like a giant caterpillar. Amazing. I'll buy it. How much is it? What are you even going to use that for?
You shouldn't spend your money on frivolous things.
The contents of your wallet is filled by the tax money of the people.
Upon entering the store, Iris almost immediately gets suckered into purchasing some useless junk. Then, what about this?
The mysterious sandal that chirps whenever you take a step.
Apparently, it's a legendary item that is brought here from another world. It allows you to intimidate your enemies just by taking a step, and is a favored relic of a certain famous warrior.
I'll buy it. I'll definitely buy it.
If you start making squeaking noises whenever you take a step next to me, I'll pry it off your feet. Iris seems to be willing to buy just about anything that Varnir brings out before her, even if it's completely useless. There's a handsome man inside here, right?
I can tell, you know. It's large enough for a man to hide within, after all. No, that is a magic item.
No, you cannot.
Please stop trying to look inside of it.
Cecily seems to be enjoying herself in a corner of the store with a penguin.
No, I will not stop. Just what kind of shop is this place?
First there's the mysterious masked gentleman, and then someone in a cute-looking penguin suit shows up.
I can't help but tease such a defenseless-looking young man. Like I said, there's no one inside.
Varnir-sama, this girl is really strange.
Please send aid.
Well, at the very least, this will keep her busy, so I decided to leave her be for now. This one is the perforated robe that the famous Crimson Demon, Imoguravin, is said to have loved. It's said to bring out the power of heroes within you upon wearing it.
The power of heroes. If you go to the Crimson Demon village, you can buy such items for chump change.
Stop getting in the way of my business, joke girl. Kiraman girl, this is a special item just for you. Simply twist it between your palms and it'll fly, a magic item known as a bamboo dragonfly.
I already have one of those.
It's not a magic item, but a toy you can buy anywhere, right? Hachi-Bey is just saying the same things Oni-sama said to poke fun at me.
And, just then,
the front door of the store flung open, and a familiar face emerged. Varnir-san, I did my best.
Look at this.
As you can see, it's the shell of an adamant snail, Megumin.
The person was Ionion, who carried a large number of shells in a basket strapped to her back.
To collect so many shells by this time, just how early did she set out to the fields? What have you been doing since morning? I received a request from Varnir-san and have been collecting the shells of adamant snails to be used in creating magic items since yesterday. So she's been working at it overnight.
You have worked hard, good friend of mine. Just leave the basket over there.
Moi shall personally prepare some delicious tea as a reward for all your hard work. Despite being worn out, Ionion's face broke out into a wide smile the moment she heard the word friend.
You're not working for free just because he's calling you his friend, are you? What are you saying?
Do you take money from your friends in exchange for favors?
Haggling over money is unbecoming of true friends. Is that not right, good friend of mine?
Hey. Yeah.
You can't buy friendship with money, after all.
Seeing my self-proclaimed rival get easily bought out with a cup of tea makes my head hurt for some reason.
You used to pay for your classmates' food and offer me your packed lunches as tribute because of that very same line. Have you really not learned anything? The packed lunches weren't tribute, I lost them to you. It was at this point that Eonion started settling in and took a good look around the store. By the way, what are you doing here? Cecily-san and Alice-chan are here too. We're headed out on an expedition to another city.
Hearing that, Eonion carefully placed down the cup of tea on the table and stretched in an exaggerated manner.
Is that so? Say, may I ask what's the quest you intend on accepting?
It's nothing major, just killing a mysterious slime that suddenly appeared. Slime? You're talking about the same slimes that have squishy bodies that most warriors can't even damage and resistant against most kind of spells, right?
And not knowing anything about the slime's characteristics just makes it worse.
Are you sure you're okay taking on that quest? Eonion suddenly interrupted before I could fully explain the quest details.
I don't think it's that big of a deal. For starters, we have Alice here who is not exactly your average swordsman, and me who can use the strongest offensive spell known to mankind. A slow-moving slime would just be a sitting duck. Why you can't do that? As an adventurer, bad things will happen if you let your guard down like that.
Plus, the composition of your party is
Alice as the vanguard, and me and Cecily as the backline.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have another frontliner in the party. Why yeah.
By the way, I'm a high-level Crimson Demon, so I'm fairly tough, and I can fight on the front lines with this dagger.
Well, normally I would ask you to come along with us, but it seems like you've been up all night working on that quest Varnir gave you, so just rest for 2. I was thinking of going for a jog after this, actually. Hunting adamant snails don't actually provide me with much exercise. After all, come to think of it, adamant snails are supposed to be resistant to magic and physical attacks like slimes are, but it sure was a breeze dealing with them. Hearing Eonion come up with an excuse every time I said something, I lost my patience. You really are a troublesome girl, you know? If you want to come with us, just say so.
In the first place, I was looking for you ever since yesterday. What were you doing hunting adamant snails throughout the night?
You should have expended quite a bit of mana, so are you really okay?
Of course I'm fine.
I'll just buy a few pieces of manatite. Varnir-san, please give me a few intermediate stones.
Thank you for your business.
I know I was the one who brought it up, but you really didn't need to go that far.
It wouldn't take much time at all to deal with the slime. Just then.
Have you come to an agreement?
I'm ready to go anytime you want. I thought she was being quiet, but Cecily must have been trying various ways to look into the box.
At the same time, a carefree voice came from the back of the store.
Oh? We have a lot of customers today, haven't we? Please hold on for a moment, I'll go bring out the tea. We are fine with tea, so please don't push yourself. You're looking kind of pale.
Wiz, who seemed kind of fading around the edges, walked floatily into the store. Seeing her, Cecily's eyes suddenly widened as though she received some kind of shock. AR.
How could this be?
I guess even Cecily would notice something is wrong upon seeing someone who seemed to be slowly vanishing.
Her body started trembling, and her gaze focused squarely on Wiz. One-san, please calm down. Please don't cause a scene here. She might look like that, but…
TSK, so this is what you meant when you said that person is way out of your league. No matter what you do, there's no way you can beat her. Before we came to this store.
Such beauty. Such huge tits. And her devotion to making tea. It seems like an illusion that might vanish at any moment.
It is true that Wiz seems like she's about to disappear, but it's not because of that.
I suppose it's best to retreat for now.
But, Varnir-san, we might have only known each other for a short time, but we are still friends who've shared close contact with each other, so I would like to ask for just one favor. It feels like it would only further damage my honor, but if you promise to leave afterwards, Moi supposes Moi can hear you out.
Cecily traced a heart shape with her fingers onto Varnir's chest and said, I would really like to see what you look like beneath that mask.
Sigh. With a deep sigh, Varnir motioned Cecily to follow him, and the two of them disappeared out the back of the store.
And shortly afterwards. Fwa.
Wait, hold on. I thought I was attracted towards shotas and lolis, but this is really making me question my type.
No wait, just a little while more.
Eventually, Varnir made his way back into the store, followed by Cecily, who was positively beaming.
And everyone who was in the store said at the same time, "Can I also X5? I refuse." Part 5.
Cecily One-san, just what did Hachibe look like under that mask?
Please tell me about it.
His face was refined, like the perfect image of a gentleman. No, come on, Cecily, get a hold of yourself. You like little girls, don't you? That's right, I'm going to get married to a rich and handsome man and hire a lot of little girls to act as my servants. Don't be led astray by his devilish charms.
Cecily grabbed onto her head and started mumbling to herself. Just what is she fighting against? Well, leaving that aside.
After finally having calmed herself down, Cecily looked at the rest of us with a smile. Welcome to the capital of water and holy springs, Alcanretia. Afterwards, Varnir quickly got Wiz to agree to send us to Alcanretia, almost as if he's chasing us away. Hey.
I thought we might end up here. Someone like me being invited to go on a trip with everyone. But it's better than spacing out alone like usual. I never wanted to come back to this city again, but it might be fun with everyone here.
Megumin-san, my heart is starting to hurt a little. I didn't tell her that we were going to Alcanretia, after all.
Just so you know, the reason why the life suddenly left her eyes like that is all because of One-san and her Axis cult.
Ever since we arrived in the city, Union have had a lifeless dead expression that's halfway between a sob and a smile. Next to her, Eris, who is visiting this city for the first time, glanced about every which way, taking in all the sights.
What should I do? A beautiful girl's crying face.
Crying? Hey, Megumin-san, don't you think a girl is beautiful even when she's crying?
You aren't apologetic at all.
More importantly, don't you think it's time to tell us?
Why did you take an interest in some strange slime all the way in a distant city? A request from Cecily to take out a slime. She's the person in charge of the Axel branch of the Axis cult.
She normally wouldn't have had anything to do with a monster that appeared in Alcanretia. Say, Megumin-san, we've known each other for quite a while, right? Our bond is like a parent and child, right?
So, please don't get angry when you hear it.
All I can say is that I'll be even angrier if you don't tell me the truth.
Cecily stiffened up under my stern gaze.
Megumin-san, you're a crimson demon, so you're really smart, right? So I'll start with giving you a hint, okay? No, I don't really care for playing some strange quiz, so just tell me why you want to kill that slime.
Cecily raised a finger in response. Slimes are mysterious monsters. Nobody even really knows how they come about. However, this is the holy headquarters of the Axis cult. Even though it's a holy land, and overflowing with holy water on top of that, a monster still appeared here. This is a grave matter. I understand that it's a grave matter, but what does that have to do with you? Cecily clasped her hands in front of her chest like she was about to say a prayer. This is just something I'm saying to myself, all right? I have a really bad feeling about this. Do you remember that time when I had a large amount Tokarotten slime go missing from the freezer along with vegetables from the field? Indeed, the slime that I bought can revive itself even after it has been reduced to powder. That did happen, but what does that have to do with this situation? The answer came to me before I could complete my sentence. One-san. That's not it. Cecily hastily denied before I even said anything. There was an incident in this town where Tokarotten slime instead of water came sprouting out of the springs, right? Yes, a sabotage attempt by the Demon King's army. That really was a headache. And for some reason, the Tokarotten slime that I so treasured was stolen by someone. That incident, and this current incident all happened because of you. Don't say anything more. That is all speculation. It could very well all be just one big coincidence. As for the previous incident, there's no doubt that the Demon King's army stole my precious Tokarotten slime. But in this case, it might very well be the result of some of the slime I left away for later coming back to life, escaping,
and somehow evolving into this mysterious slime.
Or it could be something else entirely.
The only thing I can say is.
A gracious smile appeared on Cecily's face. The people of Alcanretia are troubled by the appearance of this new slime.
Is it really so wrong for me to lend them a helping hand?
If you don't tell me the truth, I'm going back home.
After a short period of silence. Yeah, it'd be really problematic for me if it becomes known that I had something to do with it, so I want to get rid of the evidence before that happens. Megumin-san.
Please, don't abandon your One-san.
Part 6.
A voice came from the other side of the door.
I'm heading over to the Eris church to complain. Don't you think it's bad to make their goddess look that sexy? Anyone who wants to come with me, raise your hand.
I'll go with you. Me too.
Hearing this retarded conversation made me hesitate to open the door.
Go right ahead.
The Eris church priestess will probably come here all red in the face to yell at me again, but that's good too.
Go with my blessings.
That familiar voice is the voice of the leader of the Axis cult and the one who oversees all cult operations in this town, a middle-aged man named Zesta. The beautiful Eris head priest will soon come charging into here. I shall remove my coat and lie down by the entrance in order to intercept her. Someone prepare a magic camera.
I want to capture the moment she realizes she just stepped on a naked me. She shall go back in tears, and I would receive a great reward out of it too.
Afterwards, we shall distribute the picture with the caption Eris church priest steps on a naked Axis cultist.
And further damage their reputation. What a wonderful plan. As expected of Zesta-sama.
Please allow me to take part in the trap too.
No fair, I want to be stepped on by a beautiful priest too.
I really didn't want to do this after hearing everything they are discussing, but I reluctantly opened the door. A beautiful girl. A lovely girl has descended to our cathedral. Hey, you will scare her away.
All you bastards please go somewhere else. Only us women shall receive them. That's not fair.
I too want to breathe in the same air as a young girl. I too want to enjoy the scent of a lovely young girl.
The scene before me is a scene from hell. Indeed. This is Alcanretia, the headquarters of the Axis cult.
The moment Ionion and I set foot inside the cathedral, we were immediately surrounded by Axis cultists. The men seemed to be holding back a little, but the women held no reservations about getting as close as possible. Ionion was enveloped in the arms of an unfamiliar woman who had no reservations in running her hands through her hair, and seemed to be completely overwhelmed. Just as I'm thinking of a way to shake off the Axis cultists who were clinging onto me. Megu-tan, I love you. Why are you joining them too?
You should be trying to stop this.
And stop calling me Megu-tan. I pushed Cecily, who suddenly glomped onto me, away and pointed towards the door. Seriously, I'm really glad I walked in first. Don't do anything rude to the person who is about to enter, got it?
Especially nothing like this. If you offend her, the guy in charge might lose their head. Zesta's head will fly.
Well, I don't really have a problem with that.
If anything, this city would become even more peaceful.
If Zesta-sama is gone, I'll be able to take the top seat. Very well, I might be getting on in years, but I'm still got some fight left in me.
Bring it on.
Just what should I do with these eccentric people? Say, Megumin-san, don't you think you should learn from how your words had the opposite effect on us? I really don't want to learn anything from your mindsets. Actually, can we get Zesta-san out of here? I'm really afraid that he will do something outrageous the moment he lays eyes on Alice.
Just then,
the door to the cathedral opened slightly, and Iris poked her head through.
Zesta stared at her for a moment. What is going on?
Boss, this man suddenly collapsed. Iris said in a slightly panicked voice as Zesta fell over and fainted on the spot. And an even more beautiful girl appears. Is today my death day? Did I use up all of my luck and am fated to die today?
A blonde-haired young girl. I can't take it anymore. Young lady, I'll give you some snacks, so please let me hug you for a while.
The Axis cult ignored my earlier warnings, and Iris was surrounded in an instant.
What are you saying?
Can someone please cast healing magic? This man has collapsed and isn't moving. Saying that, Iris rushed over to Zesta's side and knelt down beside him.
Are you all right? Please get a hold of yourself. Alice, please step back from that man.
He is just pretending to be sick so he could have a young girl care for him. After hearing my words, the Axis cultists around me started collapsing one after another.
What is going on? Boss, everyone's collapsing.
Is it some kind of curse or disease?
They just want you to fuss over them.
If they are going to continue lying down like this, let's just walk right all over them. Upon hearing my words, the Axis cultists all closed their eyes and tilted their head upwards slightly.
Almost as if they are saying please go right ahead.
Megumin-san, that would just be a reward to them, so I don't think that will work. Zesta-sama, the girls are in trouble, so please wake up. Everyone's idle and the branch manager of Axel, Cecily, has returned.
Spit. Even as he was still lying down, Zesta turned his head to the side and spat on the ground.
Cecily-san, I don't really feel much joy from you stepping on me. I'll get up now, so please move your heavy legs off me. After Cecily started stomping all over Zesta, he quickly got to his feet. Now then, Megumin-san, Eonion-san, it has been some time.
Welcome, beautiful young ladies. We are happy to welcome you here on this blessed day.
So, are you here for a baptism?
Or perhaps a confession? If you want to sign a marriage contract, I'll be happy to help.
Zesta-sama, you'll just complicate things, so please keep quiet. These girls are here to take out the slime that came out of the holy springs. Zesta's expression immediately changed upon hearing Cecily's words. Oh? Just for a simple slime? Well, I am grateful, of course, but why have Cecily-san and Megumin-san come all the way out here?
Of course, it's because I love this city.
This city is not only a holy site, but is also the headquarters of the Axis cult. I am confident that I am second to almost no one amongst the Axis cult in terms of devotion to Aqua-sama and in terms of beauty.
Zesta took one look at Cecily, who was brazenly spouting such obvious lies, and said, "There's a few things I'd like to say about the beauty part, but I like your spirit. Very well, I, Zesta-sama, shall come along with you.
I shall personally witness how much Cecily-san grown in the time she spent in Axel."
Part 7. Then, I'll be leaving Alice in your care.
Try and make sure she doesn't pick up any bad habits from the Axis cultists, all right?
Something so important? It's fine.
I get to adventure together with Iris-chan, so that's fine.
It seems like quite a number of slimes have been springing forth from the holy springs. They've been using the pipes that connect the various springs to raise havoc all over the city.
Now then, boss, we'll be heading out for the sake of the people of this city and the Axis cult. I tasked Iris and Eonion to get rid of the slimes plaguing this city. Being that I can only cast one spell per day, my task in this quest is to find the cause or culprit behind the slimes.
Additionally,
let go of me, Cecily-san. A pure young girl is leaving. I wanted to be your observer precisely so I could see them in action.
I'm not giving those angels to you, Zesta-sama. Being able to fool around with them every day is the exclusive privilege of the head of the Axel branch.
I'm also in charge of taking care of these two.
It might have been a measure taken to protect Iris, but truth be told, I'm not entirely confident that I can handle taking care of two Axis cultists at the same time.
Well, if it really comes down to it, I'll just say I saw a slime and blow them all up. Megumin-san, I heard that.
I'll give you a traumatic experience before you can finish casting your spell.
Megumin-san, Zesta-sama will definitely take the first spot in a flash stripping tournament, so please don't forget that. And you shouldn't point that staff at people, all right? Plus, even if I wasn't surrounded by two troublesome people, I really don't feel motivated in going through with this at all. I was really looking forward to it at first when I heard that we were going after slimes that an entire city fears, but we already know who is the person to blame, right? Megumin-san, what are you saying? Just because the slimes that are running around happen to be Tokorotan slimes, you still shouldn't just to conclusions. It didn't take much asking around to determine that the slimes that were crawling out of the holy springs are Tokorotan slimes. I think we have more than enough information to determine who exactly is the cause of these events. And things are playing out exactly as they did in Axel.
Please don't say that. The only things the slimes did was steal food. It's the exact same thing that happened back when Cecily's Tokorotten slime came back to life in Axel.
Have you figured out the mastermind behind this incident?
It's her.
Wait.
Not yet. It hasn't been determined that this is my fault yet. I rubbed my staff into Cecily's cheeks after she protested.
Then, did you find the Tokorotten slime powder that you left behind in this city? It wasn't there, right?
Then there's no other possibility. Why are you always? But I am always careful to keep the slime powder in a safe place. There's no way they can come back to life if they aren't exposed to water. Please believe me. Then, Zesta, who was listening to our conversation, said, There was an incident in the past where the Demon King's army threw a load of Tokorotten slime into one of the springs.
Back then, I was treated as a prime suspect and went through a whole lot of trouble, but could it be that? That was the plot of the Demon King's army.
Cecily said without hesitation. Actually, now that I think about it, it is pretty suspicious.
Anyway, while Union-san and Alice-san is out hunting down the slimes, we'll get to the bottom of this incident. It's just my instincts as a priest, but I sense an evil power within this city. Cecily turned towards the mountains that contains the source of the holy springs of this city and offered a sincere prayer. Your instincts have never once hit the mark, have they?
Why are you so harsh towards me today?
Are you entering your rebellious period? Just as Cecily started shaking me by the shoulders. True. It's faint, but I have been detecting a faint evil presence in this city as of late.
Zesta, suddenly adopting a serious expression, said.
I think the evil presence in this city is you, Zesta-san. Megumin-san, shh.
He actually bought it, so let's just sit back and watch for now.
Seemingly paying no heed to my retort, Zesta suddenly broke out into a run. Cecily-san, follow me.
I sense an evil presence in this direction. Understood, Zesta-sama. Evil must be vanquished immediately, Tilda.
Cecily chased after him with those dangerous-sounding words on her lips.
I have a bad feeling about this.
As I chased after them, for a brief moment, I wondered if this is how Kazuma usually feels. Part 8.
Just what do I do with these people? The evil presence is coming from here. As expected of Zesta-sama. I feel an evil presence coming from this place too. If you keep saying stupid things, even I will get angry.
Of course, the place he led us to was the Eris church. All right, Cecily-san, I'll be the bait to lure them out. You hide behind this door.
When they come angrily rushing out, you jump out and restrain them. Understood, Zesta-sama. Just leave it to me. Are you insane?
Are you really going through with this?
No, wait for me.
The two of them proceeded into the courtyard without paying me the slightest heed. Then, while keeping an eye on the crowd that started to gather in anticipation of something happening, Zesta raised his voice.
Pardon me. Is the small-chested Eris priest present? I'm here about the confession I received the other day.
Gra. Along with an anguished scream, the sound of someone angrily stomping on the floor could be heard from within the church.
Why would you say that at the top of your lungs?
There are things you should and shouldn't hear.
Heretic. Go to hell.
Wa one sa. Cecily immediately pounced on the priest when she emerged from the church. After tackling the priest to the ground, Cecily got onto her back and pinned her down.
Wonderful work, Cecily-san.
To tell the truth, I had some faint suspicions that you were behind the Tokorotten slime incident way back then, but on account of your work here, I'll let it go. Yes. Zesta approached the priest with a victorious smile on his face.
You fell for it, foolish Eris priest. I'm a man who likes chests of all sizes, but the answer to confession is no.
Oh my, you got rejected. Wait? Why am I getting rejected after getting ambushed out of nowhere?
The priest blustered, still reeling from the shock of being suddenly knocked to the ground.
Zesta placed a finger beneath the priest's chin and raised her face up towards him. Despite all of the Eris Church's peculiarities, their priests are as beautiful as always. Out of consideration of your passionate feelings, I wouldn't mind spending just a night with you.
You always get up to strange things, but you are especially harsh today. Ah, please don't believe him. I didn't. Before the priest could finish her words, Zesta interrupted. It wouldn't do for you to look down on me. Your constant lectures and complaints are but a tsundere's cry for attention. So I'll make myself clear.
I don't want to go out with you, but a purely physical relationship is fine by me.
Isn't that great? It's not great at all. And who are you calling a tsundere?
The reason I keep lecturing you is because you guys keep creating trouble for us. Will you Axis cultists just please stop causing problems for us? The Eris priests in this city must live really hard lives if stuff like this happens almost every day. Accursed Eris priest who can't be honest, is this the mouth that is spouting blasphemy? Allow me to seal it off with my own. Zesta-sama, go right ahead. Eris-sama, grant me your blessing.
Power.
After getting her strength boosted by magic, the priest threw Cecily off her and knocked Zesta back with a punch. As I watched what were supposedly holy people start a street brawl, I managed to catch a glimpse of the interior of the church through the open door. Wait a minute, did something small and black just? I caught a glimpse of something running swiftly into the depths of the church, so I turned around and...
I won't let you off today. Prepare to meet your goddess.
So you finally reveal your true colors, Eris priest.
It's just as the scriptures said.
The goddess Eris might look meek and gentle, but she has a terrible violent side just lurking beneath the surface.
Just looking at her worshippers, one can tell those words are true.
Grah. Just as I'm considering leaving them be and going home, Cecily approached me with a curious expression. Megumin-san, what's wrong? Did seeing how violent the Eris priests can be scare you? Don't worry, One-san will protect you. Just who are you calling violent?
You're a new face.
For an Axis cultist, you seem pretty normal.
No, you're a crimson demon, I see.
Hey, if you have something to say about crimson demons, why don't you go ahead and say it? No, never mind.
More importantly, are you keeping a pet or something in the church? I just saw something run towards the back. Things won't progress if I end up in a fight with her too, so I asked about the creature I caught a glimpse of earlier, but there's no one apart from me in this church. And there's no way I can keep a pet here.
Dealing with the antics of the Axis cult is taking up all of my energy as is. I can't even go about my daily business without them making a mess of things.
Please don't look so sad.
I only have a bit of money, but I'll make a donation later. Still, I definitely saw something black moving in the back. Something small, black, and somehow shiny.
It wasn't a cockroach.
If I had to describe it, I'd say it looked like a very agile slime. As expected of the brains of the Axis cult, Megumin. This is all a plan to scare this priest who lives alone in this church, right?
As expected of Megu. That's not it, I wouldn't do something so pointless.
Ah. No, wait, it's true. I really did see something black moving in the back, so please stop giving me that doubtful look. Chapter 3, Lightning over Alcanretia Part 2.
Part 1. Great, now people are giving me strange looks too.
After leaving the church behind, we wandered aimlessly around the city.
Oh, that's strange.
According to the rumors I've heard, Megumin-san is as famous in Axel as a renowned troublemaker, to the point where you've already become a household name. There's a high chance that the people here have been giving you strange looks all this time, you just didn't notice until now.
You're quite famous, aren't you?
Hold on, no, I mean, it's true that I've been treated as a bit of a local attraction, but to think that there'd come a day when Axis cultists would call me a troublemaker. Just as I'm reeling from the slight shock, Zesta continued. Honorary Advisor Megumin-san, unfortunately, it seems highly likely that the Eris cult isn't guilty in this incident.
Even so, there is still a dark presence in this city.
Did you just address me with a disturbing title there?
Zesta ignored my question and continued with a deep frown. I recall feeling this same presence before. Yes, it's the same feeling from when the erotic female devil infiltrated this city.
and when the Demon King's general, Hans, was trying to sabotage the springs. You know, Kazuma mentioned this.
Religious authorities claim that certain events are divine punishment or the will of the heavens or such after the fact.
That's how they gain credibility amongst the people to use to their own ends.
What are you saying, Megumin-san?
Bring that man to me later, I'll teach him about the glory of Aquasama.
Just then. No. Someone he yelp. A sorrowful cry came from the inn just ahead of us. What's wrong?
When I leapt into the inn, I saw a woman who appeared to be a member of the staff kneeling on the ground.
The snack that I was looking forward to. Something clear and squishy grabbed it and disappeared into the pipe. That is definitely the work of a slime.
Zesta and Cecily looked at each other and nodded.
This is definitely the Eris Church. This has nothing to do with the Eris Church.
If you are just going to get in the way, please go over there. After shushing those two and sending them away, I gave the clerk a smile in order to put her at ease.
Are you hurt? It's quite fortunate that the only casualty was a single snack. But the clerk, her face a visage of despair, covered her face in her hands and wailed. No, it's over. I'm finished.
If word gets out that this inn has slimes, no one will ever want to stay here.
Leaving aside cockroaches, no one will really mind a Tokarotten slime or two showing up.
Tokarotten slimes aren't particularly regarded as disgusting, nor are they particularly harmful to humans.
But even so, the woman shook her head. But there are those people who are allergic to slimes. This inn is finished. I knew I should have accepted that offer as a chick appraiser instead of taking over this inn.
But there might be just one way for this place to survive. Saying that, she motioned me to come closer, almost as if she was about to share some big secret. Though, to be honest, the bit that really struck my curiosity was the chick appraiser thing she mentioned. If I can have a cute mage girl like you work here from time to time, the number of repeat customers will.
Wait. Please listen to me.
Oh, yeah, this city is crawling with Axis cultists. After running out of the inn, I tried to complain to the two people in charge of the organization. Megumin-san, I heard a scream coming from that way too. Stop fooling around and let's go, Megumin-san. Protecting the peace of Alcanretia is one of the sworn duties of an Axis cultist.
I'm not an Axis cultist. Please don't pull on me. I get it. I'll follow you. And those two excitedly led me towards the next scene.
So, someone stole the panties you had left out to dry? Yes.
That was my favorite pair too. The next victim was a young and quite beautiful housewife. It seems one of the underwear she left out to dry has gone missing.
By the way, what color were those panties?
And if you don't mind, could you tell me the size too?
I'll ask about the details, so Zesta-san, please go over there for a bit. I tried to chase away Zesta, who asked such a question with a straight face. Megumin-san, now's not the time to be fooling around.
The young women of this city are in trouble.
Huh? Sorry, I thought for sure that you were.
It seems like he was seriously concerned as he reprimanded me with a serious expression. He oversees the operation of this city, after all. He might be surprisingly competent when it comes to such matters. Now then, I would like to see another pair for use as a reference. And if I could get a freshly removed pair for use as bait to lure the culprit out. I take back my apology. I grabbed Zesta by the shoulders and started shaking him. Just then, Cecily, who has been conducting an investigation of the area, said,
Zesta-sama, please take a look at this. The item that Cecily was pointing at was a letter nestled within the bundle of clothes placed next to the laundry basket.
The two of them nodded to each other and opened it. I'm leaving this money here to pay for the underwear. If that isn't enough, please contact me. Axis Cult Priest, Klein. What is the meaning of this? I don't understand it at all. This case seems like a tough one to crack.
Well, the culprit is most likely a slime, but
I'll head off to the police station.
Hey, will you two let go of me?
Part 2.
Afterwards, we spent some wandering around the city, taking care of a few stray slimes in the process, before taking a break at a bench in the park.
I didn't expect the slimes to be spread this far throughout the city. Cecily grumbled with a somber expression. It would seem like we have underestimated how bad the situation is. Now then, what should we do?
Zesta replied with an equally somber expression, and I said towards the two of them.
4 of the 5 problems we ran into is the work of an Axis cultist.
After hearing that, Cecily gave me a gentle smile and said,
There are times in this world where everyone would be happier if you keep the truth hidden.
Megumin-san, you too have pushed the blame onto someone else when you've done something bad, right? Don't make me out to be such a villain.
I've never.
Just as I was about to refute it, I remembered the time I passed the blame for the serial explosions incident back at the Crimson Demon Village onto that devil. Well, the person who stole the underwear cried and returned it, so, as long as he properly reflected on his actions, I suppose I can pretend I didn't know about it. The reason why that man was crying is because he had no choice but to part with that pair of panties.
The word reflect doesn't exist in the dictionary of the Axis cult. I'm trying to go along with you, please don't ruin it. Just then. The Wyvern. The Wyvern has been killed. A chorus of voices came from the direction of the city gates.
Wyverns aren't as strong as true dragons, but they are still powerful monsters, large, capable of flight and possessing a stinger at the end of their tails that produce a powerful paralytic venom. I heard that the monsters around here tend to be stronger than the ones found around Axel, but to think that it would also have such a fearsome creature. The ones who defeated it are a crimson demon girl and a blonde-haired kid. Turning my attention towards the gates, I saw the large body of a wyvern laying there.
A large crowd of curious onlookers surrounded it, and at the center of it all is of course. What are you two doing?
Weren't you supposed to be hunting down slimes in the city? How did you end up going after a wyvern that lives in the outskirts?
We couldn't help it. We went everywhere in the city, but not a single slime appeared.
Then, the Axis cultist thief that was supposed to be helping us said that he detected the presence of a strong monster outside the city and not a single slime appeared?
That's strange. We ran into several of them just by wandering aimlessly through the city. No, wait, hold on. Say, Alice, can you tell me how high your level is right now? I pulled Iris away from the crowd that has formed around her and whispered into her ear.
My level? I've been eating nothing but foods that are dense with experience points lately in preparation of the decisive battle against the Demon King's army, so it's somewhere north of 60, but
I tuned her out around there.
Still, I now understand why Iris and Ionian didn't run into any slimes in the city. Weak monsters will instinctively avoid approaching anyone too much stronger than them.
That means it'd be difficult for these two to help out in taking down the slimes.
So, what were you doing while we were out hunting big game? I was hunting down the Tokarotten slimes in this city and cleaning up after the Axis cultists. Hunting down slimes is supposed to be your job, you know. Why am I, the woman who has vanquished so many generals of the Demon King's army, reduced to the pitiful state of hunting down slimes in a city? Oh, I see. So the slimes appeared in front of you, Megumin. That means that our party is strong enough to scare away slimes, but Megumin's party is. Gwa. Kya. I aggressively squeezed Ionian's boobs after she said something that should never be said aloud.
The one the slimes are afraid of isn't you, but Alice. There isn't that much of a difference between your level and mine. How dare you go wyvern hunting on your own? I wanted to take down a big target too. I get it.
I apologize, so please let go of my breasts. Ionian screamed as I squeezed her unusually well-developed breasts until they deformed. Megumin-san, I feel like I just heard the word breasts come from the mouth of a beautiful young girl.
Yes, indeed. You didn't mishear it.
Ionian here shouted it at the top of her lungs.
Stop.
I'll apologize, so please stop encouraging Zesta-san.
Well, that's enough for now. Time to think about what to do next.
Our goal is to get rid of the Tokarotten slimes within the city, but our current methods aren't what I could call efficient. One-san, how much do you know about slime behaviors? Is there a way to get them all together at one spot? Well, I have nothing to do with the slimes that are scattered all throughout this city, but I do know a thing or two about them. In short, slimes love beautiful girls. Beautiful girls. Don't slimes have a sense of taste? Are Tokarotten slimes carnivores? I think I recall hearing about them stealing vegetables before. Megumin-san, what are you saying? When you talk about slimes, you think about beautiful girls. Upon sighting a beautiful girl, it's a slime's instincts to cover her with goo.
Is this girl really right in the head? I see, as expected of Cecily-san.
In other words, the plan is to put Megumin-san in one of the baths that are connected to the pipes as bait.
The slimes would follow their instincts and start swarming to the place. Exactly, Zesta-sama.
Fortunately, there's a rock sauna in the cathedral that Megumin created with her explosion magic.
We just use it to collect holy water for bottling right now, but let's have Megumin-san and her friends take a relaxing bath there to lure the slimes into one spot. The two of them said that with a straight face.
Seriously, are they really not insane? Then, as the highest level archpriest in the Axis cult, allow me to take on the responsibility of protecting Megumin-san and her friends while they act as bed.
No, Zesta-sama, what slimes are attracted to our beautiful girls?
They will only be attracted by the prospect of a group of girls having fun in a steamy paradise. If a creepy old man is present too, they wouldn't appear.
So leave protecting them to me. What are you saying, Cecily-san? If an old man wouldn't work, then neither would a grown woman like you. But that's of little concern.
There's plenty of beautiful girls here, so the bait will still work even if an old man or a woman or two were to be present. Somehow managing to say all that with a straight face, the two of them nodded and turned to me. So, Megumin-san.
That's the plan we're going with.
I was the one who raised the idea in the first place, so I will give it a shot, but you two will stay outside.
Part 3.
In the Axis Cult Cathedral, there exists a large open-air bath carved into the rock of the mountain.
I created this place with explosion as a gesture of gratitude to Cecily, and now it's an open-air bath that overlooks the entire city of Alcanretia. Under slightly different circumstances, this place would be heaven, but...
Young lady, listen to me.
Just tell me how much I have to pay. Alice-chan. If you move from there, I'll give you an Axis cult baptism. If you want, I can give you the spot of the head of the Axis cult.
We are the same gender, so please, let me in.
The desperate wailing of the Axis cultists could be heard coming from the other side of the door.
Eris stood in front of the entrance that connected the pool to the changing room, preventing anyone else from entering. I originally just wanted to put some distance between her and us to avoid having her scare away the Tokarotten slimes, but there's no one else amongst us who could fend off the Axis cultists. Peeking in the baths is a crime, you know? Iris-chan, don't look at me with such pure eyes while saying such things.
The darkness within me is screaming in pain.
It seems like she's trying to convince Cecily, who is throwing a tantrum over being unable to join us. Say, Megumin, is this really necessary? An open-air bath is nice and all, but I just can't relax in this place.
It's not like we have any other ideas. I really doubt this will attract Tokarotten slimes.
Still, we are in Alcanretia, after all. The hot springs might be gone, but taking a bath in holy water sounds pretty luxurious too. Ion and I let out a small sigh as we submerged ourselves up to our chests. For some reason, the source that used to supply Alcanretia with spring water now produces high-quality holy water instead. There was a short period of time where things seemed rocky for this city, before they switched to bottling the water and selling it.
Now the city is more prosperous than ever.
If I knew we would end up like this, I would have brought Komiusuke along. She has been really interested in taking baths recently. I've been thinking about this for a while now, but that girl really isn't a cat, is she?
Just as she said that, the sliding door slid open.
And standing right there was Cecily, who hid her body behind the door and looked at us like she wanted to say something. I started wailing, and Iris-chan said that as long as Megumin-san and Ion-san were okay with it, and let me in. I really don't think an adult should be crying in front of a girl even younger than me. Well, as long as you swear not to do anything weird, I don't mind. Yes. After quickly washing herself down, Cecily happily entered the pool.
Then, after soaking herself all the way to her shoulders, Cecily frowned.
It feels like the effects of the holy water have weakened since the time I was dispatched to Axel. If you ask me, it's just the Axis cult getting their long-awaited upcoments for everything they've gotten up to over the years.
What are you saying, Megumin-san? Don't be stupid.
Still, this is definitely odd.
It feels like something else is mixed into the water.
Normally I would just ignore it, but the intuition of an Axis cultist can be surprisingly sharp when it comes to such situations. All this holy water is coming from the mountains, right? Maybe something strange made its nest over there? It'd take some really strong poison to be able to taint holy water like this. Just then, Yeon, who was happily laying in the water, said. Could it be that the Tokarotten slime that Cecily-san was keeping mutated? Cecily suddenly tensed up upon hearing that. See, come now, Yeon-san. Tokarotten slimes are extremely harmless creatures, you know?
They don't eat meat, so they are especially pure and tasty. There's no way my beloved Tokarotten slime could. Cecily said with a laugh.
Still, the way she averted her gaze and her forced casualness made me think that something is definitely up.
Just in case, let's go check out the source. Please no.
Standing next to a smiling Zester, Eris gave me an apologetic look and said.
Please take care on your trip. I'm sorry I can't be of help.
Behind the Axis cult's cathedral, I waved the two of them goodbye as we headed towards the source. Eris would just scare away the slimes if she came with us, so she's staying back here.
As for Zester, he chose to look after Eris instead of coming along with us.
He's been in high spirits ever since Eris started calling him Oji-sama some time ago.
You be careful too, Alice-chan.
If an Axis cultist gets within 3 meters of you, feel free to cut them down regardless of their age or gender. Megumin-san, I'm already within 3 meters of her. Despite saying that, Zester doesn't make any movements to distance himself from her. Just so you know, this girl is an unbelievably important person.
Even if you are the head of the Axis cult, if you do anything strange, your head is going to roll too.
This isn't a joke, so please don't do anything stupid, okay? Humans are strange and complex creatures whose desire to do something increases the more you tell them not to do it. Maybe it'll be really for the best to just tie this old man up.
Part 4.
In the depths of the mountain that looms over the city, at the end of a steep mountain trail, lies the source that supplies holy water to the entire city.
They really were here, the Tokarotten slimes. No.
Around the source are a crowd of the now familiar squishy forms of Tokarotten slimes.
But that's not all.
In the center of the crowd of slimes is a small black one, currently feasting on something in front of the water source.
Ah, wait, do you see that, Megumin-san? They are offering it food.
That mysterious slime that I've never seen before is bullying my slimes in order to extract tribute from them.
That means it's not my fault at all.
Really?
Judging from how things went so far, it wouldn't be strange if that black slime is connected to you too.
Just as Cecily stiffened for a moment in response to my words. The black slime that was happily accepting the procession of food that the Tokarotten slimes are offering it turned its attention to us.
Exclamation mark.
The black slime-like creature looked like it sucked in a surprised breath before taking on a very human-like pose. One-san, who knows a lot about slimes, is that thing really a slime?
It seems like it's pretty intelligent.
Well, it's one of mine, after all. I modified it, so it wouldn't be odd for it to develop some intelligence too. Even though she was saying something about having never seen that slime before just a while ago, Cecily extended her palm towards that creature. And then, the closest one to being a proper adventurer amongst us, Eunion, suddenly stiffened. Wait, a black, poisonous slime, could that be? It would seem like Eunion finally got in touch with her inner crimson demon. So you noticed it too, huh?
Yes, that is the one talked about in the Crimson Demon Village, the legendary. What are you saying out of the blue? That's not it. That a particularly dangerous type of slime.
I tried to play along with her, but she got angry instead.
At the same time, the black thing started moving. Oh?
Young girl, do you know about me? It spoke?
X3. We can't help but squeak in surprise upon hearing it speak.
One-san, the Tokarotten slime spoke.
Just what on earth did you make? More importantly, it's a slime, so where is it keeping its brain?
The brain thing is a mystery too, but where is that voice coming from? Still, my genius terrifies even me. To think that my Tokarotten slime could evolve so far.
That's not the part you should be focusing on, you two.
Ionion drew her wand from her belt and put it between her and the slime-like creature. A non-humanoid monster capable of speaking human languages must be a fairly high-class monsters.
Just what are you?
Well, to be honest, I have no idea exactly what I am either.
However,
Ionion-san, that's one of my children.
Something must have happened while I was away for it to be born.
It's a Tokarotten slime subspecies. Chappie. Yes, from today onwards, it shall be known as Chappie. Cecily interrupted just as the slime was about to say something serious, and gave it the name of Chappie.
But Chappie, after what seemed to be a moment of thought, said,
No, I don't have a lot of memories, but I don't think my name was Chappie.
And the name Tokarotten slime sounds like some kind of joke.
You sure are a good joker, Chappie. Come on, stop playing over there and come home with me, Chappie. Megumin-san, a talking slime is sure to fetch a great price amongst interested collectors. If things go well, One-san is going to be rich. You wouldn't mind going on a date with me then, right? It seems like she intends to sell Chappie off to some collectors.
At the same time, Cecily invited me on a date. When that happens, I'll have her treat me to some delicious food.
You are being annoying, woman. My name isn't Chappie, it should be something more along the lines of Rance or Vans.
Chappie raised a voice of protest, and its small bun-like body shook as he did. Why not? Chappie sounds so much cooler.
Megumin-san, what should I do?
Chappie suddenly entered his rebellious phase.
I don't really get what is going on, but please calm down, Chappie-san.
I think that name is really cool.
Having my name be praised by a crimson demon doesn't make me happy at all, crimson demon? Oh, yeah, crimson demons. Chappie, who got all indignant all of a sudden, made a sound like it just suddenly realized something.
Both of you, get behind me. You can't touch that slime.
There's no doubt about it, that is a powerful monster that has poison strong enough to kill you on contact coursing through it. Perhaps it's because her crimson demon blood finally awoken, but Ionion has been working herself up for a while now.
Though, Ionion isn't the only one getting worked up.
Why do I know of the crimson demons?
Why do I know that the crimson demons have a strange naming sense?
Just what am I?
Chappie turned away and started questioning himself. What have you done, Ionion-san?
Now Chappie has already picked up the strange habits of crimson demons.
But a slime that acts like a crimson demon sounds cool.
But, Ionion, the story you've come up with is really bland.
You should have given it a more impressive sounding power.
Something like being able to increase in size or fire beams, or even adopt the form of a human. Will the two of you please be serious?
This slime is really dangerous.
As Ionion admonished us with glowing eyes, Chappie once again shook as though he made some kind of new connection.
I am dangerous? Yes, I used to be strong in the past.
Just as the Crimson Demon girl said, simply touching me will forfeit your life. Everywhere I go, everyone would react with terror and open a path. Megumin-san, I know we are getting worked up too, but maybe it's best if we do something? Chappie just said something like he used to be like an unsheathed knife in the past, so we should probably do something before it becomes an embarrassing memory for him. Shh, it's just starting to get good, so let's just keep watching for a while. I'm sure they'll come up with something like they used to be hated foes that fought in fierce battles all the time or something. And thus we decided to watch them from the sidelines as Ionion and Chappie continued facing off against each other.
So what am I doing all the way out here?
Why am I getting slimes to gather food for me?
I feel like I'm on just the verge of remembering something. I don't really get it, but I can't let something as dangerous as you remain here. If you swear never to harm humans and go back into the forest, I'll let you go.
Watching the two of them maintain this serious atmosphere, I somehow get the feeling of being left behind.
Chappie stiffened for a moment, before saying, I cannot obey your words.
I have some business at this place where hot water gushes out from the depths of the earth.
I don't fully understand it, but I know that my mission is to taint this place.
Plus. Despite being a slime, Chappie puffed out his chest. Plus, there's no way I can let you go now that I know that you are Crimson Demons. There's nothing I hate more than Crimson Demons and Axis cultists. And spat such caustic words at Eonion. This thing sure has some guts for being a weak and useless Tokarotten slime. Megumin-san, did I make a mistake in raising Chappie?
He just said he hates Crimson Demons. It said it hated Axis cultists too. It must be because of your neglectful parenting. Just then.
Oh, yes, now I remember why I hate Crimson Demons and Axis cultists.
I remember everything. Chappie raised itself up like it was about to make some grand speech, and said, I am a deadly poison slime and a general of the Demon King.
Yes, my name is.
I am the strongest mage in Axel and a Crimson Demon.
Yes, my name is Megumin. I guess you just got caught up in the flow, huh, Megumin-san? Still, you shouldn't steal other people's spotlight like that. Sorry, I let my Crimson Demon instincts get away from me.
Chappie-san, you can continue now. What is wrong with you?
If you are just going to get in the way, please go somewhere else. No, wait, I remember you. Perhaps because I interrupted it earlier, but Chappie seems to be directing its attentions towards me now.
One-san, maybe I should join in too?
It's pretty haphazard, but what do you think about me and Chappie being rivals in a past life? That'd be pretty insulting to your current rival Eonion, wouldn't it?
Why don't we have Chappie be your long-lost father instead? But I have a father. He lives in the Crimson Demon village. Chappie-san, what do you think? Who cares about that? More importantly, do you really not remember?
My size has changed, but you waged a fierce battle with me back then, didn't you?
Chappie angrily shouted, its body quivering with rage.
So you prefer the rival scenario, then? I prefer the long-lost father scenario, though. I wanted to see Megumin-san falling into darkness after learning that she's the daughter of a slime.
Then, my prayers would bring her back to her senses, and she'd live with me for the rest of her life.
I quite like the sound of falling into darkness, but I don't really fancy where it ends up.
What do you think? X2. Why, you little. That's enough. Just then. Inferno.
At Eonion's voice, a field of fire erupted from the earth, engulfing both Chappie and the small horde of Tokarotten slimes that surrounded it. Chappie.
Cecily let out a tearful cry. Sorry, Cecily-san, but that slime is.
Eonion apologized in a small voice.
Still, it was someone who she exchanged names and talked with. Even if it is a Tokarotten slime, one couldn't help but form some kind of attachments after that.
I patted Cecily on the back to comfort her after she fell to her knees in tears.
He would have sold for a lot of money. Chappie was going to make me rich. And I would have gone on a date with Megumin after I got rich. And all those Tokarotten slimes too were lost in an instant.
Your words are making Chappie turn in his grave, you know? Also, those Tokarotten slimes have been in the pipes and who knows where else, so it's best if you don't eat them. At this point, the flames that Eonion conjured started to go out.
Only, there's a cracking sound coming from the blaze. The sound of something stepping on the ground that has been turned to glass by the heat of Eonion's spell. As expected of a Crimson Demon, that was some crazy power.
Of course, as a Demon King's general, Hans. It's alive. It's alive, Une-san.
Chappie didn't die.
Hooray. Cecily and I clasped our hands and jumped in joy. Why are you two cheering?
I'm begging you, please be serious.
Shut up and let me introduce myself already. You know what, never mind.
I'll start with you who attacked me.
Then, I'll move on to that Chibasuke who once rendered me to pieces. Could that Chibasuke it's talking about be referring to me? To think that there'd come a day when a Tokarotten slime would pick a fight with me. To be able to withstand an inferno, it seems like you are not just an ordinary deadly poison slime. Then, How about this?
Lighting strike.
At Ionion's words, a series of lighting bolts descended from the sky directly onto Chappie. It caused Chappie's body to sparkle and smoke, but even after taking such an assault, Chappie still seemed as fine as ever. That's some impressive power for one so young. However, just one or two advanced spells are nowhere near enough to defeat the likes of me. The moment it finished saying that, Chappie launched itself towards Ionion like a thrown ball. Ionion threw herself to the side, narrowly avoiding making contact with Chappie. Megumin-san, Megumin-san. Ionion and Chappie have started a really impressive-looking battle. It may be a slime, but after having gone so long without making a single friend, I'm sure she's happy to finally find one she can play with.
That's not it at all. Can't you see how serious this is?
Something as small as Chappie wouldn't cause much damage even if it were to collide with someone, but it seems like Ionion is keeping true to the setting where a single touch with Chappie is instantly lethal.
Chappie came around for another pass at Ionion, which she fended off by hitting it with her wand. Ooh, that's really far.
You must be really enjoying yourself, Ionion.
Yeah. Isn't it great that you found someone to play with, Ionion-san? Stop watching and help me already.
Ionion spluttered between gasps as she readied her wand yet again, and Chappie came flying back towards her.
Actually,
One-san, don't you think Chappie is a little too strong? Ionion is the next chief in line for the Crimson Demons, and she's also my self-proclaimed rival.
It's really strange for her to have this much trouble with a single slime.
The slime powder has been hidden in the Axis Cult Cathedral for quite some time, so maybe it received some of Aqua-sama's protection.
I see.
So that means Chappie is an Axis cultist, right?
Now I understand why it's so stubborn.
Hey, don't just make me an Axis cultist.
Actually, remember who I am already. Chappie turned its attention towards me the moment I mentioned the Axis cult, and taking advantage of that opening.
Cursed Crystal Prison. Wah? Ionion unleashed a spell at Chappie, encasing it within a solid block of ice before it had time to do much more than gasp in surprise. This is giving me déjà vu.
I feel like I've seen something similar to this before. You let your guard down.
As someone who bears the name of the Crimson Demons, I won't let myself be defeated so easily. Haha, and here I thought you were just a brat.
Before we fight to the death, why don't you name yourself? I'm a woman who doesn't care much for the past.
Still, I feel like I've heard Chappie's voice before.
But, well.
My name in Ionion. Archwizard, wielder of advanced magic, and the next chief of the Crimson Demons. I always thought naming myself before a battle was embarrassing, but
it doesn't seem too bad.
Haha, that wasn't too bad.
I see, so you are the next chief in line. So that's why you're so strong. Very well, I shall respond in kind.
Allow me to tell you what I've been done before my revival.
And how I managed to survive after taking an explosion head-on. You see. Even if it is a Tokarotten slime, there's no way a Crimson Demon can simply sit idly by when someone is picking a fight with them.
I pointed my staff at Chappie and explosion. What are you doing?
Part 5.
After taking care of Chappie, we headed back to the Axis Cult Cathedral to make our report. So, this is all because of Cecily San's Tokarotten slime undergoing some kind of mysterious mutation, right? Megumin-san, wait. Now that I think about it, Chappie really doesn't seem like one of my children.
I mean, it could talk. And it was rebellious too. I definitely won't forgive you. How could you be this bad at reading the mood? Ah, my decisive battle with Chappie.
Ignoring the two of them, I turned towards Eris.
Did they do anything to you while we are away?
There's no need to keep quiet, I know a very competent prosecutor in Axel.
She'll definitely help you, and I'll lend you any aid I can too. Don't worry. Boss.
Other than Oji-sama asking me to help inflate some balloons because his lungs aren't as good nowadays, there isn't much to report. Zesta, who was cradling a balloon like it was a precious porcelain vase, ran away before Eris finished speaking. In place of me who had trouble moving after exhausting my mana, Ionion chased after him instead. After being chased into a corner of the church, Zesta, with a resigned expression, brought his face up to the balloon.
Light of saber. Dispel magic.
The blade of light that Ionion unleashed at the balloon faded away an instant before it touched Zesta's outstretched hand. Zesta-san, please stop acting so dangerously. That spell can slice through anything depending on how strong the caster is.
You might end up losing your hand.
I don't want to hear that from you who casted such dangerous spells at other people in the first place. This divine artifact that contains the breath of a young girl shall be the relic of the Axis cult. Damned heretics, get out.
How could you call me a heretic after all the help I gave you today? That's it, I'm definitely taking that from you.
Saying that, Ionion unsheathed her dagger and brought it to bear. Seriously, I think Ionion might have an even shorter temper than I do. It's fine, isn't it?
You and Alice got to take down a wyvern today.
All I managed to do was chase down a few Tokarotten slimes. While slumped in a chair, I offered those words to calm Ionion down, but Cecily interjected.
Megumin-san, Megumin-san.
Let me give you something nice as thanks for your efforts today in hunting down the Tokarotten slimes.
No, it's fine. There's no need for that. We are pretty close, after all, so there's really no need for this.
After expanding all of my mana, I can't put up any kind of resistance no matter what she attempts to do. Cecily extended her right hand towards me with a smile. Blessing. And casted a spell on me. Is this what you mean by something nice? Yes.
May only good things await you in the future.
Or, wait, were you expecting something strange? Megumin-san, you're so cute. My body feels really sluggish right now, so please don't cling onto me like that. Cecily suddenly wrapped me in a hug and gave me a bright smile. Megumin-san, today's adventure was really fun. Well, I don't think this can really be counted as an adventure, but
I would be lying if I said it wasn't fun heading out with everyone today. Boss, I also had a lot of fun today. Let's head out together with everyone again.
Seeing Iris join in with an unblemished smile of her own, I couldn't help but smile in response. Don't try and pass this off so casually.
I definitely won't forgive you, until you change your thinking.
Finally managing to pop the balloon after chasing Zesta around a whole bunch, Ionion came up to me with her hands on her hips, clearly still angry. And Zesta is running around trying to collect the pieces of the popped balloon. Seeing him cradle the pieces while saying stuff like indirect kiss with a young girl made me think that it might really be for the best if he was properly locked away for a while. I do feel sorry for stealing away your prey, but Chappie was the one who picked a fight with me.
If anything, you should blame yourself for dawdling around so much.
What do you mean by dawdling? If anything, the right thing to do back then is to properly hear Chappie out. I thought she finally awoken to the crimson demon within her blood, but it seems like Ionion still has a ways to go. Kazuma said that only a third rate would start to talk about themselves in the middle of battle. Someone who starts talking all about their master plan as a final gift to those who are about to die always end up getting foiled in the end. If I run into someone who starts monologuing in the middle of battle, I'll use that opportunity to launch a surprise attack, or so he says. I think it'd be nice if Kazuma-san gets properly lectured every once in a while.
Just then,
with his eyes turning completely bloodshot after crying his heart out, Zesta came over to us.
Leaving aside that heretic, Megumin-san, you did well today.
As the head of this cult, allow me to properly thank you.
No, it's fine. It was pretty fun after all. Besides, the people here aren't complete strangers to me.
Some of them, no, most of them are weirdos of some sort, but I don't think the Axis cultists are fundamentally bad people. As I gradually lost my confidence in that statement, Zesta casually asked.
By the way, Megumin-san, that archpriest that is in your party. Is she spending her days well?
Aqua?
Yeah, she's spending her days so well that she spends almost half of it asleep. She certainly seems to be having fun each day.
And she often ends up crying after getting too full of herself. But I think I'll keep that to myself to avoid damaging Aqua's good name.
Is that so? That's good. A relieved smile appeared on his face.
The way Zesta is acting reminded me of a grandfather asking about the condition of his favored grandchild. After a short moment, he gave me a gracious smile and said,
May good fortune be with Megu-san and the rest of your party.
Part 6.
That night. I'm home.
Wow. How many times do you want to win before you're satisfied?
You must be cheating somehow. You can't fool my divine eyes so easily. Aqua's wailing was the first thing that greeted me when I returned to the mansion. Oh, welcome back. You're out pretty late today. Where did you go to play?
Pushing Aqua away, who was clinging onto him, Kazuma looked away from the Jenga tower and said to me,
We went to Alcanretia today. We had a little adventure there.
At those words, Aqua froze mid-wail. Hey, Megumin, why didn't you take me with you? Alcanretia is the city of water, and when you think of water, you think of me, right? Sit right there with Kazuma, I'm going to lecture the both of you. Aren't you forbidden from stepping foot in Alcanretia?
Aqua patted the sofa in front of her, trying to get me to sit down.
Then, Darkness, who was sitting on the carpet playing with Konosuba by dangling a finger above her, said,
I kind of want to pay that city a visit too.
To be honest, I quite liked being swarmed by that strange cult back then. Just which part of that is anyway likable? Hey, Darkness, don't call my children some strange cult. Cecily told me, you know, that there are far stranger people than the Axis cult or the Crimson Demons amongst this country's nobility.
What are you saying? Aqua, bring that Cecily to meet me. I'll dispel whatever strange prejudices she has about the nobility.
Darkness suddenly stood up, revealing that noble lady side of her that I almost never get to see. Oh yeah, now that I think about it, why am I playing with Kazuma, who is good at all kinds of games, when Darkness is here? Hey, Darkness, let's play Jenga together.
Whoever loses gets to swap trash duty for one day.
Oh, so you think you can defeat me just because I'm clumsy?
Games like this relies more on brain power than physical dexterity. Very well, I'll take you on.
After accepting Aqua's challenge, Darkness moved to sit in front of the Jenga tower.
You accepted it, Darkness.
Leaving Kazuma, who is cheating somehow, aside, there's no way I can lose to Darkness.
After all, I have a secret plan. Very well, show me that secret plan of yours.
You're not going to add some really amazing tasks I have to do if I lose, just like Kazuma usually does, are you? Hey, Darkness, I'm going to arrange these Jenga blocks artistically, so maybe we should call off the game?
Not a chance.
Ignoring the two of them as they started on their game of Jenga, I dragged my lethargic body over to the sofa and collapsed next to Kazuma.
You seem quite worn out today.
Well, considering that you went to Alcanretia, I can probably guess what you went through today. Oh, you want to hear my tales of adventure so badly?
Not that badly.
Say, Aqua, why do you keep going after the most difficult blocks? I don't get it either, it's just that pulling out the more difficult blocks make my entertainer's blood boil. Ah.
Thank you for taking out the trash today. Ignoring the two of them and their game, I picked up Konosuba from the carpet and started recounting the events of today to Kazuma. We hunted down Tokorotten slimes in Alcanretia today. They might be slimes, but they are surprisingly tenacious, and one of them. In order to stroke the desire for adventure in his heart so that he'll agree to go out with me tomorrow. Wait, Darkness, one more time. Ah, no, wait, there's a reason for that. You see, the ghost of the young girl that lives here keeps waving her fingers through the tower. Chapter 4, A Cutting Light in This Forest of Beasts. Part 1. On that day. Just what is wrong with you? Give it up already. Even though it was almost noon, Kazuma was still lying under his blanket. When I beat on it, Kazuma poked his head out and said, There's a famous saying where I'm from that goes, the moment you give up is the moment where it's actually over. Thus, I'll never give up. That's a good saying, but you're definitely not using it in the right situation. Today for sure, I'll definitely drag you out on an adventure. Kazuma once again disappeared under the blankets and fiercely resisted when I tried to pull the covers off him. However, there's a large gulf in the difference between our strengths. Such feeble resistance will not create water. Hey!
Kazuma stuck his hand out from under the blanket and drenched me with his spell. As I retreated, trembling from my newly wet clothes, Kazuma once again stuck his head out from under the blanket. A curse upon all who would seek to prevent me from slumber. If you don't leave this place immediately, I shall taint you with Create Earth next time. That sounds a little cool, but I won't retreat just because of that.
No, actually, how dare you do such a thing? I'm going to dry myself off with your blanket. Wait, stop, you'll get it wet. I get it, I was in the wrong. Now you just made it look like I wet the bed.
Kazuma hastily got up after I trashed about on his bed.
Besides, haven't you been going on an adventure every day as of late?
You defeated a giant frog and took a rotten slime and such, right? Kazuma said as he stretched.
I don't want to go after small fry monsters like that.
Eonion took down a wyvern together with Eris the other day, you know? Compared to her, all I managed to take down was Chappie.
What's a chappie?
As we made our way downstairs, we came across Darkness, dressed like the perfect picture of a noble lady, seemingly about to head out somewhere. What's wrong, Megumin?
You're soaking wet. This man drenched me with Create Water.
Darkness started fidgeting when she heard that, and, poorly trying to keep her excitement in check, asked. Oh. What exactly did you do to get him to do that?
When I got onto his bed to wake him up, he suddenly bared his fangs at me. And not only was he not satisfied with drenching me, he even said that he will taint me if I don't leave.
I know I was in the wrong, but please choose your words more carefully. And Darkness, stop fidgeting like that.
Actually.
Darkness, hurry up and change too.
We're going on an adventure.
No, I'm headed off to the Lord's office right now to handle some urgent paperwork.
Darkness reluctantly answered while clutching a packet of documents in her hand.
I finally managed to get Kazuma up before noon, so why do you have to be busy today? Just what is your occupation? I'm a noble lady acting on the Lord of this land's behalf.
Hey, give that back. If you get those documents wet, the ink will run.
Just as I snatched the documents away from Darkness and she started tearing up from seeing the ink run. Sorry, but I can't go with you on an adventure today either.
Cecily brought back some high-grade wine from Alcanretia as a souvenir, so I'm heading over to the Axis Church to throw a party.
Aqua, dressed like she's heading out just like Darkness, ran into us and said. You too, Aqua?
And it's not even noon yet.
Just what exactly is your occupation, Aqua?
I'm a goddess, of course.
I probably shouldn't be saying this, but why is this party so dysfunctional?
Just then, the doorbell rang.
Kazuma went to open it, and on the other side was a familiar girl.
Oh, if it isn't the guild receptionist.
My, if you came all the way here, does that mean you need my strength again?
The person who came to visit us was one of the receptionists at the guild.
Kazuma started putting on airs the moment he saw her and casually laughed, but... no. It's true that I came here with a job, but it isn't for Satu-san.
This request mentions Megumin-san by name.
Ignoring Kazuma, who fell silent, I dramatically flared my cloak. Oh, they requested me by name? That person has a good eye, I see.
Very well, go ahead and lead me to this person.
I don't know why you're soaking wet, but it's fine if you want to change first.
I can wait. Part 2.
Leaving behind Kazuma, who started sulking because he wasn't the one who was called, I made my way over to the Adventurers Guild.
When I got there, the one who put in the request is Barton-san. The location is at the capital. Right, I think I'll go home now.
I turned right around and tried to leave the moment I heard that name, only for someone to pull on my cloak.
What's wrong, Megumin-san?
Please wait, the person who made the request is one of the people who made a large donation to the guild headquarters in the capital.
Who cares about that?
It's true that I once accepted a request from him, but he's a weirdo that loves monsters. It's too heavy a burden for me to bear alone, so please ask someone else. I tried to pull away after saying that, but the guild lady just refused to let go of my cape. Megumin-san, are you really fine with that? It's a request from the famous Professor Barton, you know? The same one who wrote the Professor Barton's Monster Guide for Dummies that's been in vogue in the capital lately. That's strange. When I last met him, he didn't give off the impression of a famed person, or even a person one would like to spend much time around.
There's no reason for the guild show this much consideration for him.
Ever since he published The Ecology of the King Toad, a monster has long been regarded as a myth. He's become a famous celebrity and an authority on matters of biology amongst the academic community.
What did you just say? The name of a monster I couldn't possibly ignore suddenly came up. The king toad is a monster whose habitat, ecology, and very appearance is unknown.
Up till a few days ago, it was regarded as little more than an urban legend, until Professor Barton produced the remains of a king toad. I produced my adventurer's card and pointed towards the killed monsters column. One-san, please take a look at this. King Toad is written on it, right?
Is there a large bounty placed on one? Why would Megu-san have such a monster in her?
Well, the existence of a king toad was only recently confirmed, so unfortunately, there isn't a bounty on it.
I see. Even though it was such a tough monster, it wasn't worth even a single Eris.
Still, to think that Barton-san is now a leading authority in the field of biology amongst the academic community. Huh? Wait, below the king toad, this named monster, a deadly poison slime named Chappie.
Wait, hold on.
If he has become a leading authority, it's a good bet that Barton-san is now quite affluent. And we played a major role in getting him to this spot in the first place.
Even after taking out such a powerful monster, the reward we got was positively pitiful.
Right. Megu-san, this Chappie is.
Very well, I accept that request.
After receiving the quest document, I left the guild lady who seemed like she wanted to say something behind and started searching for someone. The person I'm looking for is, of course, my best friend who's strong, reliable in such situations, and capable of casting teleport.
I'm Beat, and this one is Clarice. I'm a warrior and she's a priest.
We just arrived in this town today, and we were wondering if you would like to join us? You're a spellcaster, right? You don't seem to be a member of a party, and in terms of jobs, the three of us are pretty well balanced.
It didn't take long for me to locate my best friend. However, something is strange.
A pair of people not too far from our age is calling out to her, and Eonion is awkwardly looking around her with a blank look on her face.
Eventually, she pointed a trembling finger at herself. Could you be talking to me? Of course we are. Who else could we be talking to? Ahaha, are you nervous?
Don't worry, this will be our first quest too. It seems like Eonion is getting hit on by some newly arrived adventurers.
AAA.
My name is Eonion. I'm not anyone special, but, PP pleased to work with you. She must be quite happy to be invited like this, for she deeply bowed with tears in her eyes.
There's no need to be nervous.
I defeated several monsters back at my village, so I'm already level 4.
What a cute name.
I'm just level 2, but I'm wearing a set of steel chainmail, so we'll do just fine against frogs. Eonion blushed upon hearing the girl named Clarice complimenting her name.
Leave it to me.
With the power leveling technique passed down by the Crimson Demons, cultivation, both of you will have double digits in levels by the end of the day. Haha, I'll look forward to that. Though, I feel like I've heard the phrase Crimson Demon somewhere before.
That sounds familiar too.
By the way, what level are you, Eonion? Could it be that you can already use intermediate magic? Eonion stiffened up for a moment when the topic of her level is broached, and she let out a nervous laugh to cover it up. My level is, well, it's high enough to make use of intermediate magic, at least.
You're selling yourself short, you know?
This girl can not only use intermediate magic, she can use spells like teleport and light of saber.
In fact, she's an archwizard whose level is over 40.
When I interjected, Eonion instant froze up. Over level 40? Archwizard?
The two newbie adventurers let out an incredulous voice. And she's not just an average archwizard.
She's a crimson demon who are born with a high aptitude for magic.
It's best for you two to party up with someone around your level, when you're first starting out. Sorry for calling out to you, when we are such weaklings. Sorry. We just came to this town, so we didn't know. Please forgive us. Wait. The two newbie adventurers beat a hasty retreat after hearing my words.
I grabbed Eonion, who reached out her hand towards the two in an attempt to stop them by the shoulder, and wagged my finger in front of her.
Let them go. They are sure to find a party suitable for them.
The only thing we veteran adventurers can do is cheer them on from afar. At those words, Eonion lunged at me and grabbed me by the collar.
What are you doing? Please calm down. My throat, I can't breathe. Part 3.
After calming Eonion down, we teleported over to the capital. Seriously, you're way too short-tempered, Eonion. And you're the next chief of the Crimson Demons, so please don't form a party with any random newbie that happens to ask.
The people back at the village will lose their faith in you if they hear about it.
You're one to talk about short-tempered. Someone actually asked me to join their party.
You already have me as your party member, don't you? We'll be heading out on an adventure after we fetch Eris. Barton-san submitted a request for us.
I explained the circumstances that brought us to the capital to a still sulking Eonion. That strange wildlife researcher? Is it really fine to bring Eris along? He might end up actually getting executed this time, you know?
Even if you say that, the quest he posted specifically requested for the same party members as the previous time we met.
Looking up at the royal castle in front of her, Eonion uneasily muttered. Plus, I get the feeling that we are really pushing our luck by casually visiting the castle so often like this.
Pardon me. Listen to what I'm saying.
The guard manning the gate frowned upon laying sight on us.
We came to invite Eris out. Please tell her that her friend Megu-tan is here to see her.
Sorry, we can't exactly let the princess of this country go out to play whenever you feel like it. See, the guard is saying that too. I'll handle Barton-san's request somehow, so let's go already. Eonion hastily said after hearing the guard's words. We don't even know what kind of quest it is, so do you really think a party of just 2 mages will cut it?
What we really need is a strong vanguard. And I don't think there's a stronger vanguard than Eris. You are planning to use Eris-sama as a vanguard for a quest? Now there's definitely no way we can let you take her away.
See? Throwing a side glance at Eonion, who started tearing up, I thought of a great idea. Then what about this? In place of Eris, why don't you come with us instead? A castle guard would be more than sufficient as a vanguard.
I'm in the middle of work.
Sorry, this girl is a little bit of an idiot.
I'll be taking her away immediately.
Eonion said such rude thing while grabbing onto my arm. Are you really fine with letting 2 friends of Eris go out on a quest without a vanguard? It's just us 2 girls, you know? If anything happens to us, I'm sure Eris would be heartbroken.
Well.
I'm sorry.
Please don't mind this girl's words.
As Eonion apologized to the guard, who had a troubled expression on his face, a fairly mature-looking man appeared from the side gate.
Then allow me to go with you. My shift will be up in just a short while anyway.
Captain, are you sure about this? The person who the guard referred to as Captain certainly does look strong.
I used to be an adventurer too, so I won't slow you down.
Plus, I have the day off tomorrow.
There's no way I can let friends of Eris-sama go off on their own. Please leave being the vanguard to me. The captain smiled and confidently said.
Eonion, seems like we've managed to secure a strong-looking person. He should be able to as a vanguard in place of Eris. Is it really fine to bring someone from the castle along? Though, I suppose this is better than exposing Eris-chan to danger.
Then, the sound of a bell ringing could be heard throughout the town.
Right, that's the end of my shift. I'll head out with you if you need a vanguard, so please give up on dragging Eris-sama out, okay?
Very well.
I get less chances to shine when Eris is around anyway, so, thinking about it carefully, this arrangement might actually be better. Very well, I'll stop inviting Eris-sama out from now on. Saying that, the captain and I shared a small laugh. Just then, Eonion pulled on my sleeve and frantically motioned towards the main gate. Standing behind the gate was a teary-eyed Iris with puffed-up cheeks.
Part 4. How could you say something like that? I can't believe Boss is such a heartless person.
I couldn't help it, you are a princess, after all.
Iris has been sulking this whole time, while we made our way to the capital's Adventurers Guild.
Walking next to her, Ionion, who was periodically glancing behind her, said.
Still, that knight captain seemed pretty strong.
Couldn't we take him along too? Yeah, he even wanted to come with us. The captain guy offered to come along to act as Iris's bodyguard, but
I alone will be enough as a vanguard. I'll show you exactly what I can do today.
If you go all out, I'll lose any chances I have to shine.
You're my underling, so please behave yourself.
We continued arguing all the way to the guild, and standing right at the entrance, waiting for us, is the wildlife researcher, Barton.
I've been waiting for you all.
I'm really glad you showed up.
Upon seeing us, Barton adjusted his glasses and happily called out to us. And Iris replied with a smile on her face. It's been some time, Barton-sama.
I've heard that your book has been flying off the shelves ever since you were credited with the discovery of the king toad.
Congratulations.
However, Barton continued staring at me as though he couldn't hear Iris's voice. Ionion uneasily asked. What's wrong, Barton-san? Don't tell me you forgot about Iris-chan. There's a limit as to how disrespectful you can be, you know.
When Barton remained silent, I said. It has been some time, Professor Barton.
It has, Megumin-kun.
They officially recognized me as a professor after that trip. This is all thanks to you, I really can't thank you enough.
Yeah, his personality is still as troublesome as ever. Professor Barton, let me start over again.
It has been some time. Congrats on your book becoming a bestseller.
Thank you very much, Iris-kun.
Would you like a signature?
There's no need. Still seemingly ignorant of Iris's true identity, Barton gave her a teasing smile. Say, Megumin, maybe it's really best to make something happen to him while we are on the quest. You sure think up some really scary things every so often. This man is pretty famous now, so don't try anything, okay? After I whispered to Ionion, Barton turned towards me with a serious look on his face. Now then, there's only one reason why the leading authority on ecology and the author of a best-selling book called you all here today. You see, after we took out the king toad on that quest back then, it was clear skies the day after. Come to think of it, the rainy season really did end after we took out the king toad. The reason why he put up the quest to take out a king toad is because the girl he had his eye on told him that she'd go on a date with him if it was sunny.
It really was a stupid reason, now that I think about it.
Still, it turned out that him and that Barbara-san were childhood friends, so things might have ended up going well between the two of them. So what happened with Barbara-san? Did you scare her off with your arrogance?
What are you saying? Things went very well after that. She even asked me for a date the other day. It was really cute seeing her as me for this and that. Barton dreamily smiled. I see.
You went from a washed-up self-proclaimed professor to a famous best-selling author in an instant, so.
Megumin, shh. You can't say that out loud.
Ionion clasped her hand over my mouth, and Iris approached him with a smile to divert his attention.
So, Professor Barton, why did you call us all here today?
Oh, right. You see, I bought everything Barbara-chan wanted, but at the last jewelry store, she rejected the wedding ring that I bought on a whim. That was the best that shop offered.
I see.
In other words, she'll accept other presents, but she finds such heavy gifts to be bothersome.
You really shouldn't say that. Barton gave me a wry smile. So that really was it, huh?
The truth is, I called you down here to get some relationship advice from you all. I followed your advice the other day when you taught me about the feelings of women, and it seemed to go pretty well, but it might just be my own imagination. Well, the only reason I came here today is to get some more money after you made it rich off the back of the king toad that we eliminated.
Stop being so straightforward already.
Ionion pushed me from behind before I could finish my sentence.
Just then, I understand how Barbara-sama is feeling.
Fist clenched and with sparkling eyes for some reason, Iris suddenly interrupted. She raised her hand and showed off the cheap ring that seemed completely unfitting for a princess.
Look at this.
This ring is by no means expensive, however, out of all the rings and jewels that I received, this is my most precious possession.
Leaving other presents aside, when it comes to a ring, something that comes from the heart is far more important than the price. That's why.
If I recall, that's the ring that Kazuma gave her. I felt my brow twitch when she so proudly held that ring out before her, and Barton let out a deep sigh.
Even if a kid like you were to talk about the feelings of women. I'm seriously giving you advice here. Just what is wrong with you?
Iris angrily stomped her feet, but Barton gazed off into the distance with a placid expression. Still, you might be a child, but you're also a girl.
I see, a heartfelt gift. Barton thought on that for a moment, before he suddenly said.
Megumin-kun, change of plans.
I would like you to acquire a few items for me.
Apologize. Apologize for treating me like a child.
Just as Iris grabbed him by the shoulders and aggressively shook him. Part 5. What actually is a heartfelt item varies from person to person.
Personally, I think that lining up early at a popular store to get your hands on a limited edition item is more than enough.
For people who are good with their hands, a handmade item would work too.
Alternatively, if someone were to work hard and buy a ring worth 3 times what they make in a month, I'd be more than happy regardless of the actual monetary value of the ring. However, when you talk about a heartfelt item from a man who studies monsters, well, that can only be Barton-san. 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 Call me Professor Barton, Union-kun.
That creature is called a magic eater.
It's a spirit-type monster that can consume magic. Their numbers have been steadily going down, so it's not easy to find one. A truly rare monster. In the forests near the capital, a swarm of white glowing balls are chasing after us while laughing creepily.
Barton-san, magic doesn't work on this monster. Doesn't it have some kind of weak point?
Call me Professor Barton, Union-kun. A magic eater consumes almost all the power from any magic spell cast at it. Use either Light of Saber, that converts the user's magic power into a single strike, or Explosion, that contains more energy than what a magic eater can absorb.
Those are the 2 most practical ways for a magic user to defeat one. Hearing that, Union raised her right hand, and chanted a spell. Light of Saber.
A flash of light split one of the glowing lights chasing us into 2.
However, Barton-san, it's sticking to me. Call me Professor.
Gra, use Light of Saber 100 times in a row.
That will definitely. I don't have the mana for that.
Is there really no other way?
Otherwise we'll just get Megumin to use her explosion on it.
I want to say it's my turn to shine, but I feel like it's a little bit of a waste to cast my explosion on a few measly glowing balls when I'm in a forest full of strong creatures in every direction.
It should technically take damage from a magical weapon.
However, to defeat a magic eater, you need to use a fairly powerful magic weapon, otherwise. The moment Barton said that, one of the floating lights that were chasing us was sliced through and faded away. With her softly glowing sword in hand, Iris swung it at the second glowing ball, vanquishing it too. Seems like she brought the national treasure, blah blah caliber with her this time. Perhaps feeling safe after seeing that, Barton stopped running to catch his breath. Well done, Iris-kun.
I'll give you my signature when we get back to the city.
There's no need. More importantly, why is such a strong monster going extinct? Iris asked as she took care of yet another one of those glowing lights.
Good question, Iris-kun. You see, magic eaters are attracted to strong magic power, so they tend to gather around strong monsters in order to feed on them. Most monsters don't take kindly to such intrusion. There was a period of time when the Demon King's castle was positively glimmering with swarms of these things. Strong magic power.
So, all these magic eaters were drawn towards us because of a strong magic user here, right? Indeed, Megumin-kun. The culprit that attracted all these magic eaters is amongst us. After finishing off the last of the magic eaters, Iris stared at Barton for a moment before turning away and muttering. As expected of Boss and Ionion-san.
The power of the Crimson Demons really is something, isn't it? Well, it's not that powerful. I don't think it was Megumin, or I who drew them here.
Sheathing her sword, Iris presented an expensive-looking necklace that she's wearing. It definitely isn't my fault, okay? I got a powerful magic item to help restrain the magic aura I have after scaring away all the Tokorotten slime the other day. Magic eaters are attracted to powerful magic items too. The moment Barton said that, Iris tried her best to hide her necklace and magic artifact that is her sword behind her. So, Professor Barton, did you see any trace of the Crystal Liga that you're looking for? Yes, the reason why we traveled so deep into the forests in the first place is to search for a monster that is already rumored to be extinct in order to gather the materials for Barton to create his heartfelt gift.
A Crystal Liga is, like its name suggests, a monster that is completely covered head to toe in crystal-like growths.
Killing one would not only earn you fame, but the materials it provides can be sold for a small fortune, so it was frequently sought out by adventurers.
Due to that, it was hunted extensively.
Nowadays, it's generally accepted that the Crystal Liga has long since gone extinct, and it's almost impossible to buy those materials on the market.
There's definitely one of them in this forest.
My gut as the leading authority of biology says so. Crystal Ligas are cautious and cunning, so ordinary adventurers won't even find a trace of them.
However, for me, normally I would just dismiss what he's saying as pure nonsense, but he did lead us to the King Toad in the past. He must have some kind of reasoning if he's this confident. Even though we are deep in the woods, Barton is still constantly looking at his feet.
Oh? After some time, Barton picked up a stick and started digging at the ground beneath the roots of a tree. Soon afterwards, he unearthed a lump of black material, which he studied for a brief moment. Perhaps that action piqued her curiosity, but Iris too drew up next to Barton and gave him an inquisitive look.
What is this black thing?
Oh ho?
Are you curious about it? Why don't you try poking it with your sword? Iris followed Barton's suggestion, and poked the lump with her sword.
As she did so, the lump cracked open with a pop.
It stinks.
Professor Barton, just what is? That's monster droppings. Hey, keep that sword away from me. Ignoring Iris, who started shaking her sword with tears in her eyes, Barton crouched down and took a closer look at the piece of poop.
There's no mistaking it. There's a hard fragment in the center of this dropping. This are the droppings of a Crystal Liga.
Good work, Iris-kun. It's only thanks to you stabbing the poop with your sword that we were able to identify it. Isn't there a better way you can phrase it?
Iris said with tears in her eyes as she tried to get rid of the stuff clinging onto her sword.
It's nice that we are able to find the poop of a Crystal Liga and all, but what do we do next? If we had an archer with a tracking skill, we would be able to chase it down from these poop, but... Say, Megumin, can you not say that word repeatedly? In response to my question, Barton let out a victorious smile. Cautious monsters like Crystal Ligas are really careful about where they leave their droppings.
If we found some here, that means this is within its territory.
Saying that, Barton looked around for a brief moment before locating something and picking it up.
I found it. This is part of the skin of a Crystal Liga.
It must have rubbed its body against this tree to break its old skin apart to make way for new growth.
It was crushed and buried, but you can't fool me that easily.
What he held in his hand is a jewel so small that even if it were to be placed in a ring, it'd probably draw less attention than my fingernail.
Then, all we need to do is to find the monster itself.
Liga-type creatures tend to be fairly agile, but no matter how agile it is, it won't be able to get out of the range of an explosion.
However, for some reason, Barton shook his head with a frown. No, we can't do that.
Crystal Ligas are even rarer than magic eaters.
So, even if we do encounter one, we'll just take the tip of its tail.
Ligas can regenerate their tails even if it's been cut off, and the jewel from the tail would be more than sufficient to make a fairly impressive ring. You're a little weird, but you do act like a proper wildlife researcher at times.
Still, the tip of the tail, huh? That means...
All of our gazes naturally drifted towards Iris and the glittering sword she's holding. Crystal ligers are attracted to anything that shines and glitters.
On top of that, they are particularly attracted to high-quality jewels. Even if this one is particularly cautious, it won't be able to overcome its instincts.
Still, I've only managed to get my hands on a bunch of cheap jewels. Barton is scattering cheap jewels at a small clearing a short distance away from where we found the droppings. Of course, dragons are also attracted to shiny items. It's been said that gold and jewels have innate magic or lead creatures astray and other such tales, but Megumin-kun, please stop picking up the jewels that I just scattered. Finding myself picking up those jewels before I knew it, hearing those words brought me to my senses. I see, jewels do really have the power to lead creatures astray. To think that even I, a crimson demon with high magic resistance, could be so easily affected.
In your case, it's just because of your personality.
I ignored Eonion's words and scattered the jewels that I picked up.
Just then,
I detected an intense gaze directed towards me. I turned towards that direction, and standing right there in the shade of the trees was a cat-type monster, its hide glittering in the few beams of sunlight that made its way through the trees. It was even larger than a rookie killer, and its gaze was fixed squarely upon Iris's chest, where a necklace that no commoner could ever dream of getting their hands on is glimmering. Say, Iris, about that necklace of yours. In addition to being a magic item, it seems to have a lot of jewels on it too.
I have to ask, just how expensive is it? I heard it's considered a national treasure.
The crystal leaguer let out a roar as it leapt directly for Iris. Part 6. Eonion, slow it down. It'll become a really big problem if the necklace ends up stolen. Iris-chan, run for it.
Bottomless swamp.
Eonion frantically created a tar pit beneath the feet of the leaguer. However, it simply leapt upwards, seemingly completely unfazed by the sudden appearance of the swamp beneath its feet, and used the branches of the trees as its footholds to continue advancing. It completely ignored us, making a beeline straight for Iris, who was standing in front of Barton with her sword at the ready. Leaguer-type creatures like the crystal ligers are generally all great climbers. Eonion-kun, did you not read my book even after it's become a bestseller?
That's a minus for an adventurer. If you allow me to take it out, I wouldn't need to slow it down in the first place.
Doesn't it have any weaknesses? Drawing her dagger with her right hand, and holding her wand with her left, Eonion snapped at Barton. Having fled next to me, Barton let out a confident smile.
Leave that to me. Leaguer-type monsters can't reach their backs with their front legs.
Thus, if you want to pet them, all you need to do is approach from behind.
Megumin, please prepare to use your explosion.
Rookie killer-type monsters are cool and I quite like them, but I suppose there's no helping it in this case. Wait. As I gave up on cutting off the tail and started chanting, Barton grabbed my staff and refused to let go. Seeing that, Iris threw away her sword and ran forward. Eonion-san. I'll hold it still with my bare hands for a moment, so can you use light of saber to slice off the tip of the tail during that time?
Bare hands?
Iris-chan, forget about it.
Even if it's a nearly extinct creature, let's just exterminate it.
Eonion-kun, please wait.
As a wildlife researcher, I cannot accept that. The persistent Barton clung onto Eonion while shaking his head. I placed my hand on Barton's shoulder and gave him a serious look.
Barton-san, your spirit as a wildlife researcher is admirable, but is that leaguer really worth protecting at the expense of Iris's safety?
Even if you get your hands on that jewel, are you really going to give that bloodstained jewel to Barbara-san?
Grrr. The leaguer, seemingly suspicious after seeing Iris put away her sword, came to a halt and gazed warily at her. Even though her magic power has been suppressed by the necklace, the instincts of a powerful monster aren't so easily fooled. As expected of a leaguer-type monster, this one is smart. Hey, Megumin, what is up with you? I told you, no matter how poor you are, you shouldn't eat stuff you picked up off the ground.
You didn't eat those unknown mushrooms we came across along the way, did you?
Here I am trying to have a serious conversation, but Eonion just had to butt in. Oh, shut up, you're ruining my persuasion attempt.
If something happens to Iris or that national treasure, our heads might end up rolling.
Just let me sweet talk him into allowing us to wrap up this quest. You should say such things in a softer voice. Still, I suppose giving Barbara-chan a jewel acquired by exposing a child to danger wouldn't make her happy at all. Barton-sama, if you keep treating me like a kid even when you're hiding behind me, even I will get mad. And just as Iris, who's still engaged in a stare down with the Liga, said that.
Iris-kun, leave this to me. I'll need to borrow your necklace.
With resolve burning in his eyes, Barton ran forward. At the same time, Union hastily started chanting a spell. That spell she's preparing is most likely the light of saber that she so favors.
Barton-san, that necklace is apparently a national treasure. I can't let you go on if you intend to grab it and run.
Megumin-kun, this is important, so please don't get in my way.
I'll be the bait.
The moment it turns to chase after me, use that to cut off the tip of its tail.
I'm the wildlife researcher Barton. There's no way I would be afraid of a monster. Professor Barton. X2.
Ionion and Iris let out an impressed voice. Of course, it's a little undercut by how Barton's knees are shaking.
It's best not to push yourself.
You got recognition as a professor and a fortune by way of your royalties.
You could just give up on Barbara-san and go after a younger girl instead. With your fame and fortune, I'm sure they'll be just lining up for you.
Megumin-kun, do you hate me or something?
Why do you have to pop my bubble every time? Barton said as he received the necklace from Iris. Just then. The Liga is acting really strangely. It like it is frightened by something.
The Liga that was facing Iris down just a moment ago suddenly stiffened up.
It's almost like a house cat standing before a bear.
Ah.
That necklace was suppressing my magic power, so that's probably.
The Liga leapt backwards the moment Iris raised her voice. Oh, yeah, that necklace was to prevent you from scaring away weak monsters.
Now that it's removed. There's no need to be afraid.
See, I'm unarmed. Iris smiled and spread her arms before the Liga in an attempt to assuage it. But the Liga just maintained its gaze on Iris while slowly backing away.
How about this? With a loud cry, Barton suddenly threw away his clothes.
Ionion, another rare monster appeared.
It'd be a bad influence on Iris, so let us take care of it. Understood.
I've always been worried that he might do something to Iris, but to think that he'd actually make a move. As Ionion and I moved forward, the newly appeared monster angrily protested.
I'm being serious here.
Listen up, Liga-type monsters have a specific pose that they make to demonstrate their submission to an alpha.
They lie on the ground like this and expose their stomach and throat. I'm trying to make it think that we are weaklings so it doesn't run away. I think it's more afraid of you than Iris right now.
Seeing Barton, clad in only a pair of underwear, make beckoning motions to the Liga seemed to only make it take another few steps back.
Is it because it saw a wildlife researcher strip?
Is it picking up on my aura of authority? Any creature would be on guard after running into a rare specimen like Barton-san.
Just then. Light of saber! Exclamation mark. Having completed her chant, Ionion sent a flash of light towards the Liga's tail. However, the Liga, being on guard, managed to dodge that by the skin of its teeth.
Iris, now.
Roger. Leave it to me.
I grabbed Iris's holy sword and threw it forward, and Iris rolled forward and snatched it out of the air.
Part 7. By the time we could see the edge of the forest, the sun was already on the verge of setting.
It's gotten awfully late out. I'm a little worried that they might have thrown the capital into chaos searching for you, Iris.
Hearing my words, Iris trembled slightly.
Yeah. But that's not the only thing you're worried about, right? Iris once again stiffened upon hearing Union's follow-up.
I wonder if I can pay for the necklace with my royalties.
I'm sorry.
I'll make sure this won't cause trouble for you, so please rest easy.
Upon hearing Barton's mutterings, Iris hastily apologized.
It couldn't be helped.
Who knew a Liga could pull off such an act? Still, you really are a child, Iris.
You should learn a little more from me.
I can unleash my explosion on a family of loving onion ducks.
You should learn to have a little more compassion. Back then, after Iris received her holy sword, she slashed at the Liga's tail, but...
Still, I shouldn't have forgotten that a crystal Liga is an evolved version of a rookie killer. To think that it would take advantage of human pity and compassion to steal that necklace.
The opponent was a Liga, a family of monsters that's famed for having high intelligence.
When it saw Iris launching her attack, it acted wounded and let out a pitiful mew, and used the slim opening that created to snatch away the necklace and escape.
We were caught completely off guard.
Well, I was the one at fault for aiming for the jewel of a crystal Liga in the first place. I'll apologize to your parents and compensate you, Iris-kun.
I am a leading authority and the author of a best-selling book, after all. If I lower my head, they shouldn't have any reason to get angry.
This old man still hasn't figured out Iris's true identity. I think it might really be best for him to see the ire of the important people at the castle firsthand.
Then, Ionion let out a wry smile. There's no way we can let our client do such a thing.
It's not exactly rare for adventurers to lose some pieces of equipment while on a quest.
Why, yeah.
I was the one who brought that expensive necklace out in the first place, so it has nothing to do with Barton-san. I'll just give my father a shoulder massage and take things from there.
Iris has become particularly crafty as of late.
Most likely because she's being influenced by a certain someone.
Leaving the matter of the necklace aside, what are we going to do about Barton-san's wedding ring?
Or
X2.
Iris and Ionion let out a small groan in response to my question.
However, you don't have to worry about that.
Behold. With a flourish, Barton produced an extremely small crystal fragment.
That was the same crystal that he picked up while we were chasing the Liga's tracks.
You said it, didn't you, Iris-kun?
Something that comes from the heart is far more important than the price.
This is just a small crystal, but it's a crystal that I acquired with my own hands. Nothing could be more heartfelt. Nah, this won't work.
Would it?
Barton started out really strong, but slowly lost his confidence as he went on after seeing our dumbfounded expressions. Seeing Barton wavering like this, I gave him a reassuring smile and said,
It isn't too bad. It seems like you understand the heart of women a little more now. Right then, let's hurry up and turn it into a ring.
Barton-san, I'm not as familiar with such matters as Megu-min, but I'm sure it'll be fine. It's a piece of crystal found from a monster thought to be extinct, so I'm sure she'll be happy. Barton nodded happily along with Ionion's words, before suddenly turning pale. Oh, right.
If word gets out that a crystal Liga was sighted, people might end up actually driving them to extinction this time. Just give up on that one.
It stole Iris's necklace, after all, so there's no need to feel sorry for it.
No way. As a wildlife researcher, I can't. In the first place, you didn't care the least about extinction, or whatnot when we found the mythical king toad the last time.
Don't compare my beloved Liga-type monsters to a frog.
This man really is.
Then let's just accept that you aren't fated to be together with Barbara-chan and go home.
Actually, if we don't get Iris back soon.
Yeah.
There's still the matter of the necklace to worry about.
Wait. I'm terribly indebted to you all, and trust you very much. Can I please borrow the knowledge of the Crimson Demons? There has to be a way to introduce this jewel into the world without putting the crystal Ligas at risk.
Barton wailed while clinging onto me.
I kinda think he's annoying, but at the same time, as a Crimson Demon, there has to be some trick I can pull.
Well, there is one. All you have to do is defeat that crystal Liga. Then there is no need to worry about anyone going after it. What kind of absurd statement are you saying? Barton, the jewel still in his hand, grabbed his head as he thought. Towards him, I said. It's really fortunate that I didn't run into any strong enemies on our trip today.
Thanks to that, I still have my mana. Megumin-kun, what are you saying? Unlike Barton, whose expression was one of confusion, Ionion seemed to have understood something of what I'm getting at as she suddenly stiffened.
Wait a minute. We are right next to the capital right now. If you want to let it off, you need to do it deeper in the forest. Hearing that, Iris approached with an air of anticipation. Boss, it's fine. As the Princess of Belzerg, I shall bear witness to the vanquishing of the Crystal Liga. HNGGH?
Barton made a really strange sound upon hearing Iris's words. Eonion turned to Iris with a wry smile and said, Iris-chan, even if you were to vouch for her, the adventurer's card will record down the monsters that you take out, so.
It'll be fine.
It's fine?
No, it's actually bad that you're fine with something like this.
Eonion scolded Iris, who was showing her a carefree smile. Still, Iris has really been becoming more and more like a certain someone I know as of late.
Right, then there's no problem.
Now, Barton-san, I won't forgive you if you mess up your proposal even after making the princess of a kingdom and her great crimson demon mage go this far for you.
Barton has been staring at Iris in a daze ever since he made that strange sound a short time back.
Judging from how profusely he's sweating right now, it would seem that he finally realized who Iris really is. An extremely nervous Barton, a green-faced Eonion, and Iris who's excited for some reason.
Facing the three of them, I raised my staff and declared. Right, etch everything I say right now into your memory.
With the help of the wildlife researcher Barton, we found a thought-to-be-extinct crystal liga in the forests near the capital. Hearing that it's a rare existence, I, who is somewhat of a renowned figure in Axel, couldn't restrain myself and unleashed my explosion on it right here. The near-extinct crystal liga was reduced to dust alongside the necklace that it stole from Iris. Finishing with a flourish, I started my chant for explosion. Explosion. And made an explosive flower bloom in the forests next to the capital.
At a small bar tucked away in the alleys of the capital,
Barton offered a ring towards a beautiful-looking girl that seemed to be the owner of the place. We, who were observing them from quite some distance away, had no idea what they said to each other.
However, Barton-san and Barbara-san both look really happy.
Yeah.
Seems like there's no need to ask him about how it went.
Just as Eonion and Iris said, it's clear to everyone how things went. Thus, as you can see, those two who have been living alongside each other for years without knowing about the other person's feelings have finally ended up together. Can't we just accept that happy ending and leave it as it is?
Of course not.
It's forbidden to release explosion magic close to the capital. And what do you mean by Crystal Liga? Those things have gone extinct a long time ago. The one currently holding me in custody is a female police officer. As expected of the elite officers who work in the capital city, they won't be fooled so easily. If you need proof, all you have to do is ask Barton-san. It's small, but he has a genuine fragment of its skin.
Never mind that matter.
The important thing is the fact that you unleashed explosion right next to the capital. The officer pulled on my cheeks, and I'm unable to resist due to exhausting my mana and being bound by rope on top of that. Stop. How could you fool around with a girl who can't move? You still call yourself a police officer?
Stop phrasing it like that.
Damn it, why is a girl like this a friend of Iris-sama? If she wasn't, I would have had her behind bars a long time ago. With a frustrated expression, the officer looked towards Iris, who was smiling as she observed Barton from afar before reluctantly untying the rope.
That was smart of you. That girl is pretty much my underling. If you've continued to keep us in custody, you would have tasted the holy sword blah blah caliber firsthand.
Iris-sama wouldn't do something so unreasonable.
Listen up, if you use explosion close to the capital again, I'll have to bar you from the city entirely. We will not bow down to threats. This is the pride of the Crimson Demons.
That sounds cool, but you still shouldn't say that. Really, don't ever unleash your explosion around the capital again, you hear? Part 8. Hey, we're here. You should have regained enough mana to walk by yourself by now, right?
Stop clinging onto me already.
By the time Eonion carried me back to the mansion, it's gotten completely dark out. It's great that things worked out for Barton-san, isn't it?
I could have gone without getting yelled at the end. Why did they only get angry at me?
After that, we brought Iris back to the castle, and got a lecture from Claire.
After that, we got a lecture from Rain. And after that, you really worried the people in the castle, didn't you?
Indeed, I had to listen to lectures from a whole ton of people from the castle, from the knight captain all the way down to the maids. Well, their precious princess was out until so late, so I suppose it's to be expected, but, what is up with them only lecturing me even though Iris was the one who willingly went out?
The only thing that happened was a little national treasure going missing. You should be thankful that you got away with only a lecture after causing such a ruckus.
Eunion just had to have a response for every line. Still, my recent adventures have been fun and all, but they aren't exactly the kind of adventures that I'm looking for.
I've been playing the role of reining everyone in, and that's not really what I want. What I want is. Besides, you're the leader of our party, aren't you? So you need to properly take responsibility if anything happens.
Even though she would normally never say that, Eunion started teasing me all of a sudden.
Being a party leader is all work and no fun. If it's that much work, I wouldn't mind taking the role.
I mean, I'll be the next chief of the Crimson Demons, so I'll need to get some practice in being a leader one way or another. Seeing Eunion fidget with an expectant look in her eyes kinda pisses me off.
Still, I suppose it will be best to avoid inviting Iris to come on our adventures for a while. Without her magic sealing necklace, she'll just scare all the monsters away.
Iris-chan looked really sad when we parted ways.
I really want to do something for her.
So, anyway, about the leader thing. Iris was insistent that the crystal leaguer that we ran into was taken out by me, so we managed to brush over that, but it doesn't change the fact that we couldn't retrieve the stolen necklace. I suppose we could go after monsters that are powerful enough not to flee even after seeing Iris's immense magical aura, but
it'll probably be impossible for us to get that necklace back.
Iris, Eunion, and me are fairly specialized in combat, but we can't really do much outside of it. We would need to be able to track down a fleeing monster, and, more importantly, the party would need to follow precise instructions.
With such an ill-coordinated party.
Hey, you're the most problematic out of all of us, so why are you talking like it's someone else's problem?
With just a naive princess and a loner girl, even if they had the girl with the strongest firepower in the world and high intelligence leading them, it would be a completely impossible task.
Hey, why are you sighing while looking at me?
You haven't even considered yourself, have you?
I would much rather prefer to be the one using my abilities to their fullest rather than ordering others about. This is made abundantly clear to me on the past few adventures I had without Kazuma.
Leave Iris's necklace to me. I know someone who is very reliable in cases like this.
It seems like Eunion knows exactly who I'm talking about. Kazuma-san must really have it rough too.
I have to agree with her.
Darkness, who can't hit any of her attacks and has a really strange fetish on top of that. Aqua, who has bad luck and is prone to clumsiness, and will get into trouble the moment you take your eyes off her. With those two problem children in the party, even Kazuma would get mentally exhausted dealing with them. Well, I guess I just have to make up for them.
Now then, it's gotten quite late out.
I'll tell him about what happened today and ask for Kazuma's help tomorrow.
He has a pretty kind side to him, so I'm sure he'll do something about it.
Kazuma-san really does have it rough every day.
It is really hard dealing with someone who is a problem child yet thinks of herself as the most sensible person.
After waving goodbye to Eunion, who was saying something incomprehensible while looking sadly towards the mansion, I opened the door to the mansion.
I'm home. Chapter 5 and Epilogue, An Explosion for This Jeweled Beast. Part 1. I thought that it had been quite peaceful recently. I should have known that wouldn't have lasted.
Bright and early in the morning, Megu-tan asked to consult me on something.
Run that by me again.
In the main hall of the mansion, I asked that of Megu-tan, who was sitting on her knees in front of me. I leaned forward to the edge of the sofa, and sitting next to me, Darkness froze with her mouth hanging wide open. Hey, Megu-tan, why didn't you tell me that you were going after such a valuable monster? And I didn't hear a word about your trip to Alcanretia either. Aqua, who was sitting on her knees next to Megu-tan for some reason, leaned over to her. Right, you, shut up.
We are way beyond talking about that kind of stuff. I noisily cleared my throat and said. So, what was it again? I went on an adventure with everyone yesterday.
A lot of things happened, but at the end of the day, the necklace that's a national treasure got stolen by a crystal leaguer. I'm going to get it back, so will you please come with me?
I grabbed my head and collapsed onto the floor. This is exactly why I didn't want to go out on an adventure. Why do you always cause nothing but problems? And here I thought you all were more sensible than before. Even Aqua has been behaving herself recently.
And here I thought Megumin is far more mature now compared to how rabid she was back when we first met.
No, actually, yesterday, Aqua.
Hey, Darkness, he finally said something good about me, so why must you open your mouth? I'll just offhandedly tell him about it while we are taking care of Megumin's mess. If you bring up a small mistake when taking care of a big mistake, the small mistake wouldn't seem like such a big problem in the end. Grah. I couldn't help but let out a cry after learning of yet another mess I have to clean up.
Then, Megumin, who has been oddly quiet for some time, raised her head, and said, I did go on an adventure with everyone yesterday, but... Why are you saying it again? And what's with the smile of yours?
What, do you think I will go easy on you just because you smile a little?
I'm not letting you get away with it this time. I'm sick of having to clean up after you every single time.
Do you have any idea what I have to put up with, you useless piece of trash? As Megumin's smile faded, I heard the sound of clenching teeth from her. Here I thought to properly ask you for once, and this is how you'll react. Yeah, I'm very familiar with how troublesome it is to run a party over the past few days. Yes, I know how hard you're trying for us. Yeah, it's really amazing.
You're really great. Thanks for everything you do.
Are you happy now? You'll come along in the end anyways, so delaying any more is just a waste of time.
This little. Oh, you finally said it, you little brat. I won't forgive this.
I'm going to use Drain Touch to drain your mana every day from now on. Until you earn my forgiveness, you're never going to cast Explosion again.
What are you saying? That's no laughing matter, you know?
There are some things that a human should never say, and you just flew across that line without the slightest bit of hesitation. Megumin immediately shot up and swiftly backed away, her fear only barely hidden behind her nervous smile.
I retrieved my binding wire and waved it in front of me in a threatening manner.
My name is Satu Kazuma.
I'm a man of my word, who will do my best to keep any promises I make.
I stand boldly in the face of the incongruities of the world and deliver justice upon cheeky crimson demon brats. I've been taking it easy recently, so you and Aqua started looking down on me.
Seems like I have to show you what I can do when I get serious every so often.
Megumin, trembling and covered in cold sweat, suddenly gave me a gentle smile like a switch just got flipped inside her. Calm down, Kazuma. I apologize for snapping at you, so please stop waving that wire around. The Kazuma that I fell in love with isn't the kind of man who would do something so horrible. You might complain and grumble when dealing with our problems, but at the end of the day, you'll still come to our aid.
That's the kind of man I fell in love with.
Are you jealous because I've been heading out every day? Very well, I'll stay with you in the mansion today, so... Bind. Megumin collapsed onto the carpet after getting hit by my bind. Kazuma.
I get it, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry for snapping at you and trying to strong-arm you like this. I apologize, so don't come any closer to me.
A deal.
I'm sure we can come to an agreement, Kazuma.
Aqua, watch closely.
I'll suck Megumin dry and seal away her explosion. As for you, say goodbye to your collection of strange-looking rocks and high-end liquor you have in your room. Kazuma-san, I won't snap at you, so there's no need for any punishment. But, well, yes, I might have taken you for granted recently. I'll clean up the small mistake that I made yesterday on my own, so there's no need to concern yourself with me.
Ignoring Aqua, who trembled as she hid herself behind darkness, I brought my hand closer to Megumin.
Kazuma.
Please wait, I'm really sorry, please forgive me. I'm in the wrong, I was just a little sulky.
You weren't playing along with me at all, so I had no choice but to go out with Ionion and the others, but I really wanted to go on an adventure together with Kazuma and the others. Please forgive me, I'll do anything.
Just as my fingers brushed against the nape of her neck. You'll do anything, you say? I can feel the three of them staring me down with a withering gaze. Well, I'm fine with it. I mean, we are already at that stage.
Still, I feel really conflicted about your desires being your weak point every single time.
Megumin said that with a sigh. What? That's not it. I'm not going to ask anything erotic of you.
Don't think I'm that easy of a man that is driven by nothing but lust. What's wrong with you, Kazuma?
Are you under some kind of strange curse or something? My all-seeing eyes don't pick up on any curse affecting him. Ignoring those two who were whispering in the corner, I continued.
Now then, in the name of Satu Kazuma, I shall now seal away your explosion magic. In order to use your magic from now on, you'll need to have, yes, permission from your master, me. Master?
Why does it sound so cool?
But don't think I'll just play along because you start dropping cool-sounding terms like master and seal and whatnot.
I laid my hand on the wriggling Megumin and drained away just enough mana to prevent her from casting explosion. Ku, an evil NEET who fears my power, placed a power seal upon me.
But be aware, when this seal is released, this world shall be covered in flames. I sealed away your explosion because you say such stuff all the time.
Now, come on, let's go. I'll lend you a hand as long as you'll do anything I say.
See, darkness, Kazuma-san really does give in easily. Shh, your voice is too loud. Say, Kazuma, there's something I want to ask. After shushing Aqua, Darkness turned to me with an expectant gaze. I know what you'll do to Megumin and Aqua, but what exactly would you do to me if I did something?
I'll make you wear some frilly clothes and call the other adventurers over for a wine party.
I'm just asking out of curiosity, all right?
I didn't do anything. Part 2.
After collecting our equipment and leaving the house, I once again turned to Megumin. I know we are searching for a crystal leaker, but do you have any plans as to how we go about doing it? I have an idea I can put into motion when we reach the capital. Incidentally, it seems like high-quality jewels are irresistible treats to crystal ligers.
High-quality jewels?
Say, Darkness.
No.
She cut me off before I could even say anything.
This is where you're supposed to shine.
The only thing good about you is your family name, so I'm sure you have 1 or 2 jewels lying around.
I'm saying no because I don't feel like I'd get them back. The only jewels that my family have are all ones with historical value.
Immediately after hearing that, Aqua sped off in a hurry, followed shortly after by Megumin.
They are probably heading off to the Dustiness mansion.
Hey, wait, where are you guys going? Wait, Kazuma, why do you have my family's pendant with you?
What are you planning?
As the two of them ran off, I took out the Dustiness family pendant that I borrowed from Darkness some time ago and brandished it.
Hey, give that back. There's no reason for you to hold onto that anymore. Come now, this has a lot of uses.
My current kick is to wear it prominently on my chest as I parade myself in front of someone who looks like a noble. I get looks of envy, and occasionally even an offer to treat me or two, but she snatched the pendant out of my hand before I could say that. You really are.
No, wait, now is not the time for this. I need to chase after those two.
Now, my lady, let us just have some tea at that store while we wait for them to come back.
Cut it out already. We can do this sometime else. If I don't chase after them.
I see, so you're trying to delay me.
Very well, I'll go after them after taking you out. Oh? That's some bold words, my lady.
Do you really think you can best me?
Darkness has still never once won against me, but she's smiling really confidently today.
Don't think I haven't gotten stronger at all, Kazuma. The only skill of yours that I need to be wary of is bind. Don't think you'll be able to stop me by using freeze or drain touch. Saying that, Darkness lowered her center of gravity and took up a guarded stance against me. Oh, my, it seems like you have matured at least a little since you were a naive, sheltered noble lady.
If it were you in the past, you would have charged at me without a second thought, only to end up rolling around on the ground after eating my bind. You'd end up looking really pathetic in front of the masses.
Save your breath, Kazuma. Such tactics won't work on me anymore.
Darkness casually brushed aside my provocations. You plan to excite my masochistic heart and bend me to your will, aren't you?
I might have fallen for that in the past, but even I will learn from my mistakes after stumbling so often. Don't think you can keep leading me by the nose with sweet talk like getting humiliated and having amazing stuff happen and what not.
Sweet talk, huh?
Well, if you really wish for it, I wouldn't mind gifting you some truly amazing memories, but you always get cold feet whenever such opportunities actually arise. Are you really a masochist or are you just pretending to be one for kicks? Pretending? Pretending, you say? You're provoking me with such words in order to better your own position, I see.
But I won't lose to such transparent sweet talk. And, just then,
Aqua returned with an armful of glittering jewels in her hands, followed closely by Megumin. Good work, Kazuma.
We managed to borrow some high-quality jewels.
I told Darkness's father that it was a request from his daughter, and he happily lent us his family's treasured jewels.
Took you long enough.
Is something wrong, Darkness?
My role is done, so just count it as my loss. I don't really mind.
Darkness, who was so engrossed in our battle that she completely forgot about chasing after the two, hung her head low and said in a soft voice,
Never mind, just count it as my loss. Now that everything has been taken care of, we can head off to the capital. Are you kidding me?
Why am I still prevented from using the services of the teleport store?
There's no use complaining to me.
The word from above said in no uncertain terms that Satu-san is to be refused if he attempts to use the shop's services to go to the capital. We arrived at the teleport store in order to get to the capital quickly, but for some reason, I am still barred from teleporting to the capital.
The lady who's manning the store seems troubled in the face of my questions. Please wait a moment.
It's true that this man is barred from stepping foot into the capital, but this is a special case.
In the name of the Dustinus family, he will not cause any problems in the capital. This I swear.
I swear.
Hey, hurry up and finish your sentence. Now is not the time to be uncertain.
Thanks to Darkness, we finally managed to make our way to the capital. Upon our arrival, Megumin seemed like she had something on her mind. What's wrong, Megumin?
Is something up? No, it's just.
After seeing you use your authority like that, I'm struck by the thought that you really do have an adverse effect on that girl's education.
Who is she talking about?
Just then, Aqua pulled on the sleeve of Darkness. Say, Darkness, can you give me a crest of the Dustinus family like the one Kazuma has?
No way.
Besides, Kazuma doesn't have a crest anymore.
I took it back earlier. In response, Aqua simply tilted her head.
Your crest isn't the only thing that Kazuma has, you know?
I've seen him flash around a different-looking crest when he visited an expensive-seeming restaurant the other day. I too want to flaunt my authority like that.
Hey, Kazuma, what's the meaning of this?
You had another family's crest too? Since when did you get your hands on something like that? I got it from a lady named Claire some time back. That thing is really convenient, you know?
I can walk into those noble-only establishments wearing my jumpsuit without them tossing me out. Ignoring Darkness's incredulous looks, I hurried ahead to catch up to Megumin who's taking the lead.
Eventually, we arrived at the capital's Adventurers Guild.
In both the building itself or the quality of the adventurers within it, there's a stark difference between this place and the Adventurers Guild back in Axel.
With a silent prayer not to get involved with any scary-looking adventurers, I entered the guild.
Megumin, on the other hand, strode over to the receptionist's table with a practiced ease and sat herself in front of the counter. Young miss, I'm here about that matter. Can you please call that person over?
Understood, Megumin-sama. I'll fetch him right away.
What the hell, Megumin is talking to the receptionist the same way a veteran adventurer would. Hey, Megumin, since when did you become a regular of this place?
And the other adventurers seem to all be staring at you.
I might have gotten some famous achievements as of late, but even so, they still shouldn't stare so blatantly. Seriously, what a troublesome bunch. Megumin said that with a casual exasperation, seemingly completely unfazed. Hey, why did we leave Megumin alone all this time? I don't know exactly what she has done, but it feels like she created some kind of strange misunderstanding.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
Aren't you supposed to be her caretaker, Kazuma?
Maya and Aqua's whispered words caused Megumin's ears to turn red. Darkness gave Megumin a gentle smile and said,
Megumin, you're putting on airs, aren't you? Don't worry, pretty much everyone around your age goes through a similar phase.
That's not it, I am a regular of this place.
Ah, isn't that Max over there? Megumin, blushing bright red, hastily looked around the guild before calling out to a man with a scar across his nose who has already started drinking this early in the day.
My name is Rex, not Max. The man lifted up a large drinking cup as he corrected Megumin.
I get the feeling that he's somewhat hurt by the mix-up. Next to him, a strong-looking and beautiful girl and a man with a large axe resting on his shoulder gave Megumin a hearty wave. Hey, Kazuma, Megumin is talking really naturally with those veteran adventurers. Kazuma, this is really odd. Megumin is seeming more and more like a veteran adventurer, even to me.
Calm down, you two. Those two are just plants. They were paid in advance so that they will act familiar around her. What are you saying? Why would I do something so stupid? Those three are people who once invited me to their party in the past.
After hearing Megumin's outburst, I mentally relaxed. Now, saying that you have been scouted by another party is stretching things a bit too far, don't you think? Yeah. I'm feeling really relieved somehow. Megumin, I really don't recommend telling those sorts of lies. It's going to result in some real trouble later on, you know? After hearing our words, Megumin pulled on the large man named Rex and directed him towards us. Now, properly explain it to my companions. No, I mean, sure, I did try to recruit her into our party some time ago. After all, she's a crimson demon who can use explosion, so I thought she might want to come make a name with us at the capital.
At first glance, it doesn't seem like he's lying.
Say, they aren't selling any mind-controlling magical items, are they? No, she must be threatening them.
No, she must have a hostage.
Right, why don't the three of you step outside with me?
Just then, the receptionist lady returned with another person in tow. Thank you for waiting. I've brought Barton-san with me. The person was a middle-aged man sporting a pair of square spectacles.
It's been some time, Megumin-kun. Are those three your companions?
My name is Barton, I'm a leading authority in the field of biology, and the author of a best-selling book.
Would you like my signature?
Part 3.
According to Megumin-kun's story, that necklace was stolen while they were handling the quest that this man issued. By rights, the loss of any of the adventurers' personal equipment while on a quest falls squarely on their own heads, but Megumin-kun has been a great help to me on the quest we went on the other day and many other occasions besides that.
Anyway, it would be easier to track down the Crystal Liga if I tagged along.
Seriously, Megumin-kun? Just what have you been doing behind our backs? Thank you, Megumin-kun.
Thanks to you, I got the signature of an old man that I don't know. Right now, we are heading to the depths of the forests near the capital along with Barton.
He said that he felt some amount of guilt over losing the necklace, so he's willing to help. By the way, how far away is the destination, Megumin-kun? Ow.
Why only me?
Seemingly being unable to stand being referred to as Megumin-kun any longer, Megumin-kun started wailing on Darkness. We went into it around here the other day, but Crystal Ligers are the same type of monsters as rookie killers. They are extremely crafty, so it might have already changed its hunting grounds. Megumin surveyed her surroundings as she held Darkness as a Nelson hold.
Yes, indeed. Well, this is what I'm here for.
Saying that, Barton took out a black lump from his backpack. Oh, do you have some kind of plan, mister?
It's not mister, call me Professor Barton. Understood, Professor Barton.
I've only known him for a short while, but I'm getting the distinct impression that he is a weirdo too. Aqua being able to get along with him so easily is the most definitive proof. So what do you think this is, Aqua-kun? From what my unclouded eyes see, this is definitely a pile of poop.
Aqua prodded at the black lump with a stick she found off the ground. That's pretty perceptive of you, Aqua-kun. As you've said, This is the poop of a crystal liger. We are going to use this to lure it in. My powers of perception are impressive indeed, but that's not the only thing impressive about me. I already know what you plan to do with that.
You want to let Kazuma take a whiff in order to track down its scent, right? Just what kind of creature do you think I am?
Barton wrapped the droppings in a handkerchief and held it high in front of us.
Ligers as a species are extremely guarded and take care to avoid leaving traces of themselves in the open.
We found this poop buried under the ground back when we were here the other day. Now then, a question for you, Aqua-kun.
What do you think would happen if we were to leave this out in the open? It'd be too embarrassed to have other people see its poop, so it would hurry back to take care of it. It's a little off, but that's the general idea.
It'll come back to get rid of its poop.
Somehow, I'm starting to lose faith in those two after hearing them repeatedly use the word poop without any reservation. Say, Megumin, is this man really okay? Is he really a wildlife researcher? He's not just some ordinary middle-aged man, is he?
I have my reservations too, but he's never been mistaken when it comes to monsters.
Our goal today isn't to vanquish the crystal liger, but retrieve the necklace that it took.
If it appears in front of us, all we need to do is dangle our high-quality jewels before it. It would surely take it back to its lair, and we will be able to find out where it is by following it.
Barton, who seemed to be on the same wavelength as Aqua, pushed up his glasses after saying that.
It really came. An hour later.
We were whiling the time away by listening to Barton ramble on about monster trivia, when my enemy detection skill activated. I cast my gaze in that direction and activated my farsight, spotting a jewel-covered giant feline gazing intently in our direction. But for some reason, it's staring towards Megumin instead of its own droppings. I pretended to observe my surroundings in order not to alarm the liger as I whispered to Barton and Darkness who were close by. Hey, the liger is here.
Don't make any sudden moves, it doesn't know that we've seen it yet.
Just act like you were. In other words, from a biological standpoint, it's the right choice for monsters that imitate the female body to look erotic. Why do female knights wear bikini armor that have low defenses? That's because playing on the enemy's desires will increase their survival chances. Between a person in full armor whose gender can't be determined at first glance, and a woman wearing bikini armor who is clearly a woman, any enemies would clearly make efforts not to kill the bikini armor wearing knight and capture her instead. Don't make up such vulgar reasons for why female knights wear their traditional bikini armor.
The reason why monsters imitate the female body is to lure men to be their prey.
Bikini armor exists for proper, respectable reasons, such as to raise the morale of their own troops and take care of the nobility at night. Barton and Darkness completely ignored my whispers as they steadily got more agitated in their conversation. Just what the hell are these two talking about? So it is for those kinds of purposes after all. In the first place, bikini armor provides almost no protection for the wearer at all, so it's ridiculous to call it armor in the first place. Besides, if bikini armor is so versatile as you say, then why aren't you wearing bikini armor yourself? Yeah. Darkness's face blushed a deep red upon hearing those words. No, I'm the party's shield, so being well protected is more important than being sensual. Who the hell said that protection is more important than being sensual? Just then, Megumin pulled on my sleeve, and I turned around to face her. Kazuma, isn't the liger already here?
What are you doing getting involved in their silly argument too? It's not silly, it's a very important matter.
There was something in there that I just couldn't ignore. Right, Darkness, come over here.
What are you planning to do?
As a noble scion, there's no way I can wear bikini armor.
Never mind that, just come here.
No, it's an important topic, but what I mean is, come over here and take out those jewels. Immediately understanding the situation the moment I mentioned the jewels, Darkness stared straight at me and said, "Where's the liger?"
It's behind you. It's observing us, so don't look back. Listen up, make sure you act natural when you take out your jewels. We can't let it pick up that we are baiting it. Darkness shot me a look of acknowledgement. Phew, talking with you really wore me out.
I'll soothe my soul with my daily routine of admiring my jewels. Just what kind of daily routine is that? Put a little more thought into your act, will you?
Megumin fought to stifle her laugh as she said.
I didn't know darkness had a daily routine too.
That's just like my one explosion a day routine. Why yeah, I guess we are the same.
With a strained look on her face, Darkness retrieved the jewels and started staring at them in plain sight. I didn't know you had such a strange hobby, Darkness.
I need to tell everyone, when I get back to town. Aqua, I'll talk to you later.
Just as Darkness admonished Aqua for saying such unnecessary words.
Crap, it's fast.
Hey, Darkness, behind you. The Liga, that was so far away just a moment ago, closed the distance in a flash and snatched away the jewels that Darkness had in her hands. As it swooped by, I caught a glimpse of an obviously very valuable necklace shining around its neck. Just as I was feeling slightly impressed over a monster being able to put on accessories, the Liga, jewels in its mouth, shot me a glance.
The Liga is escaping. After it. Just as planned. Everything is going just as I expected so far.
Just as we planned, we started chasing after the Liga. Say, Kazuma, doesn't the Liga seem really fast? My legs are like those of an onion duck, but even I don't think I'll be able to catch up with it.
That sounds really delicious. Are you sure you don't mean to say onion, dear? It's fine.
Kazuma must have a plan for this eventuality. This is within your expectations, right? I nodded at an uneasy-sounding Darkness. Yeah, I just need a little time to figure out what to do now.
Those are one of my family's greatest treasures. With an expression on the verge of tears, Darkness charged off after the fast-receding Liga. Part 4.
After losing track of the Liga, we took a short break to regain our energy.
We lost all traces of it. But don't worry, I have another plan.
Really? You do have one, right? If those go missing, Father will definitely scold me. Apart from Barton, who seemed entirely out of breath, it seems like everyone else can still push on for a while longer. Oh, Darkness just said she'll be scolded by her father. She really is a daddy's girl, isn't she? To think that she'd be afraid of getting scolded by her papa, it seems like Darkness has her cute side too.
Gurk.
Kazuma, hurry up and tell me your plan.
Just what should I do next?
Darkness blushed in the face of Megumin's teasing, but she didn't even bother to shoot back and instead frantically pestered me. Now, calm down.
The next step is up to Barton-san.
As a wildlife researcher, I'm sure he can identify where the Liga went by picking up on its traces.
Right.
Hearing that, Darkness shot an expectant gaze towards Barton.
Barton nodded a couple of times and said, I would like to say leave it to me, but there's no way I would be able to do something like that. That's what he said. What should we do? Those are my precious family jewels. Darkness aggressively shook me by my shoulders.
Oh, fine.
I don't really want to do this, but...
Even though I'm sure this will just result in more trouble coming our way, I activated my enemy detection skill. Kazuma-san. Kazuma-san.
What the hell is this idiot doing?
Hey, Darkness, I'll cut the vines, so pull Aqua out of there. I followed my enemy detection skill to regain the trail, and the closest response turned out to be...
This is a new mimic-type monster.
Rejoice, Aqua-kun.
You've just allowed me to discover a new monster species. As the person who ran into it, I'll allow you the opportunity to name it. Wait a minute, Barton-san. I want to give it a name. Stop saying stupid stuff and help me.
Kazuma, your skills as a swordsman is just average, right? And I don't think I've seen you use that sword of yours very often before. The moment I said, there's a monster nearby, Aqua went and plucked a fruit from a nearby tree. At that instant, a vine extended and wrapped itself around Aqua, leading to this situation.
It'll be fine, trust me. I'll make sure to close my eyes while I cut away.
With my luck, it'll definitely work out. Wow! I performed a vertical slice with my Chunkanmaru, and the vines fell apart.
Normally, it would be my turn to get tangled up, but right now, chasing after the Liga is more important.
Aqua, you're okay, right? Kazuma, let's go towards the next target.
A strangely serious-seeming darkness pulled Aqua to her feet. I want to go home already. Please bear with it, Aqua. And don't carelessly touch anything around you.
As darkness consoled Aqua, Megumin slowly opened her mouth.
Let's name this monster the Creeping Aqua.
The name came to me after seeing how it elegantly wrapped around Aqua.
A mimic that takes the form of a tree, Creeping Aqua. Very well, I'll register the monster once we get back to the city.
If you register it with that name, the capital shall be washed away in a heavy downpour. Ignoring Aqua as she threatened Barton, I activated my enemy detecting skill once more. Right, next.
On the way to the next target, my enemy detection skill picked up.
Wah. There's no need to be afraid, Aqua-kun.
That tentacled Dorcas is just being curious.
Dorcas, a specific genus of stag beetle. A giant stag beetle appeared out of nowhere and captured Aqua. True, it's not reacting to my enemy detection skill.
That means it doesn't hold any hostility towards us. I suppose it's similar to play biting, then.
It doesn't seem to have any hostile intent, so we decided to just quietly wait till it leaves, but... Hey, hurry up and let go of Aqua.
We can't chase after the Liga like this.
If you want to grab something so much, then grab me. Darkness, wait a minute, I feel like I'm starting to forge a connection with this child. An agitated Darkness made to pull Aqua out, but it doesn't seem like Aqua herself is in any hurry to be extracted. After Aqua and the stag beetle both had their fill and parted ways. I got some sugared water at Wiz's shop earlier, so maybe that's why it took a liking to me.
Enough.
Kazuma, let's go already. A short distance after we parted ways from the stag beetle, my enemy detection skill reacted towards something in the trees above us.
There it is. Megumin, her eyes glowing a bright crimson, whispered to me.
A small bowl made out of branches lay in the trees, and on top of those branches is a pile of jewels. And, laying beside the pile of jewels is...
It doesn't seem to be too on guard. I wonder what's going on? Barton stared unflinching at the Liga as he muttered.
True, the Liga lying on top of the tree definitely has spotted us, but it made no efforts to scare us off. Still, the fact that it triggered my enemy detection skill meant that it certainly didn't have any friendly intentions. Just then, Aqua, whose eyes started sparkling the moment she noticed those jewels, said, "The only thing we need to return is the necklace, right? That means we can keep the other jewels, right? Aqua, don't forget about my family treasures." Still, why is that Liga so completely relaxed?
It's not taking any actions even after we've seen its nest. It might be a trap. Liga-type monsters tend to be fairly intelligent.
I see, it intends to get us to lower our guard, and use that chance to. No, it seems like it just doesn't think highly of us.
Barton straightforwardly said. No, it was staring at us in fright when we ran into it the other day.
And, earlier too, it immediately ran away the moment it got its paws on Darkness's jewels.
It was afraid of Iris-kun, not us.
And as for today, it seems like he doesn't think there's any need to take us out, so he simply left us be. Megumin started chanting her spell. Wait, Megumin, the necklace and my family treasures are over there too. Yeah, Megumin, you can't cast your explosion in front of that pile of gems.
They would all be destroyed. The two of them hastily moved to restrain Megumin, but they needn't have done that at all.
After all, Megumin is under a seal right now.
Calm down, you three.
It isn't looking down on us, it's being wary of us.
As a cat lover, I can tell. It has no intention of tangling with us.
Yes, there's no need for this to end in a fight.
The only thing we need are the necklace and the Dustiness family treasures. Ligers are smart creatures. That means that they should be able to understand our intentions.
Laying in the tree, the necklace-wearing Liga seems to have taken a great liking to the Dustiness family jewels, rolling it around between its paws and playing around with it. I gave it a casual smile in order to put it at ease and said, "It's fine, there's no need to be afraid.
Come, I have something far better than jewels for you. Do you like dried meat? Or what about some fruits? But, in exchange.
Just as I slowly approached the Liga, it suddenly leapt towards me. I managed to just barely avoid its claws, and it stared down at me with Darkness's family jewels in its mouth.
That guy attacked me.
Damn it, and I was trying so hard to be friendly too. Ah, that bastard, it just yawned. It's looking down on you, Kazuma-san.
It's definitely looking down on you.
Just then, Darkness suddenly ran in front of me.
I'll be taking back my jewels.
It sounds like you're a rare species, so I won't kill you, but if you resist. Darkness is probably trying to scare it into giving up, but the Liga quickly leapt back up into the trees, out of the range of Darkness's sword. The Liga then leapt onto Darkness, dodging her blows and pinning her to the ground with a single paw.
Ah?
Damn it, a mere beast? Stop.
If you are going to say such things, don't get defeated in a single blow.
Don't start enjoying it either. Hey, Megumin, I'll release your seal now.
Hearing my words, Megumin trembled in excitement. My time has finally come.
Seems like you've resolved yourself, Kazuma.
My words made it sound really grandiose, but all I'm really doing is restoring her mana using Drain Touch.
In the name of Satu Kazuma, I command thee. Anti-Demon King Army Artificial Human, Crimson Demon Megumin.
I now release the seal on your explosion magic. Oh, very well.
It's only this once that I acknowledge you as my master and follow your orders, okay? Oh, long-restrained power of mine, now is the time to manifest yourself upon this world.
You two seem like you're really having fun. Let me play with you too.
The beast that will vanquish the world in fire, Megumin, has been unleashed, and immediately started chanting her magic.
Just then.
Hey, Kazuma, the Liga seems scared all of a sudden.
I think it's afraid of Megumin after she got her mana back.
After hearing Aqua's words, I turned back to the Liga, and it certainly seemed to be shocked stone still while staring intently at Megumin. Monsters have trouble telling the difference between individual humans, but they can detect mana and use that to gauge relative strength. After sensing the mana that Megumin is emitting when she is chanting her spell, perhaps it finally recognized her as the adventurer that drove it into a corner the other day.
Darkness, grab the necklace on its neck. Once you do that, Megumin can use her explosion to blow it away.
In order to accomplish our first objective to retrieve the necklace, I shouted those orders to Darkness, who is still pinned beneath the scared stiff Liga.
It has both my hands pinned, so I can't do anything. Don't sound so happy when you're saying that. You better be actually putting effort into resisting.
In order to give Darkness support, I dashed over to the Liga's feet.
Wait a minute.
Megumin-kun, you understand, right?
That is a species on the verge of extinction. It got away because you said that the last time.
This time, I'll definitely finish it off. Barton and Megumin were arguing about something, but there are more important things occupying my attention right now.
I turned towards Aqua.
Aqua, can you distract it for a moment?
Just a short while would do. Understood. Just leave it to me.
Hearing her unusually confident voice, I know for sure that this will end up in failure.
I'm going to use steel on it. I'll most likely get the necklace, so the moment I do, Megumin, blow it away.
Hearing that, Barton let out a surprised scream. Wait, if you do that, Darkness-kun will be
extremely happy.
I dashed next to Darkness, and the Liga's gaze turned towards me. Wait a minute, Kazuma. Sure, it'd be great to secure the national treasure that is the necklace, but what about the Dustiness family treasures? Just give up on them. If your father gets angry, I'll just give him the Satu family treasures as a replacement. Saying that, I drew the strangely named sword that is, as of now, the Satu family treasure, and Aqua, no ow.
Instant kill special trick, ephemeral beauty. Ignoring whatever party trick that Aqua tried to use, the Liga immediately leapt backwards. Steel.
Even though the Liga executed an evasive maneuver, I managed to catch it with steel just before it managed to leave my effective range.
An expensive-looking and heavy, in all senses of the word, necklace appeared in my hand.
And, since the Liga leapt backwards from Darkness, there's now a slight, but significant amount of space between us. With this, even if Megumin unleashed her explosion, we wouldn't be too badly hit.
Megumin, do it.
Just as those words left my mouth.
Please wait.
Megumin-kun, you know about this. Crystal ligers are almost all but extinct. Megumin briefly glanced at Barton, before turning her attention back to the crystal liger. Crystal ligers are gentle creatures by nature. It naturally prefers a herbivorous diet, and enjoys eating wolfberries. There's no need to finish it, we just need to scare it off.
Barton desperately pleaded, but the person he's talking to is someone who would mercilessly kill a family of cute onion ducks for the sake of gaining more experience.
After coming this far, the explosion mage of course has no intentions of restraining herself. Explosion.
It must have detected the huge wave of mana that was released when Megumin activated explosion.
The liger, staring petrified at Megumin, couldn't move a single muscle. Wah! The jewels.
Aqua's screams echoed throughout the forest.
The magical ball that Megumin shot out blew past the liger, impacting the nest some distance behind it, and enveloped both it and the pile of jewels that it contained in a burst of fire. Epilogue.
On the way back to the capital,
I was being lectured by Aqua while Kazuma carried me on his back. Seriously, Megumin, I'm at a loss for words. The only thing you have is your explosion magic, so how could you of all people miss? If you remove explosion magic from Megumin, the only part left would be the min part. There are a lot of things I want to say, but most of all, I can't agree with equating Megu with explosion magic.
If anything, there should be at least a couple more letters added on.
With that, the name Megumin would refer more towards explosion magic than you yourself, you know? After its nest was destroyed, the liger spent several long minutes observing us. Then, just as a desperate-seeming Barton started trying to reason with it, the liger suddenly tossed the dustiness family treasures that it held in its mouth towards us and fled. Still, that crystal liger really has a unique demeanor.
It's almost as if it could understand us. Barton happily said, presumably because he was able to accomplish all his goals without killing the liger. Still, it really did seem that the liger understood us. Given the proximity to the capital, it will eventually be hunted down. And no harm would come to it if it returned the jewels it took from us. Even as it listened to those words, its gaze never strayed away from me. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before.
Well, we did have quite a bit of fate with rookie killers in the past, so maybe it's just the familiarity from seeing a similar liger-type monster. Kazuma tilted his head and muttered to himself. Kazuma-san, there is a limit as to how open-minded you can be. You are already familiar with devils and the undead, and now you're interested in making friends with a wild monster too? The only one who would be interested in wild monsters like this is Darkness. At Kazuma's words, Darkness, while clutching her family treasures tightly, said,
I'm plenty satisfied, just by retrieving my family treasures today. Actually, I've had some pretty good experiences today. I might be the one who received the most in this adventure. The only things you did today was get stepped on by the liger.
Well, I suppose it's better than Aqua who didn't do anything. Being able to talk about the adventure with my friends made even the fatigue from exhausting all my mana worthwhile.
Wait a moment, I probably deployed my party skills and got attention. Darkness was staring at my performance all that while. Who asked you to attract Darkness's attention in the first place? Even if you say that, Kazuma, her performance was truly a wonder to behold. It's best if she can show it to everyone when we get home.
Perhaps it's because of my mana exhaustion, but I'm steadily getting drowsy. Still, I should offer my thanks to you, gentlemen. Very much still remains a mystery about the Crystal Liga, but now there is reason to suspect that it can understand human tongue.
That's a huge discovery even on its own.
Following Darkness, a jovial Barton happily chimed in.
Say, Professor Barton, the treasure that we were looking forward to got lost, so please give me your signature when we get back to the capital. I'll hear you out in exchange. Very well, very well. If it's just a signature, I'll give you as many as you want when we get back.
I see, so you want to hear my stories.
Very well.
The reason why the droppings of crystal ligers tend to be black is tied deeply to the color of the fur beneath their crystal growths. After receiving Aqua's flattery, Barton happily launched into one of his lectures. "Hey, Aqua, didn't you already get a signature? He seems pretty famous, so getting a whole ton of them wouldn't hurt, right?
They might be worth a lot of money, you know."
"Who cares?" Hearing their conversation, I thought back to why I couldn't land the finishing blow with my explosion back then.
Ah, yes, it was the wolfberries.
When Barton said that crystal ligers prefer eating on wolfberries, I was reminded of the herbivorous rookie killer that I once gotten close to. Back then, it was held in a cage in Axel on the orders of a noble, and, after a series of events, I helped it go free. See short story, Crimson-Eyed Rookie Killer.
I wonder how that crimson-eyed rookie killer is doing right now? For some reason, the Liga we ran into today reminded me a lot of that rookie killer.
They liked the same foods, so perhaps they might have the same demeanor too. By the way, when are we returning this necklace to Eris? I don't feel secure trusting just you guys to handle it, so I'm coming with you too. Save that for when you are finally authorized to enter the capital. I'll handle returning the necklace to Eris-sama.
Ah, I'm not letting you take all the credit. I'm definitely coming along. I want to hear Eris praise me as her Oni-san. Why you?
Letting the arguments of my companions flow past me, I once again thought back to the events of today. Aqua ended up crying, Darkness ended up breathless, and Kazuma got angry.
It's just like one of our usual adventures.
Going out with Eris and Ionian is fun too, but it seems like this dysfunctional party is more suited to my tastes. Plus, there's no way this party would be able to function without my support. Still, this party really can't function without me, huh? You best give me a greater portion of the rewards when we hand the necklace over.
The only thing you did was party tricks. If you are talking about this, the one who's really indispensable to this party is me. You should be more appreciative of me in the future.
I might not have done anything flashy today, but as the one supporting everyone from behind, I feel like I'm more than pulling my weight. It's just like Ionian said. The more problems one creates, the more likely they are to think of themselves as the most normal of the bunch. But, well, going on adventures really is what an adventurer ought to do. By doing so, one will encounter countless happy and surprising events, much like today. And amongst them would also be moments that would be remembered fondly in the future. Kazuma.
What is it?
Actually, I'm fine with you sleeping back there, but don't drool on me, you hear?
This man. I won't drool on you. I was just thinking that all of us could go on an adventure tomorrow. No way. In the first place, are you really in the position to say such carefree words?
You remember, right? That you promised to do anything I say?
I hope you know what you should do when we get home.
Oh, and it doesn't seem like you've noticed yet, but there's about a 30% chance that you'll end up drooling whenever I carry you like this.
And here I was trying to express my gratitude.
Why is this man just so gifted in destroying the mood? By the way, I wonder why that Liga was staring at Megu-tan so much?
It was staring at her like it was examining some curious specimen or something.
Knowing nothing of my thoughts, Kazuma muttered something to himself. Oh well, I did manage to get him to come with me on an adventure, so I guess I'll let his complaints and grumbles slide for today. I'll have to return the borrowed necklace tomorrow, then. Say, Darkness, do you think Kazuma-san is in a good mood right now?
Maybe this is the best time to tell him about what I did yesterday.
Hold on, Aqua, it's best to wait for a while more. The best time would most likely be after we handed over the necklace to Eris-sama, when he's basking in her praises.
I heard that.
Now that you mention it, I do recall you saying something about Aqua getting into trouble again this morning.
Then.
Speaking of crystal ligers, I recall hearing something interesting about them a while back. It's merely a fringe theory that has little support amongst the leading scholars, but, according to those tales, a crystal liga is what develops from certain rare specimens of rookie killers who eat wolfberries, after they have eaten enough for the seeds to start crystallizing within them. Say, mister, all this liga talk is really starting to bore me. As I was clinging onto Kazuma's gently swaying back. While thinking of the amazing adventures I would go on tomorrow, I gently fell into slumber. Short story, The Occasionally Serious Mascot Suit Count.
I'm here to invite you on an adventure.
The penguin that was sweeping the doorstep of Wiz's magic item store looked around in a daze.
Are you perhaps talking to me?
Is there anyone else present other than me, Union, and you? I was thinking about heading out of town today, but Kazuma doesn't seem like he has any intentions of budging at all, so I invited Union out instead. I tried to invite the bored-looking adventurers that were lazing around in the guild, but after certain incidents, we ended up in a fight and got thrown out. I'm sorry, Ziri-Shrute-san.
Megumin just refuses to listen to reason.
Union is a regular of this store, so it seems like she is familiar with this penguin.
No, it's fine.
I've been tossed around at the whims of fate ever since I came to this town, so this really isn't much.
Still, why would you invite me on an adventure?
Ziri-Shrute asked in a confused voice while looking at Union and me. From what Kazuma and Darkness told me, you are pretty strong despite looking so cute.
As you can see, we are but beautiful and fragile archwizards. We would like a vanguard that can protect us from monsters. You were picking a fight with those vanguard adventurers not a moment ago.
After hearing my words, Ziri-Shrute stiffened up and remained silent for a moment, before saying, I really didn't expect you to invite a devil out just because you need a vanguard.
They do say that crimson demons have flexible minds, after all.
That probably isn't praise, Megumin.
Ziri-Shrute happily flapped his flippers.
Do you girls not mind being together with devils? I was under the impression that humans generally dislike them. I've been around Varnir-san for a long time. Plus, Varnir-san is my, friend. Union said with a blushing face. Crimson demons and devils have fairly similar names, don't they? I got dragged into some trouble with them thanks to my cat in the past, but I didn't really mind that.
Besides, my little sister seemed to really like devils for some reason.
It feels really strange to be compared to a crimson demon, but...
Never mind. More importantly.
Saying that, Ziri-Shrute lifted up his broom.
If you wish to become my companions, do show me your capabilities first.
I, Ziri-Shrute, was once feared as the Lord of Brutality, so...
Stop it. Stop it. When I attacked him before he could finish his sentence, he waggled the tips of his wings in front of his face in protest.
You're the one who brought up the broom in a defensive stance first, so what are you complaining about?
Is it fine if I declare victory?
It's not exactly good manners to attack while someone else is talking. This is to allow us to get an accurate measure of each other's capabilities.
It would be pointless if you attack by surprise. Now, let's do it again. Before Ziri-Shrute could finish.
I'll keep him distracted, so go for the zipper, Union.
Understood.
Wait.
I got it, that's enough. I already know the two of you are strong, so there's no need for this. It's my fault, so please calm down.
Ziri-Shrute backed down in the face of our combined attacks. To think that I would be hunting down monsters together with humans.
This world really is full of surprises. You could stand to go out every once in a while instead of staying at the store all day. Anyway, tell us more about you.
The only thing we know is that you are a devil underneath that mascot suit. This penguin has become the mascot of this store before I realized it, but he always got purified by Aqua every time they ran into each other, so I never got the chance to interact with him very much.
Very well. Truthfully, it feels like I haven't been taken seriously in recent times.
Allow me to enlighten you about me as a devil, and how I came to be known as the Lord of Brutality.
That's the way to go. My crimson demon blood is burning too. Let us engulf the world in fire and destruction together. I'm not letting you destroy anything.
If you keep saying stupid things, they are going to put a bounty on you again, Miss 3000 Eris. Just as I turned to retaliate against Ionion who called me by a stupid nickname. Oh? It's Megumin-san and Ionion-san.
Welcome.
Is there anything you're looking for in particular? Wiz and Varnir returned, seemingly having gone out to stock up on more products.
I'm not here to shop today. I'm here to invite people for an adventure.
The frogs are starting to increase in number recently, so I thought I should thin the numbers of those irritating creatures.
Wiz happily clasped her hands together upon hearing that.
Oh, an adventure? Vanya-san, let's go with them. It's been some time since I went out exterminating monsters. The increase in the number of frogs means that there's a greater risk to that brat.
Very well, Moi shall join you in hastening their eradication. This is unexpected, but it's certainly reassuring to have the two of them along. 2 devils and a lich.
Even if we were to go up against a Demon King's general, I feel like we won't have any trouble. Now, then, Zerishrut, I'll leave you to watch the store.
I'll leave it in your hands, Zerishrut-san. I'll be sure to bring back some souvenirs.
At those words, Zerishrut, who had been flapping his wings in joy, slowly dropped down. He then turned towards Wiz, who was cheerfully making preparations for monster hunting, and reluctantly said,
Have a safe trip. I should invite him out again some other day.
Short story, Little Megu-tan Dolls.
On that day,
together with Ionion, who was being a loner as usual, I was playing a board game at the mansion that's our thieves' hideout. As I moved my archwizard into position, I said towards Ionion,
Do you know what is the hallmark of a top-class adventurer's party? That's right, it's having a good party composition. Yes, just like the party I have. There's a crusader, an archpriest, an archwizard, and the additional one. This composition could almost be said to be perfect.
It might be just a game, but even so, I have no intention of going easy.
This is the so-called psychological tactics.
On the surface, I'm merely discussing the circumstances on the board, but the true purpose is to cause Ionion to waver and make mistakes. I'll tell Kazuma-san that you referred to him as the additional one.
That was a poor choice of words.
I mean, Kazuma is, right, he's a versatile commander that can perform the roles of an archer, a vanguard, and a thief at the same time. I was planning on throwing her off balance, but I ended up being the one who was thrown off balance instead. Listen, if you talk to Kazuma at all about this, make sure you tell him exactly what I said just now. Don't just tell him that I referred to him as the additional one, you hear? I need to make sure not to wound Kazuma's fragile pride.
It has absolutely nothing to do with me being afraid of his retribution. I just feel that it's a little too much for me to refer to my precious companion as the additional one.
If you put it that way, Kazuma-san could form an entire party by himself.
Enough about that already.
And, really, don't tell him bits and pieces of this, you hear? Kazuma is really scary when he gets angry.
Just then.
Megumin-san.
This is bad. This is really bad. Please lend your One-san a hand.
Just as I was awaiting Ionion's next move, a shout came from the front door. Right, it's your turn, Megumin.
What do you think of this? You can only save either your archwizard or your archpriest, and you've already used your one explosion for today. You're done for now.
Ionion's eyes glowed a bright red as she smiled triumphantly.
No, let's leave this game aside for now.
One-san seems to be in some kind of trouble. Wait a minute, I mean, you can determine the victor in just a short while more. Ionion's triumphant look was immediately replaced with one of panic upon hearing my words.
How could you?
An important companion of ours is in trouble, and you're more concerned about a little game?
I'm really disappointed in you. Really, to think that my rival would be such a heartless person. Wait, that's not it.
Yeah, true, now the Cecily-san is in trouble. Sorry, Megumin, I really don't feel any sense of urgency for her.
I feel the same way, but I'll keep that to myself. Shortly thereafter, Cecily threw open the doors of the living room and barged in.
Megumin-san, this is bad. One-san is. Oh, are you too busy?
I'll wait for you two to finish up your game, then. Wait. No, it's fine.
This is just a mere game, after all.
There's no way it can compete with One-san in trouble. I don't know what happened, but leave it to me. No matter what it is, I'll lend you my aid.
What is up with you today, Megumin? Just hearing those words alone takes care of all my troubles. Megumin, Since Cecily-san already said that, why don't we continue our...
I flipped over the board and grabbed Cecily by the shoulders.
One-san, get a hold of yourself. It's probably some kind of slime-related incident, right?
It might end up causing harm to the citizens of Axel if we leave it be, so let's deal with it at once.
Hey, don't you run away.
There was no need for you to upturn the board. We could have continued the game later.
I ignored Union, who grabbed onto me while in tears and asked Cecily for more details.
Come on, I'm not like this heartless girl over here. I'll properly hear you out. Wait a minute, I can help Cecily-san too.
To be honest, all I really wanted was an excuse to suspend the game since it looked like I would lose.
All I need to do now is settle Cecily's problems somehow, and then...
Don't worry, it's already resolved.
The only thing I needed is Megumin's permission.
Sorry, but can you please tell me just what have you done? You see, in order to convey the cuteness of Megumin to the world, I worked together with that handsome masked gentleman to sell cute little Megu-tan dolls.
I rushed out the door before Cecily could finish her explanation.
Short story, The Will of the Goddess Eris.
Waving the quest poster in my hand, I walked up to Chris and said, "So, there you have it, let's go on a quest together, Chris. How does that lead you to this conclusion? I don't get it at all. At the tavern, that's part of the Adventurers Guild."
I sighted Chris happily downing a mug of crimson beer, and offered her an invitation to head off on an adventure. Kazuma doesn't seem like he has any intention of going on an adventure as of late. So, I saw you looking pretty bored out here and thought that I'd invite you to join us. I'm actually pretty busy, you know? Chris raised her voice in a somewhat hurt tone.
You say that, but you're happily drinking away in the middle of the day. You don't seem that much different from our Aqua like this. Does it really seem that way? I'm only drinking because I've completed my work. Actually, Megumin, don't you already know what I do?
I might seem this way, but I work my butt off to preserve the peace of this world.
The peace of this world?
Oh, really?
That's really amazing of you.
It seems like you're pretty deep into your mugs right now, so I'll come back when you're sober.
Wait a minute, I'm not drunk. It's the truth.
The fate of the world hangs upon the divine relics that I gather. As I turned away to leave, Chris grabbed onto my cloak and said such a thing. Kazuma and Aqua too say they aren't drunk even as they are slurring their words into mush.
I'm really not drunk. This is just my first mug.
It doesn't seem like she'd be letting go of my cloak anytime soon, so I suppose it wouldn't hurt to go along with her for a while.
I get it, you really work hard for the sake of this world.
Then, allow me to share a secret of mine too. To tell you the truth, I unleash my explosion every day in order to keep the god of destruction sealed within me under control.
If I don't use up all my mana with my explosion, the god of destruction could use my mana to break the seal. That's the setting No, that's not it.
It isn't like that, so there's no need to make up a story to fit in. This drunk is saying such things even as she stubbornly gripped a mug in her other hand. Please don't destroy the image of the noble silver-haired thieving band that I look up to. Actually, I've been wondering for some time now, but why are you willing to brave being put on the most wanted list to gather the divine relics for humanity? Upon hearing my question, Chris let out a cheeky smile, one that made her look like a prank-loving child, and drew close to me.
Well, I suppose it's fine to tell you about it.
You see, I'm actually gathering the divine relics on the orders of the goddess Eris. She whispered into my ear as if she was revealing some major secret. If you say such blasphemous things, Eris-sama will punish you, you know?
The goddess Eris wouldn't get angry. If anything, she's too busy sorting through the divine relics.
I originally thought that Chris was one of the more respectable ones amongst the people I know, but it seems like the big boss that I so admired has a pretty painful personality too.
I get it. You're really busy being the boss, aren't you? I'll go ask someone else, so please enjoy your break. Chris faltered for a moment, before agitatedly downing her mug of crimson beer and said, "You don't get it at all."
By the way, what is that quest about, anyways? Apparently, undead kobolds have been sighted in the forests near town W. What are you doing?
Cut it out, you're going to rip my precious cape.
Upon hearing the word undead, Chris's face turned and she tightened her grip on my cape into a death grip.
I'll help you with that quest.
Slamming the empty mug onto the counter, Chris rose from her seat.
There's no need for that.
Chris, you're acting really weird today.
You really are drunk, aren't you? I'm not drunk.
Anyway, it's a different story if we are talking about the undead. As a devout follower of Eris, I can't leave this alone.
You can rely on my magic dagger.
Seeing Chris's sudden change in attitude just made me more uneasy.
No, I was only thinking of relying on your enemy detection skill. Come on Megumin, let's go. Devils and undead need to be destroyed. This is the divine revelation of the goddess Eris. Oh no, she's definitely drunk. And pretty badly, at that. Chris has been muttering non-stop to herself ever since then.
Just order another drink for now, I'll call your guardian darkness over right away.
I'm not drunk. I'm not drunk. This really is the goddess Eris's. Just then, an old man wearing a priest's robe seated at a table not far from us looked over with a stern look. Excuse me, young lady.
You've been screaming something about the divine revelation of the goddess Eris for a while now, but it's true that it's the sacred duty of all devout Eris worshippers to destroy the undead, but even so, you shouldn't take up the name of the goddess Eris so lightly, especially in public.
I'm sorry.
Hearing Chris's words, the old man let out a smile.
Leave dealing with the undead to a professional like me. Here, this is on me. Just wait here for a while. Thank you. Very much.
Chris muttered those words to the old man while numbly accepting the mug he offered her. Being lectured and treated by an Eris priest.
This reminds me a lot of Aqua! For some reason, Chris stiffened in shock upon hearing my words.